Alright, so it should be live on YouTube. Let me make sure I use load. Yeah, because this is the one I was exploring where we were on the last one. So this is our actual... We've been getting those weird things lately, where it's like, hey, we're missing all these mods, but we're not. So yeah, so this is the save we've been working on, I believe. Let's go to more. Let's choose our mods. Okay. Turn them back on. This one doesn't matter anymore. You found a bug where a corpse upstairs got stuck on the floor and you couldn't pick it up to throw it out a window, but then again, use lots of mods, so... Yeah, because you can't actually throw zombies out the window in vanilla. I'll leave that off. Okay, so that fixed the mods. So what I wanted to do is rename... Actually, we could go ahead and delete you. You're not the character we're looking for. Yep. Let's see, loading up the latest version was interesting. You walked into 15 zombies in your safe house. Respawns were disabled. That used to be a thing that happened a lot in the I will back up my save build. When you had any update that touched the map, the zombies would respawn. They supposedly had that fixed a very long time ago. You can't see it, but I'm hourglassing right now. Okay. So give Product Zomboid a moment to sort itself out. And then we'll get into it. Just because I had made a character to, again, I was showing off before I started the stream on YouTube. I was just kind of quickly showing, being like, hey, here's how the zombies have moved around. I might have to reboot Product Zomboid, it's being weird. Yeah, it's timed out. That's fine. For those who missed what I was doing, I was just deleting the character I created for debug purposes on the other save file that we had died on. Yep. Couldn't pick up the body. Yeah, no, that's correct. I know there's one thing that's not the right game at all. Get this out of here. No, I don't need to be opening Say Skylines 2 right now. That is not Project Zomboid. We were talking about Say Skylines 2, so it's just the last thing I had open on my screen, so I didn't even check it. It's like, play the game. And City Skylines started to boot up. Alright, so we're getting Project Zomboid going on. But yeah, no, it's this is the reason why they're always like back up your save, back up your save, back up your save kind of thing. There is those weirdness. That's the first time I've heard of that happening in a long time. I believe it, for the record. I completely believe that, because that is something we have seen before. Yeah, so it didn't actually say that one. Alright, so let's go here. And I wanted to rename the save file to Officer Gene. Oh, I can't have a space, that's fine. It just makes it easier so that in the future when I go to load, it's like, we're doing Officer Gene as opposed to a timestamp. Alright. Reloading the mods for a reason. Hey, Proger, how's it going? Also welcoming everyone who's lurking and everything else going on. But yeah, just before stream, I was showing, I had gone into debug mode and opened up our save file on the other character that had died the other day, because I just wanted to see where the zombies actually had moved around, like the aftermath. I should probably just show it again. Do I still have it open? Nah, I don't have it open. I'm not going to. But we took a peek. And the home base by the two lakes we had completely overrun by zombies, over 1,500 zombies on that cell alone from it. The route I took was the third best route I could have taken that I had died on. The best would have been straight east. Only had like, I think it was like 1,000 zombies on the first tile, and then after that they petered off really fast. Just since someone mentioned that in their save they had like the zombies reloaded. Let's play it safe. do a check. Because I have had that issue before. Not in build 42, but I have had that issue in past builds of the zombies regenerating. Okay, looks like we're fine. But it's worth being extra cautious. So what the heck was our situation? So last time we did get our cows. They are making butter. We apparently didn't drop off loot. We also didn't have much to drop off. Yeah, sharpness isn't gonna matter. It's got like 2 stabs left. Looks like I could probably use another weapon. Oh, wasn't it keeping the spare weapons here? Let's grab the screwdrivers. Those will be fine. And we'll need to start making ourselves weapons soon. Alright. Yeah, so it looks like we were dealing with... Oh, you don't belong in here. We were dealing with, just not fattening food and all that. Question, how do you move a generator? So if you right-click on a generator, you'll have an option that says Pick Up Generator. It'll put it in both of your hands. It will require you to have the ability to pick it up. You cannot put it in your bag. The generator is seen as just too big. Sadly, we may not put the butter on our broccoli. No, I'm keeping it. I'm expecting a helicopter very soon, and my intention is to take the gun and start popping off. You don't need a car, but a car is very, very helpful. You can just carry it home in your hands. It's just a real bad time. So you do once around the block. Check in for zombies in the area. That's fine, they're twigs, I don't really care that much. And we are going to see if the zombies have moved back in. Because for those who missed, the difference of what we're doing in our strategy right now is, one, we have set up much farther away from a major city. No stats being displayed? Oh, they are. They just get put back over here every time for some reason. I don't really know why that is the way it is. It's just the way that particular mod works. Okay, so we do have some zombies nearby. Let's see, open the car door. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you have to, like, open the car door, put it in, close the car door, that whole thing. I do kind of agree. I think it's fine that there's, like, a delay for you to put it in the car, represented by the door or whatever. I do wish it was less inputs to deal with. Like, you could just walk up to the car door, and we could just, you know, hit a button to access the inventory, but it takes a second to deal with and all that. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. But I am in the camp of, hey, this should be less clicks. Like, the thing I'm trying to do here shouldn't be a whole ordeal. Now, it's mostly because they have the whole functionality where you can put stuff in a seat, and it, you know, even though the seat has, like, the limit of, what is it, like 16 or 20 or whatever weight, and that they do let you put, as long as it's by itself, one thing over that weight. How do you siphon gas from a vehicle? You need a rubber hose, something to put it in, and the car needs gas, and then you just right-click on the car, and it'll say siphon gas. And if you don't have everything you need, it'll just be redded out. Alright, let's go ahead and get that radio checked. Let's get the paper doll up here, do this, turn on the radio so you can listen for the helicopter if it's there. Okay, so he pulled a bunch. And he got a rally group over there. I'm honestly thinking we consider this area as having cleared up after the helicopter, because now I'm just killing net new stuff just in an open field, which I'll want to do eventually. But if we're doing that, I want to kind of focus on, you know, I want to focus on, like, killing the zombies in the direction of something when we're not in cleanup mode. You thought zombie culling was fixed in build 42? I mean, if you turn off respawn, it's still off. It is a sandbox game. Because arguably then, if you left respawn on in build 41, it would also be things. They did make it so just throwing down at the zombies early game was much harder, but end game you still kind of can kill zombies pretty close to the same rate you could before. Yeah, no, we've turned off the random variation on the zombies on this save because pinpoint hearing zombies that move slow is the most obnoxious thing ever added to the game. Because you pull the group and you wait for the two in the back to slowly walk over to you over the course of literal in-game hours. So we've turned that off. I do think, like, I want them to have the randomness to them. I just think it needs to be, oh, this needs to be over there. So that the moodles fit. I do think what they need to do is have it, like, you have the normal hearing plus or minus 10%, 20% on each zombie, so that they have variance, but it's not wildly, wildly different. Now, it's lost your run at 3 months, 1 day, 20 hours, 1,535 zombies. Weight of the character, at the end was 43 kilograms. You had no chance. Yeah, that is rough. I will say, in some ways, maintaining weight in build 42 is harder. Like, it's just figuring out how to do it. Once you get what you need to maintain it, I would also argue it's paradoxically also easier. But it's kind of one of those things of, you gotta get the thing to be able to maintain the weight, but once you have the thing, then it's easy. And that's kind of where things are at. So, like, getting the ability to make the fishing pole, or getting the ability to turn butter, or whatever your means is going to be. That's pretty much still the big two. Supposedly, if you get your butchering up, it's decent now. I haven't gotten to test it myself. I have heard early game butchering is still pretty rough. But it wasn't like before, where you could set your butchering to 10, get the hook and everything, and still starve to death. Okay, so you can grab you. Grab the large knife. Let's see. You miss the recipes for everything. You gotta cook and eat almost constantly. It's a bit ridiculous. You can maintain... Yeah, but it depends on your setting, Angry. If you're playing in any type of high population or low loot settings or anything like that, then it becomes not really viable. Slow metabolism? I don't think it's, like, super important one or the other. The big thing is you have to have some level of priority of going, I'm going to get something to maintain the weight. Like, you can't delay it. Yeah, no, I was playing on my settings with 16 times pop. You are not looting in any timely manner. Like, I'm actually getting pretty lucky with our loot here just because the low zombie pops happen to be in this area. Anywhere else in the map, I'd probably be really struggling even just keep weapons on hand. Oh. Alright. And like I said, I'm satisfied that we have cleared up the area that was where the helicopter came in. Yeah, no, you can also do the eggs. You gotta keep in mind, at 16 times pop, you're doing nothing fast. Like, we've had characters we've gotten down to, like, the low 50s and all that on this, with me trying to beeline directly to dealing with food. That's not unusual. Like, this one, we kind of got lucky with those cows. If we hadn't found them, we'd be sitting probably low 70s, upper 60s, and still no solution directly in sight. You understand that you need a recipe to dismantle them? Okay, I gotcha. Because I kept having people saying, like, why aren't you dismantling the nets? And I'm like, I haven't gotten the option to, so I don't really know. And people are like, oh yeah, it's such a great place to get this. Like, I literally don't know. And it's still possible I had it and overlooked it. But most stuff like that, you can just, like, right-click dismantle. So I just, when I didn't see it, and I went on it one time with the crafting menu open, I didn't get it either, so I just assumed I didn't have it. Yeah, it's weird that you need a recipe to dismantle it. Maybe for the materials it gives you, maybe they put it as a balance thing, since they're so easy to get a hold of compared to other things. So, like, if, for example, it gives you wire or whatever, wire is a resource they've made kind of hard to get a hold of. Or, sorry, I should say twine. I think wire's also kind of a... In meaningful amounts, get a hold of it's a little bit of a chore. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to loop over the path we had previously cleared towards those cabins. To again clear it out. We're just trying to kill all the zombies in the area as we progress versus just getting fast progression. Because what I've got now, I could basically sustain forever. May not be the most glamorous life, but you could sustain forever. You plan to do 16 times one hop, but 100% respawn. It'll be in order to strategically move around. Like you have no use for ropes right now. Wait, when you say 100% respawn, do you mean respawn on? Because the reality is you physically cannot counter the zombies with that. The player can only kill between 500 to 700 zombies per day, sustained. On build 41 settings, and build 42 is slower. So the zombies will absolutely outrun any ability to kill them, you'll just get overwhelmed. You're basically, your only hope there is to live out in the boonies and just wait it out kind of thing. And you can't really do that. It is a thing a number of people have tried, and it is one of those things that you quickly learn it is just not doable. Only sneaking, running, then you'll never go to a city. You cannot sneak through it. It's literally solid zombies. Like, literally not even a gap in the zombies at all. Gonna have to have you keep it in English, because I don't understand German well enough to do that. You can use noisemakers to draw them away. Loot quickly, maybe? No, you can't. You gotta put the noisemaker where the zombies are, which is problem is the zombies are there. Noisemakers also have a really terrible range to them.
Thank you, Crass, for subscribing for 32 months.
Thank you, Crass, for the 30 months of Tier 1...
32 months. Rual Hyperave, Rual Hyperave, Rual Hyperave, Rual Fine, Rual Fine, Rual Hyperave made you look 2 months in a row. Stir the pot, stir the pot.
And thank you, Grace, for the Tier 1 sub, the 32 months been sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel after all that time, so thanks so much for that. Yeah, like, not trying to spoil your thunder, but noisemakers and Product Zomboid are pretty much useless. Like, I've experimented with them. They have a very, very low range of noise, so you have to, like, put them directly on top. So shooting a gun, where are you gonna get the gun? That's the problem. With 16 times pop, the cities are so dense, you cannot sneak in. Like, if you wanna see what it's like, just boot up 16 times pop and literally don't move in your house, and you will die. Because the zombies are so dense that they will force themselves into the buildings. Like, you underestimate how ridiculously high 16 times pop is. Starting with the starter pack? Right, but you're in with the zombies. Yeah, I'm not trying to ruin your fun, but there's a reason why literally no one who plays over like 8 times pop turns on respawns. Like, you can't sneak. It is like, it just simply does not function. Like, to be clear, for people who try and use Stealth and Product Zomboid, Stealth and Product Zomboid has always been a little bit of a meme. Just the way it works mechanically, it just does not work well. It's not like, you know, Skyrim or whatever, where if you're over a certain distance away, you just won't aggro. Stealth primarily is based around chance on, like, whatever being seen. So that every single time you take a step within a certain range of the zombie, it has a chance of detecting you. But because it is a chance that is being rolled constantly, it's just not really viable. But yeah, no, very genuinely, high pop respawn is just not doable. Yeah, no, go ahead and try it. I'm just trying to say, like, just trying to spare you saying, hey, I've tried it, man. It is not a thing you can do. Like, you can go around the farms and do it, where you can Pied Piper them. You can do that kind of thing, like, way out in the lower areas. You can draw the zombies away from a house and loot it and move on. But all these cities, like, you physically cannot walk down the road. Also, you're playing with mods? Oh yeah, no, if you're modding, then yeah, baby game for babies. I'm teasing. But yeah, no, if you're playing with mods, then all hats, like, all rules are off. 'Cause, I mean, mods, you can do the thing where you get, like, the minigun, you just walk into town and literally hose the entire road. And then the models say it's balanced because the gun has an encumbrance of 5. Alright, let's back off. But so you think the simple things shouldn't have a recipe like stone hammer, stone axe, stone blade, fishing rod, or as you say, dismantling things? Yeah, so the stone axe, stone hammer, and stone blade, I can't remember that. Because they've changed the way the recipes work. I was trying to remember real fast. I feel the blade is the one I'm questioning. So this, yeah, so the stone blade here doesn't require a recipe. And then that doesn't require a recipe. It was this one I'm not sure of. Yeah, that requires a recipe, which just means you need napping 2, and you learn it. With almost all the recipes in the game, if you get one level higher than the requirement in the relevant skill, you will learn the recipe. Alright. Have a good one, Kazmora. Let's see, you remember when Rual was able to sneak at 32? There's no such thing as 32. I know you like to make the memes, Secret Squirrel, about like, I remember when Rual did, and then just make some nonsense up. But like, sometimes it does create like genuine confusion and all that. Because you're like, there's a 32 times pop? So like I know you're memeing, but sometimes. So if the toothbrush shit requires maintenance 1, if you have 2, you don't need the recipe? Yeah. You just try to be outlandish. No, I gotcha. Like, I know you don't mean ill of it, but sometimes it does create confusion when you start claiming stuff's in the game and be like, Rual does this, but it's just not a thing. Yeah, there's no such thing as 32 times pop, especially like in that particular context where it's saying like, hey, this is something that really can't be done. Just trying to spare someone, you know, frustration. And then immediately being like, and they did it. It's like, no, please. Let's see. What do you think about what he said? Bad idea or is the way to fix it? Well, that's what I was saying was, so the fishing rod and dismantling are the only two on that list that we don't get regardless of recipes. Because with the blade is the only one on that list that requires a recipe, but you learn it once you get to napping 2, even if you don't have the recipe. The fishing rod, so that's the one I'm torn on. Oh, I probably should have just, it's fine. The fishing rod is the one I'm torn on. It feels like it should require a recipe just to do that, or there should be some like, the thing I think the problem with the fishing rod here is, if you look at the fishing rod and the making fishing rod, it doesn't have an associated skill behind it. If it was something like carving 2 or 3 or whatever, then you could sit there and go, I get carving 4, and then I get it. So that is gated behind a recipe. And that one, it's like, okay, but for right now, with our options to gain weight being like pretty much cows or fishing or whatever, I do think that is a problem. But I think that is more an unstable build problem than anything. That it's just, we've got a balance issue there, that there needs to be more viable ways to get calories other than just the 2 right now. Like, butchering is supposedly there, but then there's so much you have to go into for the animal husbandry that it doesn't really seem like a thing. And they added hunting, but unless they make the deer to be like real chonker of deers, it's hard to justify that one as well. So I feel like the bigger issue is more right now with the balance of things, you feel kind of pigeonholed into you either fish or you butter. And that to me is the bigger problem. Because I think in the world where butchering, you know, so hunting is a bit more viable, or, you know, animal husbandry for purposes of butchering is a bit more viable, you know, that kind of thing, then I think it's nowhere near a big deal that the fishing is gated behind a recipe. But right now, because of the balance on the other things being off, and needing to do one of these other 2 things, that in turn makes it a problem. Because I actually do think it is fair that either the fishing needs to have a decent skill requirement it's locked behind to make a fishing pole. So like I'd say, like 3 carving and all that or whatever. Yeah, running over the rabbits still works, you just trash your car. Like, and the rabbits are apparently surprisingly dense and do smash your car pretty badly, pretty fast. But yeah, so it's one of those things. I do think the fishing pole shouldn't be super duper easy to get. But I also feel like there should be a, if I didn't find the magazine, there still is a path to get it. You know, like I said, make the requirement something like carving 3, and that way you get carving 4, and suddenly you can make it. Because getting carving 3 is pretty easy, if you take the time to do it. As far as the dismantling that, I do agree it's weird that it requires a recipe. I don't really know why that is. Like I said, it might just be a thing that the materials it gets you are really good. Because I want to say it gives you twine, and it might just be that they decided that twine was just too valuable to not gate it behind a recipe. At which point then the argument is, okay, well, do we make it give you not as good of material in response, or keep it locked behind the recipe, or what? That's one, like, I don't know what it gives you. That's kind of the key there. Because that could be a ignore realism, go with balance concern. It also could be just an oversight too. It's one full wire. I don't remember how useful wire is. That's one of those materials I haven't used much of. But yeah, so that's those ones that maybe doesn't need
Thank
to.
you, Snoozer42 for subscribing for 2 months. Having a weird night. Enjoying Duchess de Bourgogne while cheering to those that have passed and deriding those that sought profit foe.
What? I am missing something there, but thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Too much, but sub to the channel. I have no idea what that. Or make a spear fishing a mini game like they had with the wiring car. Let's see. What you'd celebrate is perhaps you could pass it on to the developers. Would be that the herb collector trade, as well as the generator, would be available at level 3 or 5. Well, the generator is available at level 3. That's already a thing. We talked about the foraging thing, being able to recognize the berries or whatever. I do think it would be reasonable for that to be obtainable through the foraging skill. I do think, though, with how easy it is to level the foraging skill right now, they would either A, need to make the foraging skill level not as fast, which I think is honestly probably the correct answer, or B, it'd need to be locked behind something like level 7 or whatever, something pretty high up there, which might even still be true, like that, even if they do slow down the leveling. Because if you think about it, you can actually cook with rotten food once you hit at something like cooking 7 or something like that. It's not super useful, but it is a thing you can actually do. Winter burnt food still kills you? Yes. Project Zomboid, as far as it's concerned, burnt food is poison. Which has always been a weird decision. Like, to me, it always felt like it should just be, if you burn your food, it massively undercuts the nutrition and the hunger it helps, and it causes your character a lot of sadness. So effectively, you've just wasted food. But yeah, no, last I checked, burnt food still kills you. Burnt food's poison? Yeah, no, you can make burnt food dangerous in real life, depending on what you burn. Usually you're not talking you're going to die from it, but more like just basic food poisoning thing. Just screw up your digestive tract. Burnt food is carcinogenic? Maybe. I know some of it can potentially be. But yeah, as far as like in real life though, you know, product zomboid balance or whatever, carcinogenic wouldn't mean anything. To be honest, it depends on how it's burned exactly. Like, what were you using to cook your food and all that? Can be where the issues come in. Yeah, no, it was always a weird thing that burnt food was so incredibly fatal. Like I said, I'd just more have it when you burn food, just don't get anything from it. You take that, you know, you take that fillet that was worth 25 hunger, and you burn it, and now it's 2 hunger, and it makes your character super upset about it. Like, you need a piece of it? You mean, well, with something being carcinogenic, it just means it has a chance of having an increased chance of causing cancer. It doesn't mean you necessarily will get cancer, nor does it necessarily mean that any individual specific piece is more or less harmful. You basically are increasing the risk of cancer by doing that. I mean, in the game? Oh, in the game, it's just treated like poison. That burnt food is just poison. I don't remember how severe it is. I remember you have to be careful about it, that it can and absolutely will kill you. But I don't remember if it's one of those things that, like, you eat a quarter of a burnt thing and you're just straight up dead. Or if it's those things that'll make you a little sick and you can kind of baby it. I don't honestly remember. Because, one, I just don't burn my food. I think the entire time I played Product Zomboid, I burnt food, like, twice. Because I just make it a rule because of how dangerous fire is. When I'm cooking, I hover over the stove. You'll see me never go like 2 or 3 tiles or more away from the stove when I'm cooking. I will wait it out. It's not what I do in real life. In real life, I'm running around the kitchen doing the dishes, doing whatever else needs to do. I still stick around for the most part if I'm cooking. Unless it's something like a slow cooker or whatever. Alright. You got like 3 seconds to get out of the oven? Yeah. Alright, so you have a good one. Also keep in mind your game settings will affect that, for those who don't know. I believe cook speed is also affected by your day length. So I saw someone suggesting that people play like half-hour days on the subreddit, and I was like, no. No, man, you don't understand. I did that like once. My character was just like perpetually drinking water. I'm like, no, really, this is actually a really big chore to try and drink water this aggressively. Because it's not like your character moves faster between buildings and all that. You've been on 2-hour days? Yeah, 2-hour days are pretty popular. That's been a setting a lot of people have been running for a long time. Alright, and I've been putting this off for a while. But we're at that point. I'm down to 1 screwdriver. And just a couple of axes and all that. So what I'm going to start trying to do, this might get a little bit dangerous for me because we haven't cleared out this area super well, is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to chop down a tree down here. So I'm going to turn, check that I don't see any zombies immediately. Looks like we're clear. I'm going to put my back in the direction I expect the zombies to come from. That way I have all this range to detect the zombie, because right now I have a cone this way that I cannot see. But all this around me I can see from. Yeah, so 1 hour days means 1 hour real time. Mostly yes. There is a little bit of a caveat there, in that when you're talking about 1 hour days in game, you do fast forward part of the day, you do sleep for part of the day, so in practice a 1 hour day is between 30 and 45 minutes on average gameplay wise. But if you did let it just run the full 24 hours in-game, it would be 1 real-life hour. So yes, with a caveat. Alright, I do see a zombie. Let's aggro them, kill them real fast. The downside is I'm actually looking for saplings, because I want to carve the saplings into the long sticks, because we're trying to get our carving skill up. I was trying to kind of put this off until we're going to wherever we were actually going to be building long term, so I could also use the logs. But we're kind of in that situation where I just need the sticks and all that. Where do you plan to go long term? My plan is to figure out wherever the gas station is around the lake and make that my actual base. Because then I've got water, I've got gas, we already know where some generators are. And you get the idea. I'll have everything I need to live no matter what else we're doing on the map. And eventually, as we go to start exploring more of the map, I'll have to go to wherever we're exploring and we'll make like forward bases. But that'll be like the long term. This is where we drop back to drop off loot, resupply, when you just want to deal with like different things or take a break from the zombie grind. Yeah, the bigger comment I was making about the in-game time is just be careful changing your in-game time up or down. It does have lots of side effects. Weight management, when your days start to get really long, starts to get tricky, because just the way the calories burn gets kind of funky. Especially if you go for something extreme like 24-hour days, it can get real wild. If you go less than just like the amount your character needs to eat and drink gets really absurd because of how fast you're burning your resources. But then stuff like even a little bit longer, stuff like the helicopter event lasts longer and stuff like that. And it's fine, you can do it. Like, I actually think 2-hour days are entirely reasonable. I think 3-hour days are starting to kind of push it, where you're likely getting yourself into a little bit of trouble there. But I don't think it's like undoable. Once you get more than that, though, once you start getting past 3 hours, it's like no, really. You may want to calm it down a little. I guess we're using axes for now, because my whole plan here had been that we would get, you know, a bunch of saplings, and I'd probably be able to carve real fast. I'm assuming it's just because those are the bigger trees. 72 hours is not an option. How does it affect plant growing? I mean, plant growing is based on number of days, so if you make the days longer, it means from the time you grow the plant, it's going to be more real-life human hours between planting and getting the completed crop. Grab the sticks for axes and all that. You don't see more. Just trying to fill up her bag with as much as we can, so far stuff we can rip. And get some more fabric for weapon making. Alright, that'll do. Okay. Again, I think literally the longest a day can be is 24-hour days. And other than multiplayer, there's really no reason to ever do that, and even then I would heavily argue against it for multiplayer. It's one of those things that sounds good on paper, and then you start doing it, and go, oh, this really sucks. And we can go here. Got some electrical scrap we could chuck in there. Rip clothing, do this. I really wish you could be like, hey, wild card, if it's not equipped and I can rip it, please let me rip it. Alright. That's something I could totally see adding a mod for. Alright. So let's add our new fabric to that. That's enough to make 25 axes or so. Okay, we can go to sleep, and it'll be good for the next day. Alright. And that'll probably be a day that we hit some butter, get our weight back up. Go and slam our stick of butter, as you do. Instant 2 up arrows. Alright. Did you ever name the house rabbit? Oh, it just simply walked through the wall and left. Eating butter makes you sad? Yeah. I mean, you're literally just wolfing down a stick of butter as a stick of butter. It's not exactly, like, the happiest experience. And I do understand there are people that are like, I would totally do that. And I inwardly cringe just a bit. Gotta dip it in sugar first. There are people who do have, like, eaten sticks of butter and all that. Like, that's actually one of those things that, you hear about kids doing. They'll get a hold of a stick of butter and just eat it. Oh, those are long johns. We definitely don't want to rip those. Yeah, I'm accepting I'm gonna have to make a bunch of axes. Make a couple of axes real fast while we wait for the helicopter, well, the radio update. Put those in our backpack. It's probably more than I need. Let's put 2 back. That'll give us 4 for the road. Oh, it is a zombie. I was like, I heard one. And then I didn't see him. He just jumped over the fence and got stuck there. Alright. Alright, no helicopter today. Alright, what I want to put here. Okay, so we got ourselves some weapons. We're gonna go back to clearing down here again. Making some forward progress. And more zombies down here. Which I'm down to keep killing. Forgot how fragile those were. Attach left. Attach right. Get ourselves a new axe primed. Oh, hi everybody. Okay. You had to drop those down so they weren't overburdened. There we go. Yeah, run, Rabbit, get out of here. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Rabbit knows where not to be. Oh, we can go ahead and disassemble this watch. And disassemble the radio, that's a spare. Okay, we're just trying to go through here, see what stuff we can find real quick. Keep the electrical skill going, because we do have we actually have two generators that we can't hook up. I'm not expecting to have much luck of finding magazines down here where we're at. Like, maybe I could see finding the hunting and the fishing magazines down in this area. But as far as, like, actual magazines for, you know, electrical and generators, my confidence is much lower. Okay. Get the next axe ready. And we can go ahead and pull another group of zombies. Because there's just not that many places zombies can hide back here. There's not many zombies in this area in general. So we just need to keep picking away. Okay. And I do have the electrical 1 book read. So we are at least getting the full XP out of it. Okay, so we can take this one apart, and that should give us that much more. Trying to draw them out of the trees. Since we've already been hitting them a bunch. Okay. Where did you come from way over there to the west? I don't like that at all. After this group, let's check to make sure we don't have zombies moving on the other side of the house, since we haven't been peeking on that much. Okay. All right. Kill last couple. Check for the watches. And they'll need to take a little breather. So really need them to tone down. I can show you the skills here in just a minute. Oh, come on. Please die. Thank you. Yeah, so for the skills, there's a fairly new character. We're about to hit Axis 3. We're at about long blunt about 3.5, short blunt 3.5, short blade 1, maintenance 3 and a third, cooking 1, electrical 1 and a third, napping we're about 1/2. None of the other skills do I have anything in. We're at 3, animal care, fitness we're about 2 and a third. Strength we're a bit over 3.5. No one cares about light-footed or sneak. Nimble we're at 2. And then foraging, we're at about 4.5. That's where we're at with the moment on all those. Start taking apart all these watches. Because I want to get electrical 3. Because we get electrical 3, I can just hook up the generator without the magazine. Fitness is good stuff. Or you're just saying, like, fitness where I'm at now is be so long to gain levels, because it is a slow skill to level. Let's go grab that piece of flint that fell down over here. Because if it's junk, I want to throw it on a body so it disappears, and if it's not junk, I can go use it for making blades later. That kind of thing. Alright, and I'm not seeing any more zombies over there. Not seeing any to the west either, where we were sitting at. None of these tires. So let's go into our house, take a sip of water, then we're gonna get back to that road that we were clearing to the south. Oh, fitness? I mean, fitness is slow. It's definitely not the worst. Nimble is the one that stands out for one that takes a while. That one gets real painful to level. Man, we've already gone through, like... Maintenance actually is okay now. I will definitely say maintenance used to be slower. Well, that dropped off. We're good here. Gonna need to make more weapons already. All right. Let's drop them in here, grab a couple. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll eat our stick of butter. Try and keep that weight moving up. Yeah, because honestly, just eating 1 or 2 stick of butters every, like, second or third day seems to be all it's taking me to maintain the weight. Alright, so we still need to drink some water. Let's see, do you need a skill point somewhere to make stone axes? 1 level in maintenance. A lot of your early weapons are blocked behind level 1 maintenance. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to waste tree branches on stakes. I also have no desire to use a spear at all. Like, to show you how little I like spears, I'm just going to take this spear, we're going to walk right outside. It goes in this corpse. Because I don't want it to exist in our world anymore. I am just not a fan of spears. Why do you want to see the spears so bad? I've used them before on the stream. You were here for it. I just don't like them. I didn't like them in Build 41. I like them even less in Build 42. So, the big problem with spears is they have, like, no durability. So even if you hit, like, Maintenance 10, Spears 10, which is the absolute pinnacle of what you can do so far as keeping them lasting as long as possible, going out for 1 day of fighting, even at max skills, you gotta carry around, like, 8 or more spears. If not more than that. And it's just kind of one of those things. They still have some pretty absurdly high damage per second, it's just... they're such a pain. In Build 41, part of the reason they were still very popular, despite all that, it was easy to make, like, a big stack of them. You'd cut down a tree, and that tree would become, like, 12 spears by itself. So, like, every week or so, you'd go and spend 1 day just chopping down a bunch of trees, and produce yourself, like, 100-some spears. And you were just set. So it is a very easy to keep stocked up and renewable weapon. And they do actually have very, very high damage per second. Like, you can go through a lot of zombies very quickly with the spear. But, with that said, on the other end of things, spear's durability sucks, so you have to have a whole lot of them. Build 42, you can get about 1 spear per tree if it gives you a sapling. So it's way, way, way less sustainable than it used to be. That basically 1 day of spears is somewhere in the area of like half a day's worth of chopping down trees. Which would imply like every second or third day you need to go chop down a forest just to keep your spear supply up. So while they do get really strong later, you just don't get to later. There's just not enough spears. And I didn't like them when they were common. They have an execution animation, which is easy to play around, but it makes you do all these like weird things where the zombies are coming at you. You have to like keep backpedaling till they cluster up again. And it's like when you get really high level that you're one-tapping everything, you can get away with a lot. But it's just one of those things that like you really had to fuss around with it a lot. And for me personally, I just don't want to do any of it. They were accepted as the meta in Build 41, which it wasn't, like I've said before, it's not a... Well, that window wasn't blown out before. I don't like that. Let's do a quick check around the house. I was actually kind of figuring if there's a zombie in here, ripping that apart would have aggroed them. Okay. It may have been a zombie that came in. It was probably that construction worker. It probably saw me through the window, aggroed. I went off to do my other thing. It came back outside, and then found me. How's the area treating you so far? Pretty good. Yeah, so spears themselves stat-wise are mostly the same as they were in Build 41. Spears availability-wise got, you know, hit from, like, orbit. And this is an early game weapon. Like, I'll grab it to put on my character. But, as an early game weapon, they've always been really, really hard to use. Like, the old, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The old strategy used to be, you'd get something like a crowbar, you'd level up your maintenance like 3, 4, or 5, and then you would start using spears. Used to kind of be the old strategy. Because trying to get spears off the ground using just spears was really painful. Because you only get maintenance when you win the durability roll. And because of how bad the spears were on the durability roll side of things, it was just more efficient to do something other than spears to get started with spears. Let's grab that carving fork. This usual tactic Zomboid is every single weapon you find Zomboid, even if it's a ladder opener or butter knife. Oh, I'll use almost anything. If it's a letter opener or butter knife or something that's only going to last one hit, I usually won't bother with it. But everything outside of that, for the most part, I will use. You know, or stuff that's really dangerous, like I won't use the guitar or the sledgehammer or the wood axe, because that animation speed is so slow it'll get you killed. But anything I can reasonably hit a zombie with and survive, and it take more than 1 or 2 hits. Let's see, so they nerfed spears and said most people are using axes. I mean, a lot of people always used axes. I personally prefer short blades. I just don't have what I need to get the short blades going yet. That's what I was using our last save, as I was going all on the short blades. but I need more points in napping and carving before I can do that. I'm already tired of these axes. We just started with them. I can just break the spear real fast. We just started with them, and I'm already over the axes. I know the stone axes are actually really good. They just break so fast. It's not until you get to, like, pretty good maintenance that they don't become obnoxious. How do you feel leveling napping from 0? It's not that bad. We're already over halfway leveled. I haven't done hardly any crafting either, so that's pretty encouraging. The big thing I'm trying to figure out is the, You haven't even seen anyone use Build 42 until now? Yeah, it's because the spear, by and large, is exactly the same. You can have kind of a false execution animation now, where you get that same execution animation, and it just doesn't finish the zombie off. And I think that might be related to the zombies who have armor. So they still have all the weaknesses of spears in Build 41, but then they're extremely hard to craft now as well, comparatively speaking. I'm honestly surprised it's not. There it goes. So yeah, so I got through about 1.5 zombies with that spear for a weapon that's pretty hard to make. Yeah, no, spears should still be just as strong when you get to the way late game, but even then, the problem is still going to be crafting them. Because like I said, part of the reason spears were such a popular weapon in Build 41 is you'd take a day to make spears, and you could turn out 100-some spears pretty easily. Versus now, I think you could probably turn out maybe like 24. I have no idea what people are going to consider the meta. One good thing about Project Zomboid is usually, it's pretty rare you end up having, like, a properly accepted meta where it's like, ah, this is the meta. Like, even spears in Build 41, it's like, yeah, from a damage per second kind of thing, they're accepted meta. But even then, they really were comparable to a lot of other weapons. Like, when people theory crafted the absolute maximum number of zombies you could kill a day at max skills, the spears only narrowly came out ahead of the hunting knives. And even for stuff like the hatchet and all that, which is like usually viewed as nowhere near as efficient, it wasn't really that far ahead. That they're all pretty close towards the end. Early on, there's like wide variance, because like early on, oh my god, please, just give me a weapon that doesn't break. There we go. I look forward to having more maintenance skill. I got spoiled, chat. For a good while, I was able to just use crowbars and all that good stuff. And now we're using whatever crap I can bolt together with no skill. Alright. Alright, Alice, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. What do you do to level napping initially? You find flint nodules and you break them. And you turn them into flint. Which means you're gonna need... Well, actually, you don't even need maintenance when you actually break the flint nodule with just a stone. And the downside is I probably have at least a couple more zombies to fight to get down to the next place that we might get some weapon loot. I've been kind of deliberately dragging this out till the next helicopter to deal with that, and then that way I can go, and after that helicopter is sorted, we can just run down. Because the next area the plan is to clear is not March Ridge, is this set of houses over here. And so if you look at where we're at right up there, we are going to be pulling the zombies from that area through the forest to us. And also be able to go around this way and go to it. I'm a little bit worried about this being a dirt road or whatever. There's also a little place tucked in there. We got tons of flint down here that I've seen. Does fishing become more annoying? No, I mean, I haven't noticed fishing meaningfully changing at all. I would assume as you get higher and higher levels in fishing, you just end up fishing less to get the same results. Let's see, one of the biggest areas you have with the new areas being shown on the map, like if you go to Irvington on the map, everything is marked as residential. Needs to be adjusted. Oh, you're just saying like they're mislabeled kind of thing? Yeah, I just put that as, you know, unstable unstable build stuff. There you are. Thanks for alerting to me that you had a watch to take apart. It's appreciated. Alright, so we're gonna have to cut back to the house soon because of the darkness. And little by little, the average kills per day will climb. I actually expect we'll probably have a dip here, as we've had to turn to weapons I have to craft. Because before I was able to use just weapons you're finding everywhere. But now that I'm finding more and more weapons that I'm going to have to craft, it's just going to be a thing that I'm going to spend more and more time crafting the weapons until we get enough skill to make weapons that last for a decent amount of time. The good news is when we reach where we're going to be making our home base, that I've got enough clay to build anything I need. We're getting a lot of clay. Alright. Let's knock down another tree in the meantime. Currently 50-something watches and they're along with our random electronics waiting to be ripped apart. Yeah. Trying to be ready to move in case we get a zombie behind us. Alright, we're not done yet. Okay, let's double check these. Alright. And I think we're giving up on that tree right now. It's getting late and we're still getting zombies out of there. That's fine. I kind of figured that's a possibility. Looks like there's no spearfishing mods. Yeah, because to have a spearfishing mod now, you would have to actually mod the way the engine works. It'd be a JavaScript mod, or sorry, not JavaScript, Java mod. Okay, no alarm on you. And you had an alarm, so let's turn that off. Java mods are actually way more involved from the mod maker's end of things. Oh, I turned around too soon. Okay. Alright, our weight is still marked as going up. We are maintaining perfectly fine. I still got 3 sticks of butter on us. Yeah, so were people saying, oh no, butter is nerfed, it's so worthless now. That's a lie. That is a lie and a fabrication. Because I could like, it wasn't for the fact that I have to worry about being overweight, I could probably survive almost exclusively on the butter from those 2 cows. You don't suppose build 41 is source is open? Then it would have copy-paste most of it? No, so that is not something you could do either. See, the thing you got to keep in mind is it isn't just you bolt it back in. The entire fishing thing got pulled out and done. They would have to make the mod replace the code and all that kind of stuff, or creating a whole new implementation, which is doable. But you can't just, like, shove it back in there. The code base has changed. So there will be a certain level of re-implementation. Like, don't get me wrong, you grab the base code that does exist there, and then bring the other stuff that's kind of around it back in. But it's still a more involved mod. Most of the mods you see are just Lua. Which is just a glorified, like, text file kind of thing. Once you get into Java, you have to get into far more involved code. And hey, Joan, how's it going? Alright, I'm leaning... So the big thing is... Well, first, where's my multi-tool? I want to save that just because. I don't want to wear it out on this stuff. Let's grab that multi-tool, and I'm going to go shove it in a box way far away from my crafting area. Just that way I don't accidentally wear it out. I'd rather use, like, for just making junk weapons and all that, just whatever sticks and stones and all that we get. Okay. So, the thing I'm running into here is I would much rather grind out the level 1 carving I need to start making handles and going after the knives than making these axes, having the sharp flint pop off and having to make all that stuff again and again. Because unfortunately that only gives me maintenance skill, and I do actually want to be making actual weapons. Let's see, in real life object-oriented programming, it wouldn't have been just overriding the method to revert its functionality, but the devs, like, overusing final or whatever prevents overriding for no good reasons. I mean, there is that kind of stuff, yes. I don't think that's what's necessarily going on here. I think very genuinely they probably had what was the spear fishing functionality, and that probably, because that was the fishing functionality, most likely what they did is they completely repurposed that method because the old one doesn't have a reason to exist. Gutted that, put in whatever their new fishing functionality is with its, you know, parameters and requirements. So you'd have to create a net new method, copy-paste that code in, which it's entirely possible it had dependencies on top, like it had stuff it depended on as well that aren't there anymore, so those have to be added. And all that's doable. But you get the point, is now you'd have to have a person reverse engineer and all that. And it's not open source, but it is also Java, so, you know, you can get at the code if you really want to. So, I mean, people could certainly do it. I just don't know if the motivation is strong enough for people to actually take the time to do the effort. If it was something as simple as you plugged in a Lua thing that said, activate this, you know, spearfishing enable equals true, or, you know, hook up a method or something in the Java that's just like that easy, we would probably already have it. My assumption is someone's gonna have to like re-implement it, and it's just a matter of if the demand is there to make that happen. Because, like, I personally like the new fishing. I think it's way better than the spearfishing. Like, right-click, get fish. Yeah, and I would spearfish in my old runs because you had to do something to gain weight, and the way it used to be in Build 41 is the ways you'd gain weight is you'd either spearfish, or if you didn't spearfish, you'd do traps. And I much preferred spearfishing over traps, but, you know, when the winter showed up, I would still do the traps. You have no patience for fishing in real life, so you have none in game? That's fine. You can raise animals. Keep in mind, again, this is the unstable build. You are expected to do animal husbandry as a option to gain weight. You're going to be expected to hunt to gain weight. You're going to be expected to fish to gain weight. You're going to be expected to, you know, get butter to gain weight. If you're on settings that permit it, you'll be able to loot for that. But those are the intended ways you'd gain weight, is either loot, fish, hunt, animals, like animal husbandry kind of thing. Maybe we'll get more options later. You notice it's harder to gain weight as Build 42 progresses? I have observed the opposite. From loot, yes, but that's always been true. But if you're doing animal husbandry or fishing, I have observed the opposite, because you get more skill with, like, the animal, like, whatever skill. You've got that levels up, so you get more materials out of your animals. As your fishing goes up, you get bigger fish faster, that kind of thing. So explain how to properly trap. You're watching someone doing traps, you never catch anything. The food is always gone, they have nothing. So what ends up having to do is you put down the trap. Like, fair enough. The big thing to watch is what area you're in, and the way you can tell is by doing this. And that, generally speaking, deep forest and forest are really good. Vegetation's okay. Urban and that, like urban and road and that is terrible. So what you do is you put down your trap, stuff like the little box, and then you have different bait. And the thing to keep in mind is certain animals do prefer certain bait. So, like, for the most part, the rabbits tend to be the easiest one. You can put in, like, cabbage and carrots and tomatoes and all that kind of stuff, and the rabbits are pretty generally cool about it. The other thing you need to do is you need to not have the trap near you. So it is kind of a thing to have your house and put the traps over there, like, you know, it doesn't have to be an incredible distance. Someone will know on top it has like 120, 150 tiles away, which is like kind of just a bit over off screen. And then you go about your day and you come back and you check your traps. Some of them you'll need to add more bait to them, some of them you'll get rabbits, and that kind of thing. But that's how that kind of works. So certain food is for certain animals. How can you tell what's what? Experimentation or the wiki. It's one of the many things that Project Zomboid is notorious for, like, not giving you the information you need to make informed decisions. Because Project Zomboid does that a lot. Generally speaking, most of it's pretty straightforward, that if you put various crops in, you'll most likely get rabbits. There's not many that are just straight up games are more fun before the internet. I disagree. That is nostalgia talking and saying hello. You can't resist Googling it. That is a personal choice of your own to deal with, I guess. I would argue that games are getting more and more notorious for just not bothering to explain or anything stuff in their games. And it's one thing when it's supposed to be like hidden Easter eggs and that, by all means, don't, like, leave that as a secret. But like basic functionality, like, how do I put the thing in my car? And then there's like nowhere to find that information easily, so you have to turn to the internet. And that is one thing I will, you know, accuse games of, is getting really lazy about teaching their players the basic mechanics of their own game. Because that is a problem. Literally one hit. Cool, man. But yeah. It also annoys me when you'll complain about something like that. It's like, how do I do this thing? And it is like, it's a mechanical thing. So it's not intended puzzle, intended trivia, intended thing for the character to like for you as the player to figure out. It's like, what button does the thing? And you go into your controls, and it's one of those things that, like, they'll have the action button, but it's not clear that that's the button you need for whatever. And so you're trying to figure out, and you still start mashing buttons, and of course certain buttons will get you killed. So like you push Q and your character yells and that gets you killed, that kind of thing. And it ends up being just a frustration point. And you'll have people who defend it's like, oh, you just want baby game to hold your hand. It's like, no man, I want the expletive game to let me know the thing I want to do, how I interface with it to make it do the thing. There's a difference between that and knowing it's the thing I need to do. Or figuring out the optimal thing or whatever. I have very little forgiveness when a game does all that stuff. You're glad the internet broke gaming telephone lines? Oh yeah, and that was the other thing that it used to be. You talk about, it's like, it was different before the internet. You had like the Nintendo Power hotline, so that when you got stuck in the game, you'd call the Nintendo Power hotline to get information about how to keep the game moving forward. And they would charge you money for it and everything. And then on top of that, if you weren't willing to do it, everyone had a buddy who was. Not everyone, but a lot of people would turn on the buddy who was, you had to go and buy like the strategy guide, and that you started having games that started adding convoluted crap as a means to promote selling their strategy guides. Yeah, I don't miss the pre-internet days. I don't miss that at all. I didn't end up needing them because I had buddies who would go and they wanted to be like the smartest kid in the room or whatever, so they would go and, you know, get the strategy guide and everything and look it all up and all that kind of crap, and they wouldn't not tell you and all that. And it was kind of one thing where it's like, hey, did you know there's a hidden boss over there? It's like, that's cool. Because, like, there maybe wasn't an organic way in the game to discover that. But then there was definitely things where you'd have your buddy who'd ruin the game, but it's like, by the way, if you use this, you always guarantee a counterattack. And you're like, oh. Well, now I can't unknow that. So you get into that weird spot. Do you deliberately self-sabotage and not allow yourself to use what you would have used anyway because you know it's broken powerful? Or do you just accept you now know that information and use the broken powerful thing? Yep. Now I have chat? Oh yeah. Well, there's been games that would have bounced off way sooner that, like, you know, just the game was convoluted, it didn't teach you anything, so you're sitting there going, look man, I just want to know how to build this expletive house. I pick the house, I try and put it down, and it says no, but it doesn't say why, and I don't understand why I can't build the house. And they'll be like, oh, well, you have to put it on, like, the topical grid and the whatever. It's like, how the am I supposed to know any of those things? Even as somebody who's played tons and tons of city builders. Oh yeah, we've all been there where you sat down, you started resting, you hit fast forward, you heard the zombie, you tried to save yourself, but it just wasn't fast enough. That is kind of like a rite to passage in the game. Alright, so what's gonna end up happening here, chat, is it is about that time that my wife gets home that I figure out dinner real fast with her. It's my little 5-minute break that I do around this time pretty much every day. So I'm gonna do that real quick, and I'll put up the clips and all that, but I will be back in just a couple minutes. It is my big break, again, 5 minutes for the day, and then I will be back, and then we won't have another one of those. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh, thanks everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest all. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's take a minor detour. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength, as well as 556. The big downer is we don't have
All right, and we are back.
The gun
Sorry
to
about that. The Raj one crashed up. The Raj one's the popular one. Does you wonder how well using the helicopter event would work? Using it for what? I'm missing something. Let's see. But guns unlimited. Yeah. All right. Missed context of using the helicopter for. Getting a little too many negative moodles going on here. Nothing in the duffel bag. Alright. Let's back up a little. We're gonna have to probably sit there and put a little bit of focus in getting our food sorted soon. Like, weight-wise food we're good, but I need more not... I'm already tired of the axes. We just need more maintenance is what it boils down to. Okay. Actually, I didn't look. Can I carve the broken handle? No. I thought I was putting on the body, not the ground. I want it to disappear with the body. Alright. Like, the axes are good. To be clear, the axes are actually good. It's just, unfortunately... Oh, they're glasses again. It's just, unfortunately... Their durability sucks, so you gotta get enough maintenance to make them so they're not terrible. And we are just not there yet. Did I forget? Oh, I guess we're already halfway through the day. You can't make stone knives? Not yet. We will need carving 1 for the handles, and napping 2, I believe, because we don't have the recipe for the blades. So I'm gonna wander over here. We're gonna see if we can manage to forge something up not poisonous. Actually, take that back. Let's go ahead and eat our poisonous berry. We're no longer queasy. Drink a little bit more of our water. Kill a couple more zombies. Repeat the process. Drop off some of the junk we've been collecting. Okay. Yeah, no, the recipe, the magazine we got that gave us the herbalist and all that, it was like Wilderness Survival magazine or something like that. That gave us the ability to make the stone knives, I can't remember if the fishing rod was included in that. I know we also got the angler if it didn't. But it gave us that. It gave us the herbalist stuff. So it was like really a, I want to live in the wilderness, give me everything magazine. All right. Oh, hey. I didn't even see you. And part of the reason we're dehydrating faster is because we're doing that. You grabbed Earless because you spent the whole run looking for the magazine and didn't find it? Oh yeah, that's normal. I just demonstrated you can also survive without the magazine at all. It's just way less convenient. I failed to pick up the watch. That's fine. Oh, hey. A fire axe that I didn't realize we had dropped. Using these stakes as actual weapons is really pretty sad. Alright. You can check on you. There's at least one of you with a watch. There it is. Yes, I'm just trying to tidy up any of the zombies I have in the area and just keep doing that. What level do you have to hit for making axes? If you mean the stone axes, it's maintenance 1. If you want to make, like, proper axes, whatever it would require to make the heads, I don't know. I know you can make with the, with, like, napping 4, I think it is, you can make the stone axe head. The wood axe equivalent. And then you need carving, I think, 3 for the long handles. And no idea about the blacksmithing. Alright. Yeah, so far we're just keeping pace with killing all the zombies in the area regularly. Looks like 6 or 7, we can knock that down pretty quick and probably be fine. Yeah, so we're just putting way more of a focus this time in just the surrounding area, killing the zombies wherever. Wherever I take the helicopter, we have been doing our best to keep the numbers down in the spot I bring the helicopter. My plan is to literally keep taking the helicopter back to the same place as long as I can manage it. Okay, so you're broken, so you go in the trash, you're useless to me now. And we can go here, up the next stake. Cool. We got one popped out here. No flint that I'm seeing down here anywhere. Another back there. Let's back off, get our muscle strain back up. Stakes or short blade? I believe so. I'm pretty sure they're short blade. I didn't really run into, for build 41, I don't remember there being a pencil insta-kill. That sounds like it might have been a mod to me. I could be wrong, because I didn't often use the pencil. But we have killed a couple zombies with pencils. Usually, though, it was just, you do like your 1, 2, or whatever damage a pencil normally does. Because I remember there was a mod. It was something like a John Wick mod that the entire gimmick of the mod was just you could execute with a pencil. Alright, we're not gonna go over there and mess with all that. I don't think that's necessary. That's the wrong direction for where I want to be going. Kill the group up 3 here by where we were doing that. We're learning electrical by taking apart the watches, which you can get to use a generator magazine if you hit electrical 3. So you can either find the magazine to hook up a generator, or you can hit electrical 3. I do have the book for leveling electrical up to 2 that I've already read. So my plan is to keep taking apart the watches to at least that far. And then I'll make the decision, do I want to grind it out for the 3, wait until I've got the generators where I need them, and then worry about grinding it out, or just see if we get lucky and get the magazine, or what? Well, I got the book, I don't see a reason not to level it. Alright, so let's go back to where we were clearing. Yeah, so for those who didn't see, we did take the helicopter in this field to the north. My plan is every helicopter to keep doing that until it becomes a problem, or we stop seeing zombies. And when I mean seeing zombies, I'm meaning of a meaningful amount. If we do and we see, like, 1 zombie show up kind of thing, that I would consider no zombies for the purposes of this spot's fine. Oh, actually, I want that. The carving fork's pretty okay. On the other good news, we are starting to get farther and farther around this corner before I see any zombies again. As far as I'm concerned, we are effectively clearing out the surrounding area just by means of the zombies being drawn here and killed. Hello, Ice Axe. I get to use an actual weapon again for a while. Count me in on that. Alright. The light pink hoodie. Cool, building up all the muscle strain. There's the exertion. I'd really like the one, the leather jacket, to die already. The good news is the Spark uses like no endurance, so while its damage is pretty terrible, it has got actually surprisingly okay durability. At least you can keep hitting stuff with it for a good while before it fails. All over. Okay. Take this one. Take that one. Put you on the back. Drop all of these off. Gotta back off for a minute before we go back to that ice axe. Just in case we aggro more. Does it blows my mind how patient you are with combat? You'd be so impatient of moving into them instead of waiting for them to come to you. Oh, you just learned that moving into them will almost always get you killed eventually. Like, you have to do that kind of a little bit with the really short blades. And then also with the short blades, when you have more than one aggroed, if you move into them, you'll end up pushing them instead of stabbing them a lot of times. And that just ends up being a waste of endurance because there's just not enough time to capitalize on actually killing the zombie before, like, the next one's in range. That's dangerous. There you go. Get ourselves a real weapon. Alright, let's go back, get some more water. We're getting really overburdened. And that's just because our carry weight's getting so slow because of how hungry we're getting and all that stuff. Go ahead and eat that stick of butter. Make you feel better about your life's decisions. Is the ice axe good as the fire axe? They're just very different. The ice axe is a one-handed weapon versus the fire axe is two. But I've been pretty happy about it. Seems like you get to one-tapping zombies with it pretty easily, which is pretty nice. But it also looks like it's one that you can't really repair either. What weapon do you enjoy using the most? Usually short blades, stuff like the hunting knife. The endurance efficiency is a very, very, very good thing. Your favorite axe you found is a saw blade one? I found I don't like the saw blade ones. If you're playing on low populations, I imagine, and I mean like default apocalypse, to be clear. You're playing like standard populations, it probably feels really good. I found for me, the weapon is so very heavy, it just does a lot of muscle strain and endurance penalty. That said, with very low axe skill, I was able to just drop zombies in one hit. So it definitely is strong. It just feels like if you're playing in higher pops where you really care about being able to stay into a fight for a little while to kill a bunch of zombies in one go, that its really high cost of endurance is pretty big. Oh yeah, no, they're awesome looking. I agree with that 100%. As far as like the weapon side of it going, like how good is it? It's like, okay, it's not bad. I wouldn't go to say that far. It's definitely not a bad weapon. Like I wouldn't not use it. But it's definitely not my favorite just because of the whole muscle strain and endurance penalty they get you so fast. Let's go ahead and deal with you. But as far as east as we're gonna go. All right. Okay, that's all right. Probably more than I should do a pull with this weapon. That's the muscle strain and the exertion. I think it'll be okay. It's just a little bit of a greedy pull. Yeah, luckily this weapon seems to have really solid damage, even with a bit of exertion and all that. Otherwise, this would be the kind of thing you would really not want to get involved with. Yeah, because that one died right about the point that I would be like, doesn't matter where we're at, we're bailing from the fight. Because for me, normally, the moment you creep into high exertion, that's the, I'm on borrowed time, I need to not be involved in whatever I'm involved in right now. Magic a trip over the bodies? I would go to the game directory and I would uninstall. Because it would make the game completely intolerable to play. For the record, that's the thing I've had people mention for like 3-4 years. They've been like, you should trip over the bodies. Like, no, you shouldn't. Like, what is the fun part of that gameplay? But yeah, that's one that's come up a whole lot of times, is tripping over bodies and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. You honestly thought tripping over bodies was a thing? Nope. I know someone made a mod for it, but as well as mods you install just to troll people. But realism? If it ever got to that point where it's trying to be that realistic, again, I would just uninstall. Because it's just not a game I would enjoy. People who've been around the channel know I actually, not preach, but I make a pretty strong argument as far as, like, realism is fine in games, as long as realism doesn't come at the expense of, like, game balance and fun. The moment you realism over game balance and fun, you just don't have a fun game anymore. Oh, we could sharpen the hatchet head itself. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, right, I have a couple of watches in my pocket. Let's take those apart first. It sucks that cars could flip over corpses? Yeah. I mean, the big thing is that you don't have corpse piles too high or drive way too fast. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. I've done that where it's been a really rough thing. The flipping a car. I think the worst I ever done was going from Lake Fallis on 16 times pop, getting all the way down to Rosewood, like the north edge of Rosewood, on again 16 times pop, so like just absurd numbers of zombies. And then just right at that last little thing, rolling it right at the intersection just north of it, and having to walk all the way back to Lake Fallis on foot to go grab my spare car, to drive it down, to unflip the car. And it was like, you know, a 2-day walk of shame of going all the way back to the town I had just come from, just to flip over my car. And the thing was, it wasn't even I was moving fast. It's only moving like 10, 15 miles per hour. It's like really a crawl. It was just a crawl over a very large pile of bodies. Do you remember when Scum was released and you were so excited you played for like 5 hours and never played again? Died every time due to like vitamin deficiency and having to monitor every bodily function, eating one thing and then turning into a very obese person in like 2 seconds? Yeah, no thank you. Yeah, no, that was Scum's one of their big drives, that they're gonna be a very realistic survival game, so you had to like actually balance your diet and have proper nutrition. And it's like, look man, but the thing is, even when they go for the realism in a lot of those games, just because of the scope of the amount of hours you're going to put into a game versus real life, they're still very unrealistic. Like, I think Green Hell does that one the worst, of like, you lay on the ground once, you're like, okay, you got a bunch of parasites living inside of you right now. And you're kind of going, literally every time I lay on the ground, literally every time I lay on the ground, instant parasites. Yeah, realistic game. Cool, man. That was... Green Hell is a game I bounced off of after a while because I was enjoying the story part of it, but I just got so tired of just all of like the little maintenance garbage you had to do. I don't think it's a bad game, for the record, but it was just kind of tedious doing a bunch of those things. Let's go ahead and move these knives over here. I'm gonna only use these knives for carving. So I'll dull them up and sharpen them up till I break them. And I know a lot of people really like Green Hell, and don't let me ruin it for you. I don't think it's necessarily a bad game, just very not for me. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
I'll do my best. Now, let's see. Haven't you played Green Hell together? You decided it wasn't worth it. The story wasn't enough to carry the mechanics. Yeah, that's kind of where I was. Like, I tried to just do the survival part of the game early on at the beginning and make the most of it. But very quickly, I was getting tired of the survival mechanics just being... Like, it definitely crossed that line where it wasn't like I'm feeling challenged by the survival so much as like, oh, this is just a chore. Like, if I want to go someplace else on the map, I just have to keep building the same stupid stand again and again and again and again. And that, like, the game features running, but they do everything possible to make it so you cannot run. By putting, like, little spiders and scorpions and things everywhere, whose pretty much only purpose is if you run, you get stung by them and have to deal with it real fast. And it also bothered me that, like, a lot of those were aggressive creatures, and, like, no little scorpion or spiders, like, beelining across the room to come get you. And I'm exaggerating some of this a little. Hey, Chronic, how's it going? But yeah, so it's like, I was enjoying the story, I was like, alright, let me just try and, like, min-max rush this. So I got to the point where I could run, plop down the tent really, or like, plop down the little lean shelter or whatever real fast, do whatever I had to do, run back to the next place, get my water, get my stuff sorted, run back out. But it was one of those things that I was getting to that point where I really just couldn't keep that going. Like, you had to stop and resupply and all that. I'm like, nah, man. Like, the story was good and all, but nah, man, I'm done. But I know there's people who absolutely love Green Hell. And that's the game, that's like who the game's made for. Yeah, so I'm very... Usually when a survival game marks that it's, you know, like a realistic survival game, that's usually an indicator for me to not bother. Like, I enjoy survival mechanics, but when it starts getting to, like, handling your vitamins and, you know, all that kind of minutia, it's like, look, man, I don't want to do that in real life, and you got to take care of myself. You know what I don't want to do it in? A video game. I want to be able to shove anything in my character's gaping maw, and as long as it's not rancid or poisonous, it's okay. That hunger bar go up. And I'm okay with it being a very hard game. That's fine. I also want to do all like the min-maxy juggling stuff. But so you're going to finish beating Ender Lilies before you pick up the sequel. You made yourself a promise you'd finish that game. I've been pretty good that I have circled back to most of the games I promised myself I was going to finish. There's definitely been some that I'm like, yeah, I'm just not gonna bother. It looks like there must be zombies in the area. All the cows are stressed out. We got one zombie over here. Just never farm sim? In the way of real life sim? I'm sorry, I'm missing some. Okay, so I don't see another one. Let's see. Did you ever name... Oh, could you die from eating nothing but butter? No. I mean, in real life, yes, but in the game, no. Because thankfully, Product Zomboid... Well, I thought you were going to come to me, not run away. We don't have a rope with us. Stop running, cow. I need you to stop running. Alright, sorry, cows. I'm gonna have to stress you out a little because I need you to get back in your barn. And unfortunately, I don't have rope handy, so the way I'm going to get them to go back in their barn is I'm going to go... Where are you going now? Normally I've been really good about going directly away. Because that's how we got them back in there the first time they got out. Oh, you're actually coming to me now. Yeah, okay, so the brown cow isn't chill enough yet with me for me to yell and it go where I want it to go. The white and black cow will follow me if I whisper. We're just gonna have to scare the other cows back into their area. Yeah, no, you can make ropes out of sheets. Okay, so that should draw you back in. Alright, now that that's been a whole chore. Go deal with this. So let's pet the cow. Make sure it's not all stressed out. Oh. Cow's gonna have a baby. Okay, inventory's full. Our bucket's full, so let's drag this back. Make yourself some butter. I imagine what we'd want to do eventually is once the cows like us enough we can yell and they come to us, just go into this room. Okay, apparently I don't have quite enough milk. Just yell in the corner and have the cows come to you. And then just milk them right there, so you just put all of the butter right there. Thank you for the follow. Go to stream. Okay, so you're done. Let's go over here. Drop that milk off. Is this mod, or is there a command to see the mods? Exclamation mark mods. It does have a couple of mods, but none of them that change gameplay. They're all like UI kind of stuff. I always forget you have to keep that open. I really wish it didn't work that way, because I don't like having this whole chunk of the screen I can't see. But yeah, no, Project Zomboid has no concept of you're eating healthy, therefore your character's like health is in danger or whatever. There's just your weight goes up or down, and that's pretty much it. Well, long term, I'm not going to keep them here. Okay, so you are also having a baby calf. Yeah, because I figure if I only come by every once in a while, I can get herself like 4, 5, 6, 7 sticks of butter. And that just means it's way easier to manage all that. Because like really, just to give you an idea, just those 2 cows, our weight is handled. Like I don't need to do more. If we were trying to like survive ever on this run, this would be more than enough for what we need. That said, it's pretty annoying that I keep not, like, it's... We've got something like that 5 liters, like 4 point something earlier. I don't know how we get that sorted. My thought is, as we finish the buckets of water I have at the house, I would bring more than 1 bucket. So that way I would only need to do, like, 1 trip per cow kind of thing. Okay. You're all spent? You're good? Cool. Yeah, so the plan is that eventually I'd bring these cows to where the gas station is and give them a place over by the gas station to do what they need to do. They've got way more than enough feed here. If we do need feed later, then I can just get the scythe. There's a scythe in this back cupboard. That'll be good. Alright. Recover our endurance. Okay, so I can use a large industrial sink. Cool. Alright, so I wanted to top off our butter situation, so we'd have sticks in case like we get bullied away. So that's enough butter for probably ourselves for like 2 weeks. Oh, we got our zombie down here. Let's go deal with that before it scares the cows. Alright. Backpack's empty. Any other zombies coming? We got one down here, one over there. One over there. Actually, a couple over there. Alright. We start working ourselves over to where we were clearing before anyways. We did lose a chunk of the day doing that. But that's just kind of the maintenance stuff we have to do to keep our character in good shape. And base flex, yep. A little bit of a jam. Okay. Start foraging again and working our way over to where we're clearing just yesterday and get that going. I also wanted to check over there to make sure like the cows had food and water and all that. It'll be really nice one day when we know which mushrooms are safe. What is this, the first one there? That's a pretty fun, the Murphy music one is also pretty fun. I know Heckme's got a really good, dance wiggle emote. I want all the emotes and I can't have them all. It's a real problem. And we already ate the last of the berries that we had. I will say, once we get a fishing pole, I am going to have a lot of bugs handy. Yeah, so it looks like this whole area has been getting cleared out as we've been dealing with the zombies over by our house in the tree line, because that's where these zombies probably were going. But along that area, we're still getting a bunch. Which, like I said, my expectation is they're coming from all those like cabins in the woods and all that down below, where each one probably had 1 to 3 rally groups just hovering around it. And by, you know, fighting them all up here, when we do eventually break down those numbers, most likely I'll be able to just pop down there and stroll in without a whole lot of issue. See, you have too many emotes to search them on the phone. In the proper search box for the emo picker, you find hype emotes have ruined it since, yeah, there's just like too many. I agree that it's kind of been the curse and the blessing during, it was like 2 TwitchCon agos that they were like, okay, you want more animated slots. And on one hand, it's been really good because there's been a lot of fun stuff we've been able to add in with all those extra emote slots. On the other hand, you go to try and find any of your emotes, and if you don't already know the name of the emote, good luck. And we're seeing a whole lot of not a single zombie. Well, the good news here is that we do find, like, no zombies here. Tomorrow, if we don't get the helicopter, I'm just gonna beeline straight down here with the intent of going down that road towards the next area we want to check out. You can take it while you're installing the throw your bag across. Okay, I mean, you could put the bag on your back. You have a ton of time-limited emotes for special promotions. And they blank outfall the emote slots, but oh well, yeah. They just need better, like, search and all that, and probably something that when it comes like clicking through the emotes and all that, emotes used more often always get put at the top and yada yada. There's ways they could definitely make it better. Alright, let's deal with the one over here. Where do you think you're going? Another thing we could do as well to help out with the effort of making some progress is I could grab that hiking bag that we got as a spare, grab that and our pickaxe. I've marked a whole bunch of flint nodes down this area. It's where we've seen the most of them. And then I could just bring the bag with me and dig up all these flint nodes, and that'd give me a lot of XP for napping. Which is what I'm gonna need to be able to, like, get ourselves some better weapon options. Because we got, like, the node there. Got a node down here and down here as well. It's been good. Stream's been good. We're making good progress. We haven't had our helicopter yet. We are well within the window it can happen. So kind of surprised we haven't had it yet. But the hope would be here pretty soon is that we'll have the helicopter. Gonna take it back to where we took the other one since I've killed almost all the zombies in that area. And then the hope is gonna be that after that, there's a bunch of like log cabins down over on these side roads that we would push down to some of those log cabins and all that and deal with them. Alright, so I got a couple of zombies down here. Let's kill them. It's napping with a K. It's not mining. Napping is the act of like where you take flint and you like bang a rock on it to get a, get to split, so you got a piece of flint with an edge. Or I guess, I mean, it wouldn't split, it shears. Alright, so kill this zombie and they'll probably be on our way back up. So the good news is, kind of like I was saying / predicting, whatever you want to go with, is where we have been fighting all those zombies up at home where the helicopter is. The moment we got out of the area that the helicopter drew the zombies to, there was basically no zombies down here. Which is what I was hoping to see and what we saw. Yeah, so napping is the category for basically stone weapons. Yeah, so good news is it does look like that whole thing where I was saying about drawing the zombies up with the helicopter and then unceremoniously executing them all will just thin out all these areas. That does seem to be working. I'm kind of wondering if the next helicopter will probably see a decent number of zombies from the east, but very little from the south. And that's because I believe the main building for the lake area is to the east of us. Whereas to the south is a couple like random dispersed cabins and all that. And so the plan would be to deal with all the zombies from those dispersed cabins, and then we should be able to just kind of go around the lake as fast as we can go around the lake, just like physically walking and looting. That'll be the big one, is without a vehicle, even with the military backpack, I'm not going to be really able to carry stuff from all the houses. Most likely what I'll do is I'll grab like the handful of really useful things immediately, like weapons and magazines and stuff like that. But I'll more likely mark the house being like, hey, this house has a loom, that house has a clay thing, this house over here has a whole bunch of planks. Like, you know, anything that might be worth coming back for later, mark those things. And then when I have a car, I would just go by, park in front of the house, load all the junk in, move on to the next house, do a lap, getting everything. Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping we have the helicopter tomorrow. I think it would actually be pretty convenient for us to get that helicopter at this point. Onion. Nope, leak. Because then that should pull the surrounding zombies. It means we will have 10 days after the helicopter that I don't need to worry and all that. Let's see, our firearms really useful in Product Zomboid more, and if you put items in front of houses on the curb, will they despawn? They will only despawn if they are an item that normally despawns, so stuff like hats, glasses, maggots, stuff like that. But if you put, say, like a pickaxe on the ground, it should not despawn. Or like Torn Claw shouldn't despawn, you get the idea. And guns are actually very useful in the game. They're very strong, and actually in a lot of ways Build 42 has made them only better. There are a lot of people who do not know how to manage guns, though. And a lot of times I have people be like, oh, they're so terrible, they're so worthless. That's like, no, they're actually really good. You just gotta know the when and where to use them. Like, don't get me wrong, if you just grab a gun and you go in the middle of town and you start popping off, you're probably going to die. But you can use them strategically where you come in from the edge of town, you start grabbing the attention stuff, start popping with the guns, and like just doing a lot of damage. You can also deliberately use the fact that they're loud and all that. Let's see, by default, corpses are set to disappear in, it was 9 days. 9 days is the length that a corpse lasts. Exactly 9 days. I think the hats and glasses, I think you are right. It's something like 2 weeks or whatever. No, it's not that much. I think it was like 48 hours or something like that. It's not super long. I've turned that one down before so that it would make them disappear faster. Because stuff like that I'm never ever ever going to pick up, I don't need cluttering my world. It's generally one of the things I've debated, sitting down and finding a whole bunch of stuff that I just never want to use and add them all to the filter list to just be disappeared so I can just chuck stuff on the ground and not care. Not sure about the time, too unrealistic. Counter argument, they're items you're never going to use, so they will literally just pile up. Now, if you do want it to be a thing that you can have like a testimony to where you fought, that you've just got that stuff everywhere, that's fine, like that makes sense. But they will ultimately start causing you performance issues by just having junk literally everywhere. So it is a performance thing that as you get more and more objects in your world, that can have overhead. And so crap like not leeches, maggots, glasses, hats, that kind of stuff. If you start surviving for decent amounts of time, eventually they'll start causing your game to have problems. You get 165 FPS? Oh, it's number of zombies and objects. It's memory. For those who don't know, Project Zomboid does have a very kind of hard limit on how much memory it can use. So you can have, like, literally a NASA mainframe-style computer, and it's still going to have a limit. Like, it's a pretty hard limit in the sense that there's just no budge in it. But yeah, no, it's CPU locked, and it's mostly when there's the zombies around that you have the issues. Also, 12 GB, doesn't matter. Your video memory is completely irrelevant to Project Zomboid. As long as it's more than absolute potato, literally doesn't matter. The 64 GB DDR, that's cool. Doesn't matter either. Completely irrelevant. There are definitely games that it matters a lot. It just doesn't matter for Project Zomboid. Just the nature of how the engine is built with the Java runtime and all that. There's just a lot of stuff that it doesn't care about. The thing the game cares about is your CPU. That's a big one. Your CPU it really cares about. That is usually your bottleneck. Your hard drive speed is a very important thing. That if you are running on a traditional hard drive, you're going to have some weirdness in the game. It really is a game that, if it doesn't, it doesn't strictly require an SSD, but you're going to have lots of pain if it's not an SSD. But yeah, no, your frame rates aren't what you worry about. It's like the game, like, literally having little sags where it just kind of the game skips for a second and all that. You'll run into a lot of that. So it's not so much that you have it's not so much you have like, oh, I can run at 120, I can run at 60 or whatever. It'll go like good, chunk, good, chunk, good, chunk. You can tell it matters? Which? We've been talking about a lot of things. Let's see, when is it going to be time when we will break this myth that the GPU and its memory is the #1 thing to upgrade? I mean, so for AAA games, a lot of time it is. It's the thing is, most games when you buy them, they're either CPU or GPU locked. And what that means is like whether the main performance thing for that computer or that application is your CPU or GPU. And for like a lot of we're going for like real life graphics, top-notch first-person shooter, that kind of stuff. That's going to end up being GPU locked most of the time. For simulation, though, on the other hand, where they're running like lots of different math behind the scenes and doing all sorts of calculations and all sorts of that stuff, those end up typically being CPU locked, where the CPU is the thing that does everything. Yeah, no, and also GPU and RAM are the easiest to upgrade, because like the CPU, you got to mess with your heatsink and make sure you've got your thermal paste on there. You can very easily damage the pins and all that, so it's one of those things you kind of don't want to just cut anyone loose on. Versus, RAM, it's just pop out the stick, pop in the new stick, voila. All you gotta make sure is you get something that your computer supports. Who is it on an SSD these days? You actually have a lot of people who, they just buy cheap computer parts. and just the old school HDDs are still, sorry, HHDs are still cheaper. Oh yeah, acorns, so we actually have some I can eat. Yeah. Yeah, there's still a lot of people running on HHDs. You can't trust SSD with support? HHDs fail way faster than SSDs. I mean, the big thing is you don't want to have your data in one place. You know, SSDs have a more reliable lifespan, all that. I mean, unless something's direly changed since the last time I looked. Which admittedly I haven't looked into that in a good while. The big one you ran with was, oh man, was it Sony? There's one of the major brands had one set that, they just had, like, bad software on it. Like, I got bit by that one. They just had, like, bad software on it, and it ended up being a whole thing that they would just fail abruptly. And it wasn't even that the actual hardware had failed. It was the software that interfaced with it didn't know what to do. I can't, like, you used to know the details of exactly what happened. But, like, it would flag it as having failed even though it hadn't. And when it failed, it wouldn't let you write to it, which wouldn't let you write to it to fix the thing and be like, no, really, you haven't failed. But that was a software glitch that it wouldn't matter the hardware behind the hard drive. Like if you forced a HHD into read-only mode, like on the hardware level, and you had, like, the thing you needed to fix it required writing, which is just dumb design on... I can't remember if Samsung or Sony. It was one of the two of them. It was just one model they had that issue. The problem was it's a very popular model. And all they had to do was just do, like, a little upgrade, or a little, firmware update, and it was just resolved. But, you know, they had shipped out a ton of them without the update, and they don't automatically update. There's a thing called charge leak or something. The cells in SSD lose charge over time, and the newer generation, the faster it is, the wear makes it worse. Gotcha. And a problem with the HHDs is just mechanically they have a much shorter lifespan by comparison. Yeah, so you're saying the SSDs aren't as good for you put it in the hard drive, you chuck it into a cabinet, and you just ignore it for a couple of years, your backup might not survive. Which, fair enough. I haven't had the use case. That's between M2 and SSD from Samsung. You haven't had problems for years? Yeah, no, it was just, it was a thing that bit me this last year, that there was a specific model of M2 hard drive that, they had an issue with. That it was, you know, it would, like I said, it would basically detect that it was failing when it wasn't failing. And it would flag the hard drive as failing and kind of put it into a mode to protect your data so that it wouldn't keep rewriting and potentially corrupt the data on it. And so it put this flag saying, hey, you're failing. And it'd make it read-only, which is arguably a good thing. Like, I would say it's a good thing for a hard drive to recognize, say, like, hey, I'm on my last limb. Get a backup of me. You have no more time. I think that's a good feature to have for a hard drive to be able to recognize there's a problem, protect the data. The issue was, to fix it, you had to rewrite the firmware, which required being able to write onto the hard drive, the M2 hard drive. But because it was marked as failing, you couldn't write on it, so you couldn't get rid of the flag that was saying it was a failing hard drive. And so it was basically hard-locked by software. And unfortunately, there wasn't a way to, like, re-image it or anything, just the way it was made. And like I said, it was one specific model that for a short period had the issue. And they did resolve it. Like, I love the hard drive otherwise, and it did still last a very long time before that software glitch caused me grief. Like, it was enough. I just bought, like, the next generation of the same hard drive, because I was happy otherwise. And it'd been long enough, like, I'd had to hard the drive long enough that if it would have been just, like, a regular failure, I'd have been like, yeah, that's fine. That's the lifespan of hard drive. Come on. I was actually kind of hoping that you would have sent a helicopter my way today. Alright. How do I want to go about this? Okay. So I have been holding on to these guns on my person for a number of days, and the reason we've been holding these guns is my intention is when the helicopter shows up to just use the guns. And just start popping off with the guns. But they're very heavy. And I don't want to use them until the helicopter. The problem I'm dealing with here as well, though, is we are running low on weapons. Because I am trying to power through my carving skill. So we can get other weapons. Which means I'm not getting a lot of better weapons. And man, we're only about a third of the way. Well, your HHD is 12 years old. That is... Be careful. Like, that's getting to that point where it's like, will you still have the hard drive tomorrow kind of thing? It's like, we'll see. I'm going to lean into this terrible strategy we're doing right now. Because those usually have a lifespan under normal use of like 5 to 7 years, heavy use much shorter. And obviously you'll have outliers that fail early, you'll have outliers that last way longer. Now, do I have anything else I can bring as a weapon? I want to save one axe just in case I need an axe. I could grab those knives I said I was going to save. Oh, you know what? These. We've got a small army of them. And I don't need that many. Cool. Think your turtle RAM drive? Yeah, nuts. Keep your backups up, especially if you've got a drive you've had for a while. Make sure your backups are up to date. As I recall, I believe there's a gap between the buildings we can cut through over here and not have to go the whole way around. Okay, I'm not seeing any zombie heads popping up out of the fog. Oh, I should drink the water before we get on our way. I can also carve these branches real fast to get myself a couple more steaks. The good news is once I make knives, I don't specifically need branches for anything anymore. I mean, they're just stuff they make, and only they make. But most of the other stuff I have alternatives we can go around. Okay. Man, always make sure your backups are up to date. Even hard drives that aren't that old, sometimes you just get that unlucky one that something went wrong in the manufacturing process and it fails way early, or it gets jostled in such a way that it gets banged around and gets damaged, or was exposed, like on its way going to the warehouse, is exposed to conditions the hard drive wasn't meant to endure, and yada yada yada. Stuff happens. Hey, Brutsu, how's it going? I definitely know from my years in IT, like, I've seen hard drives that are nearly brand new fail. I've seen hard drives, obviously ones that are older fail at a much higher rate. But I've definitely seen a computer arrive and within 2 weeks its hard drive failed, and you're like, that's a brand new drive. And like, you installed the software and everything for like your company or whatever on it. The person got maybe 1 week's worth of work out of it, and it just fails, and you're just like, cool. Hard drives are quite sensitive. Yeah, like the old HDD were the ones that are really rough, because you could just bang them around and get like head crashes and stuff like that. Didn't take much to like throw something mechanical out of whack. But even SSDs, while they're definitely way more durable than an HDD, the SSD, the solid state drives, you can still expose them to like too much heat, stuff like that, and then they start acting funky. That there's damage in there that you can't quite tell or see. Usually you're fine. It's just, you never know when you're the one who drew the short straw and got the bad drive. And a lot of them, when they fail, you don't get much warning. You'll just get could not post, and you go, oh. The old click of death on the HHD where you just hear it going tick, 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 and you're like, yep, that's the mechanics inside of this drive being done. Well, it used to be if you smash your desk too hard, your computer might turn off. Just put in the freezer. The freezer strategy can be that last Hail Mary to try and work it. It doesn't just solve it. I've successfully done the freezer thing, but usually that hard drive still has a very short lifespan after that. That's you got nothing else has worked. Chuck it in the freezer. Let's see if we can get one last backup out of this thing before we junk it. Yep. But that's those ones that like 9 out of 10 times it's not going to work you. But every once in a long while, just the fact that you've changed the temperature enough, if the like mechanics have seized, you just might be able to get it to unseize enough to get that thing going. Oh, yeah, no, if you find like a texture pack kind of thing for Product Zomboid, I honestly wonder. Because again, the problem is the limitations on Project Zomboid have to do with the implementation of the Java engine. That like there's some pretty hard limits on that. So it could be your just increased textures would just gobble up more of that RAM already allocated, not necessarily get outside of that. It really depends on how all of that's set up. Because if it's just simply like, hey, we just slap some higher textures on there, then it's going to be, I'm getting more textures, and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so, I'm familiar with that change. The devs have actually said they don't recommend you do that. Because it doesn't really solve the problem. Because I actually used to have those flags as well. Not all of them. There was, a thing. I don't think it actually hurts anything. It wasn't, they don't recommend as in you're going to break the game. I think it was more they don't recommend as in this literally accomplishes nothing and just takes more memory. That was a while back that they talked about it, though. I do know, I want to say with Build 42, they did increase the amount of RAM you could throw at the game, and it works. But it wasn't like it jumped up to 64 gigs or anything like that. You never heard of the freezer strat? Yeah, so the freezer strat works when you have a hard drive that is seized, it's frozen. So where you get that little click, 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 click sound when you're trying to run it. If it is a head crash, like the actual head has made contact with the platter, that's usually done. That usually the head has actually scratched the platter. The mechanics are no longer sound. But sometimes you have like the bearing itself for the thing gets stuck. Because the motor inside a hard drive is not exactly powerful because it doesn't really have a need to be powerful. And adding more just adds power cost and everything to it that doesn't serve a purpose. It's a far more precision motor. Do you remember crashing Java a long time ago? It's problematic. Sounds like things that changed. I mean, if Java's crashing, it's not... That's usually not a Java problem. Java is one of the languages that's been around forever that, generally speaking, it's really liked because it is a very stable language. But it depends on what you're doing in it. You do the wrong things in any language, you will crash a computer. Or at least the application. Some of them have better virtualization and that kind of stuff that, at least when they go down by themselves. I'm so glad cloud backup services are so ubiquitous now. But one thing to be careful about some of the cloud things, a lot of those cloud backup solutions are good for your hard drive failures. Like they're excellent for it. I highly recommend them. But they're not good for if you accidentally blow out your data on your end. Because you blow out your data, the hard drive's still sound, and then the cloud gets updated that you blew, like, oh, delete all these files. I've definitely seen that happen. I've been bitten by that once or twice where files got deleted by something and updated where I had them stored in the cloud too, and it's like, cool, you just deleted them on both my places. Because you don't see what the problem is. If you see a machine at 64 gig, why limit the engine to 2.6? We'll leave it at that. That has to do with individual implementation. That's not a flaw of Java. That is a flaw of how Java was implemented with Project Zomboid. And other applications too. But that's an implementation problem, not a base technology problem. It's just like, for example, where you said you were running the game at 160-something frames per second. Yeah, you really shouldn't do that. Project Zomboid actually does have stuff in the game that is affected by your frame rate. Like, for example, if your frame rate gets low enough, you can crawl past zombies and they're physically incapable of grabbing you. It is a game that the frame rate actually does affect things. So if you've got like a frame rate unlocker kind of thing for the game, you really don't want to have that. Now, do I agree that's probably really not a good way for it to be implemented? Yes. But it doesn't change the fact that it is. I actually don't know specifically what the things that are causing that. It's kind of like if you remember a lot of the Bethesda titles, that a lot of those were frame rate locked, that if you turn up the frame rate, things start getting wonky because just how it was coded. Wait, you run it and it's like native? Oh, you know what? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm mixing up my games. I could be wrong on the frame rate thing. Maybe I'm mixing up my games in that one. A lot of games. Oh yeah, and I remember playing Dark Reign, and I loved Dark Reign back in the day. And one day I was like, you know what? I want to go back and I want to play some Dark Reign. I haven't played that in forever. Let's check it out. And the entire game was just based on the speed of your processor. And so taking a game that came out at a time where you were expected to have a processor somewhere in the area of like 66 to 100 megahertz. And just turning around and all that. Yeah, no, I might be mixing up Project Zomboid frame rate thing. That might be incorrect information on my part. I thought it was Project Zomboid was, Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it could be a thing where they've got those frame rates set statically so they can do whatever the calculation was or something. I gotta look back at it. There was some game that we messed with very recently that had the issue that they're like, hey, don't change the frame rate outside of the ones we've offered because, like, it breaks things. I know that's the thing with a lot of the Bethesda Creation Engine games. The Creation Engine has ties to frame rate. So if you unlock them, stuff doesn't work right. Yeah, and I played a lot of Dark Reign back in the day, but yeah, booting it up years later, and the game boots up, and you go to do anything and instantly see the game over screen. Because the game ran so fast, a single enemy unit walked into your base and unceremoniously like executed absolutely everything in your base. One by one, the weakest unit in the game. Because it was just running so fast. But that was you had to get like DOS box and everything for the original one. I know they came out with the CD one a little bit later, and I think the CD one, which was for like Windows 95, and I think that one wasn't as problematic. It's also possible that after I played it, they got a patch. Those are the kind of games I often be like, that could just stay back in my memory where I remember that. Yeah, no, I know Dark Souls is another game that if you bumped up the frame rate, stuff just broke. That I remember as well. Alright, so let's quickly check. I think I wanted the right path. Yes, I wanted the right path because there's a little building tied up there, and then we were going to check out those. It looks like we got about a rally group and a half down here. Okay. Let's see, in GTA 4, you can't complete the last mission unless you limit the CPU to a single core and limit its performance. The game doesn't recognize some commands. It's always surprising to me how often those kind of issues do crop up, where it's like that the game's performance is restricted by the CPU or by frame rate, or you know, like something it really shouldn't be tied to. Like, I can understand if it's something like, hey, there's a floor that if your CPU's below a certain speed or whatever, you start getting weirdness, because that's where like optimization can start being a thing. Like for Path of Exile, they have a whole thing where graphically, if your frame rate starts falling below a certain amount, it starts culling special effects. And that could be a problem because then you just don't see attacks anymore. You can turn that feature on and off. Is it not worth it to save that instead of stomping? I want to get weapon XP. The faster I level maintenance, the faster I'm out of this problem. It's kind of the catch-22 of, do I hit the zombie with the weapon knowing I'm going to run out of weapons faster so I can have weapons that last longer? Or do I swap back and forth with the stomping and all that, which makes it take longer for me to level up the stats, but lets me make my weapons I already have last longer. I also just don't replace my boots. Yeah, build 42.2 is out, which is basically the build I've been playing on the test side of things. There's probably subtle differences, but they're more or less the same. You don't have another back weapon. That's fine. The one-hit kill still looks sketchy. It's supposed to. It's a scripted animation. It's supposed to always be like you barely pulled it off. But it's just an animation. The car buckets still don't work? Gotcha. Yeah, no, it was reported. They are aware. It just probably didn't get in. I know they changed a lot of stuff. Do you think it's wise to play if you made a save before this in 2.0? Yeah, no, it's still fine. Like, don't get me wrong, sooner or later we're going to have ones that break the game. You are going to have issues where you'll pull up an old save and that they have made changes to the world that don't move forward. It's worth backing up your save if you care about your save. I mean, if you really, really care about your save, you probably don't want to be on build 42. But, very genuinely are going to see sooner or later that we run into a problem. That, like, for example, they've added new vehicle and new vehicle loot in the build 42.2. You won't get that new loot in the areas you've already been. So, like, that truck that was up in that neighborhood to our west here, let's say, had I been on build 42.2, it would have had, like, a bunch more goodies in it. It won't get those, because it was already loaded in before build 42.2 existed. Now, if I go down the street to a place I've not been before, that hasn't been loaded in or whatever, and I see a similar truck, it will be able to get that loot. So usually it's not that big a deal. All right. It's almost like a mason's trowel wasn't intended on being used as like your go-to weapon. But I got a lot of them, and I need weapons, and I don't need many of them. So, you know, I can take apart those earbuds. Alright, so let's back up a little bit more. And now rest again in this big open spot, and we'll get back to fighting. Okay, and as stubborn as I've been about drinking my water from the bottle to not deal with the menus, we are getting to that point I need to stop being stubborn about it. Alright, you're just gonna aggro on me, so let's grab you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and those should also be giving me short blade and maintenance skill as they fight. So I'm gonna try and push down this road a little bit more. I'm hoping we will see a side road up to that little cabin up there. I'm hoping it isn't one I just need to like duck in the woods at random and find my way to it. If we do, we do. It's fine. Hey, let me finish, man. Thank you. Okay. Alright, we pushed, so we got aggro on another one somewhere. I don't see it. There you are. Grab the next one. Nice big area. That's encouraging. I should also check if there's a big area behind some of those houses. If there's not like just a field back there we can cut across in the future after we clear this road a little bit. Save myself walking time. If it is cutting through any type of dense trees, it won't be something I consider though. Definitely way too easy just to walk into a zombie and not realize it till it's too late. Okay. Alright, there's the muscle strain. I'll also have to check what we can carve with planks and logs and all that. That's honestly actually another thing. I didn't look at what the carving requirements for the bucket is. Because all those all those logs we have back home, you know, they're not going to be very useful for us as buckets on their own right now. But I could certainly see just carving a ton of buckets just to get that skill up and then chucking them. I mean, they can still hold water, so I guess I won't even chuck them. Just making my water reserve. Sadly, I wouldn't be able to boil them, though. You think it's 3? Oh, 3 would be way too high to be useful, unfortunately. Carving the sapling we found, because I totally forgot about that. I'll carve a steak out of that. Okay, so sit down a minute. We are going to have to start heading back now. Let's see, most of the time your carving just becomes crafting million small handles and all that. Well, that's the reason I want to kind of get myself towards being able to make the knives and all that. Because at least with that, even if I don't go out of my way to level any of the carving stuff or whatever, it'll still happen. Because I will be, carving just like, I need to make 10 more knives, so I'll carve 10 more handles. And yeah, I won't level fast, but I mean, I will be getting XP from it. Let's jog a bit. Start working on that running skill. Because it looks like we're going to, at least for a little while, be running around on foot. And I could stop and sleep in these houses. If we weren't in the time frame I'm expecting the helicopter, I would do that. But I'm kind of going on the thing of counting on the helicopter coming and taking that back at home. And doing that whole bit. Actually surprised our endurance isn't draining faster than it is. Do I already have points in running? I don't think we do, right? No? Oh yeah, no, we're not doing the helicopter at home itself. I've got a field northeast of home that I'm making the plan of taking the helicopter back again and again to the same time. Like just taking back at the same place again and again. And then what we've been doing is, after each helicopter, instead of just, okay, I did the helicopter there, we're going back specifically to that place that I took the helicopter, and clearing out the zombies that show up, and repeating. So it means we're making a little bit less, like, map progression now than we were when we first started. But it does mean we are gradually depleting the zombies in the area. And it's a much lower number of zombies here than there is where we were at on the other character. But it means that, like, anywhere I see a zombie along the way, we take the time to quickly kill them. And the idea is to gradually just make this whole area safer and safer that I don't have to worry about nearly as much. This house we've been staying in is not where I'm intending on making my base. It's just a means to an end. That's actually one thing I debated doing, and I'll kind of make the decision after this helicopter, is the initial plan has been to go from up here where we started, like we came in from this side and go up here and just start working our way around this way. And go the whole way around to get, because my guess is that's a gas station. Don't answer it if it is. I have sometimes. The only difference between sometimes and often helicopter is sometimes it's a minimum of 10 days in between. Sorry, yeah, sometimes a minimum of 10 days between, and often it's, I believe, 7 in between. In practice, often you get them roughly every 10 to 12 days, and then sometimes it's like 12 to 14 days is the average. So there is a little bit of a difference, but it's only like a day or two on average difference between the two settings. Ultimately, the helicopters reoccurring is the major thing. Basically, both of them keep you from getting complacent and just staying in one spot and never feeling like you have to worry about it. Sooner or later, you will be drawing more and more zombies to your home. Okay, is there anything else you want to just grab and use as a weapon for now? I want to use the rock in the other place, so grab that to move to the other side. Those are all spare knives we use for carving and everything. Grab one of those gardening trowels because that's like the third one I've seen. And grab those screwdrivers. Screwdrivers are pretty decent, and that's a lot of spares. And grab these, those are spares. Drop off the cricket. Drop you off, drop you off. Drop you off. Yeah, we can use all those as weapons. That'll be good. All right. So I'm hoping we get the helicopter so I can take it back to where I got the other one. Once we get the alert of the helicopter, I want to grab that shotgun and I want to grab the pistol we have, because my intention is that we'll go out there. It's going to draw a bunch of zombies in anyways. Once they rally up a little bit, I'm going to fire off all the ammo out of both guns. It won't give me much in the way of stats, but then I'll get the guns out of our inventory. And actually, like, put them to some use for just sitting them on the ground. Alright, so we'll go ahead and carve that. We can nap these. Well, this individual. Put you away. You're another spare weapon. A terrible one, but nonetheless. We could take a sip of the water here. Oh, it's fine, whatever. Right here anyways, let's get our radio ready. There we go. We did actually take a sip that time. Go ahead and eat the acorn to keep our hunger topped off. Let's see if we're dealing with a helicopter. And we're like way overdue for it, so I'm just gonna go right here to where we chucked the other guns. I'm even gonna go and just expect it and load up the guns real quick and see what we end up with. Alright, so just light fog today. Nothing tomorrow. And helicopter. So let's get ready to party. So the plan's pretty straightforward. We go out to the exact same place we went last time. When the helicopter shows up and creates a ruckus, as long as we got enough zombies to justify blasting them with a shotgun, you know, we do what we do with a shotgun. Alright, so we got a couple of zombies along the way. So in the meanwhile, we'll just kill these zombies the other way. Just poke them. Oh, okay, you got stuck in there. There's the third one. Oh yeah, they nerfed the XP on the shotgun, which I think was fair, because it used to be so comically fast you would level with the shotgun that if you got like a box or two of shells in the shotgun, you could pretty easily get yourself up to aiming 2 or 3, which is like 1 box of shells in a shotgun. So I do think it was fair that they nerfed it. They also nerfed, for a lot of people who didn't know, it was a thing that every pellet you hit a zombie with a shotgun gave you XP towards strength. That people figured that out, so they'd get the shotgun and then just open up as a way of getting a bunch of strength really fast. They did nerf that as well. Which makes a lot of sense. Because why is your character gaining strength XP? Oh, a 9 a.m.er. Okay. Bright and early. Don't even lose our whole day to it. Yeah, 9 a.m. is the earliest it can be, 7 p.m. is the latest it can be for arriving. It can stay after 7 p.m., but it will arrive 7 p.m. earlier. Alright, so let's go get our shotgun out here. Get some of this out of the way. I'm gonna need more than 2 zombies to make this worthwhile. We need at least 8 bundled up. There, that's more like it. Come on. It is time to get a little bit of aim XP and get rid of a shotgun. Yeah, really bunch in here for me, alright? That's probably enough to make it worthwhile, I would say. I haven't done much with the new aiming, so we're gonna be learning together a little bit. Probably have 1 more shot, I think, left in it. Nope. The answer is no, I do not. Yeah, no, without any levels, it's terrible, but that's why we're using it. So let's drop the shotgun on the ground for right now. We can deal with that on the other side. Okay, get a little bit of distance. Yeah, so they made a change with how aiming works in the game. That generally you are going to hit way higher rate than you did in 41, but the damage you do is on average going to be lower. You'll have roughly the same number of kills. Alright. And that's the gun done. No more shooty bang bangs in there. Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing that people are getting upset with is that aim at it be like miss, 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 hit. And it'd be like, oh my god, please. By making it hit more, even if it really, like, statistically isn't any better, it feels better. Like, you at least you feel like you did something. And plus, at least in Project Zomboid, you stunned it. I've lost track of where I dropped the shotgun, because I'm going to take the shotgun and toss it on a body so it disappears since there's no more bullets left for it. So how much did that net us in aiming? 6. We, didn't do so great. Yeah, no, the shotgun, it seemed like it was firing different than I expected it so far as, like, where the actual pellets were going. The fog didn't help. Yeah, you're not wrong. Ah, there's a shotgun. I probably won't be able to pick that up in a timely manner. Oh, no, it wasn't actually that bad. Because like I said, I'd like to drop it off on a body. Since it's all out of shooty bangs. There we go. Recycling. I wasn't really paying attention. I mean, it was a 9 a.m.er, and we're at 3 hours. So it's probably past 3. Why did you all stop simultaneously right there? That's weird behavior, I guess. Yeah, to keep in mind, we are just in a lower density area. So we are just going to see fewer zombies here. Yeah, pretty fun. Ooh. Hey. I'm not willing to fight, like, to try and pick you off for just an ice axe. But, you know, it's good to know I'll get a decent weapon at some point out of you. The pellets originate from the barrel, and the pellets roll damage whenever on the tiles they cross. Gotcha. Okay, so the pellet animation, like the individual projectiles, aren't as relevant. Okay, because I was trying to figure out where it was, because when I whiffed the one, I had been aiming like center mass on the zombie, and it was like, okay, why did you miss? It looks like you went completely to the tile next to where I wanted you to go. And so I was like, all right, maybe I have to aim at the top of the zombie, not, you know, basically deal with it the same way you deal with this aiming, where it's like the stick, and you care about where the top of the stick is, like, so it's like that to that zombie, as opposed to trying to aim center mass. Like, you don't want to aim like that because you're actually going to hit the next tile over. That's what I'm guessing I did with that one complete whiff. Because when you use the gun, it doesn't give you this thing, it gives you a crosshair. Okay, so the helicopter's definitely done. So the first thing I want to do now is break away from the giant ball of zombies. I can't do anything with that, really. But if we break away from the giant ball of zombies, then we go back, we come back out, we start grabbing groups of them and start picking them off, just like we did last time. We did have a bigger turnout this time than last time, which Should shock absolutely no one. But that means we're going to just keep working on it. We're definitely going to aggro one of the two. I'm going to choose to aggro the smaller group. Yeah, no, Burglar was always been one of the popular ones. I want to say, doesn't Burglar also get a point to Nimble? I could be wrong. I could be mixing them up. It could be that a lot of people got Burglar and then also got the thing that gives them a point to Nimble. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. 2 points to Nibble. Okay, that's just really strong. Yeah, so you actually, for the record, the generator is not important. Like the generator is 100% nice to have, not important. It is one of the things that gets people in trouble is they assume the generator is way more important than it really is and basically get themselves killed just trying so hard to get it. Like, by all means, go for it. But not having it really isn't a big way. Good way is to level Carpentry at the beginning. I don't really have an answer for you. I think it literally is just build a lot. But you've been hoarding perishable food. Wasted effort, you don't find the book. I mean, I don't... The big thing is as you find perishable food, just eat it. Like, as it makes sense. You're going to, like, most of the food is going to rot. Just accept that. Even if you get the fridge, freezer, whatever set up, keep in mind the time it wasn't refrigerated. Project Zomboid, freezing your food does not give it infinite shelf life. It still does rot. It's just much slower. Oh yeah, no, and generators are easy to come by. It's the magazine that's the tougher one. But yeah, no, it's very genuinely you don't need any of it. It's a convenience thing. It's nice to be able to sit there and go, oh, it's time to fish. Let me go yank up 3-4 fish, chuck them all into the freezer, and now instead of having a couple of days of food, you got like a week or two of food. Let's go back home, because those are coming from where we live. Stale food hits boredom and happiness? Yeah, but this here, that's meaningless. It slows down your action speeds, which is just your ability to like move stuff from your inventory and craft. Does not impact combat. You know, barring with the only exception of when you go to swap weapons, it's a bit slower because that's technically inventory speed stuff. Okay, house does not appear to be compromised right yet. Take a sip of water. Nothing in the backyard. Let's see, your power just went out, took ages to get a campfire figured out. Is there better cooking options without power? Yeah, grills. Grills, wood stoves. Those are far safer than the campfire. The campfire is a very dangerous one because all it takes is one misclick, one mismovement, and you just set yourself on fire. I'll use a campfire if I have to, but I really don't like using them. Because it is that thing that if you just barely touch it, you basically are done. Okay, so we got work cut out for us to clean up the area. The big thing is I'm going to run pretty close to out of weapons soon. We've just been trying to drag that as long as we can. I think that's a fillet knife, but I'm in my heart of hearts hoping it's a hunting knife. Please die already. Okay. Okay, I guess it broke. I heard the first one break and I swapped it. Okay. Alright, so I've got two in the field over there. One is trying to sneak up from below me. Muscle strain's going to be a bit of a problem. Alright. That'll be the big thing with all the zombies moved around. It's just getting it open to break away from them to rest. Okay, cool. Are we in the clear? Looks like we are. Gonna run down here and check these bodies. Because one of them had something stuck in it. I think it was just a fillet knife, which is utterly worthless as a fighting weapon. Yeah, it's a fillet knife. I was just hoping I was wrong and that it was a hunting knife instead. It's okay. And I'll go back to fighting, doing all that. Alright, Leroy, you have a good one. Have ourselves some nettles. How's our weight doing? Weight's good. Oh, we're still like max muscle strain. We shouldn't push this. Okay, let's go inside. We will see if I can't craft any kind of weapons for a minute. I don't expect we will be able to. If we can, we do. If not, I'm going to forage around the immediate area where hopefully we won't be aggroing more zombies till this muscle strain goes away. Nothing worth mentioning. Okay, good to know. We can go over here, drop the scrap, drop the other scrap. We can drink a little bit of water. We can drop off the pile of broken weapons. Alright, all things considered, that didn't go badly. Ah, there he goes. Like, I thought there's a tree branch here. Because we are just gonna keep trying to get this going. Oh, is my no, you're not dull. Oh, hi, neighbors. Give me a second. I also drop this off. And then I'll be ready to go. Okay. Be real nice if we get like an ice axe or a hatchet, hunting knife, settle for a nightstick, claw hammer. Alright. Nothing in the satchel we care about. I already have a friendship bracelet, I'm pretty sure. Cool. Doesn't discarding also give you foraging XP? Yes, discarding does give you foraging XP. It also does use endurance. And that isn't something I found foraging. That's just something laying on the ground. Those are glasses that are laying on the ground that they did make it so those prescription glasses don't automatically get deleted from your world in case you are playing as a character who needs prescription glasses. I'm going to need to go in and add those to the things to be deleted from my worlds, because it is obnoxious in how much they're building up in areas that I fight. Right, pass through later, and there's just prescription glasses everywhere. Alright, so just trying to wait a little bit. Oh yeah, no, it's just a thing that's become kind of, I don't know if trope's the right word in this case. It's just kind of become a habit a lot of people do, is the first zombie they see that has a spare friendship bracelet, they will go and take the friendship bracelet and wear it. Just because. Eventually they get deleted. Unless you pick it up, they do eventually delete the forged items. Alright, come on. We didn't aggro, I think, so back to foraging to try and get ourselves some more goodies. Yeah, so we're just trying to get materials for weapons as well as, you know, stuff we'll be able to eat. Because right now with this maxed muscle strain and all that, we're not doing crap in a fight. Like, the good news is, it seems like we got all the zombies over there. I don't really have much in the way of stragglers over here. I don't think we actually... I know we checked the wood piles the first time. I don't think we came back and checked them later. There's probably branches and saplings and stuff we can put to use in here. So that's a branch. Mostly logs, unfortunately. Okay, how are we doing on our carving? Are we getting close? No. So as much as I really want to just keep pushing the carving to try and get to the point of making the knives, I think I really do need to turn those into axes. Just so I have some weapons I can meaningfully use. There are also pocket watches? Neat. Hey, Rano, thanks so much for the, Manojin. Thanks so much for the 10 biddies. I do appreciate it. Let's see. You're amused with some vengeance you did? Apparently amused with some vengeance. Gotcha. Got back at the zombies somehow? Okay. I'm curious how the pocket watch works so far as telling time, like you have to like take it out or whatever. Because I know they changed it so that like the regular watch you have to have it equipped. Oh, there's some berries. Gotcha, they go on the key ring? Okay, that seems reasonable. You gotta be curious how far we push in there, because if I grab a big group, we're gonna regret it. We still aren't great on the muscle strain. Okay, eat some more of the nettles before we start going to the berries of questionable. Let's see, nosy neighbor kept waking you up for the last 3 months, even threatening you. She was having a party night. Noise, antisocial behavior, except you hear she has sweet suit. So you ordered some gummy bears. And your friends, oh yeah, and the sugar-free gummy bears mess their digestive. Yeah, I tend not to mess with people's food. Though that said, I have had the neighbors that party really hard. It's always one of those things, because like you don't want to bother and like, because that's the kind of thing you definitely don't want to drag the cops out for. Because one, they don't want to be there. 2, you don't want that to escalate into something it shouldn't be. But yeah, it sucks if you have a neighbor who just isn't reasonable. I've been very fortunate that the neighbors I've had, the issues we've had have been nothing like that. Like, it's been little things like, you know, them having stuff that they leave their yard a mess and it blows into my yard and it's like, hey man, like, just clean up your mess. Yeah, no, it's just, that's kind of the reason I don't mess with people's food. It's like, you never know what stuff people's got going on. Still, I can totally understand, like, if you've been frustrated by your neighbor being really inconsiderate and really rude and all that. There is a certain reason why some of that feels pretty good when it happens. Yeah, we can move on from it, Rano. Renosian. Because first of all, I'm just gonna go on a limb here and say that sounds like something that may have been a little bit made up. Because while it definitely messes with your stomach and all that, not to the point that people are screaming and it is a big catastrophe. It makes you gotta go to the restroom real bad. But nothing to that degree. Okay. Zomboid's going pretty well. Just dealing with post-helicopter things. How come? So my guess, helicopter day. We literally just finished the helicopter. We're in the same day as the helicopter arrived. And so we're just doing cleanup now. We're just a little short in the weapons department. Let's see, you had a neighbor that lived in your lived in my apartment that would blast their video game at like 1 in the morning every morning. You had to be up at 4 a.m. every day to work on time. You finally figured out the game they were playing when you heard the Sonic theme song to clear day. 1 a.m. Sonic rolling around the speed of sound. Yeah. I've been fortunate that, like I said, most of the time when I've had problems with like a neighbor making a whole lot of noise, you know, apartment life and all that, that like if it was really out of hand, which thankfully was not an issue I ran into too much. It's usually like, you know, someone having a party and things just getting a little bit too rambunctious. That, you know, you have to be that person's like, hey man, like, it's cool that you're having a party, but like I gotta be up in a couple of hours. So like, if you could just take it down a notch, that'd be awesome. That I've been very fortunate that my neighbors have been very understanding. I've only had to do that like twice. And usually it was that neighbor was like sitting there with their friends like, you need to be quiet. You need to be quiet. You're being too loud. And I definitely remember the one time going, I can't remember the name, but like the person just turning around and being like, hey, it's like, we've got people showing up now. I said you need to take it down a notch. But yeah. I can't even be mad. You're just wildly irritated, but otherwise they kept to themselves. Yeah. Like I said, I was fortunate that I didn't run into that very often. That like someone is truly being a thing. Because I was always a night owl myself, so it was pretty rare that I was like, oh no, I need to be up early. This needs to not be going on. And that most of the times if my neighbors were doing that kind of thing, it would be on the weekend that is even less likely to need to be up early. Like, I usually worked a lot of weekends. It was just the shifts I would end up with weren't bright and early, so I got fortunate with that. Let's see, you had a neighbor who thought you were too loud, so he kept turning up their TV or music or whatever to get back at you, but you never noticed. They told me this one day, and I said, dude, just tell me. You never had issues again? Well, that's what I found. I've never had the neighbor who was just like, you know, hey man, could you take it down a notch, and they, you know, like telling you to go F yourself or anything. Because then I'd be like, all right, well, I guess I gotta go bug the landlord or something. Put in a noise complaint. But as long as people are reasonable, I've even had it like, you know, you'd hear the people that get loud, you'd be like, hey, you know, could you bring it down just a little bit? Like, you can still have your party and all that. Like, don't let me ruin your fun, but like, you know, don't be like full on blasting at 2, 3 in the morning. And you'd have like the party would start to get louder, and you'd hear the host be like, you know, the host be like, hey, you know, shut up. And then the volume would come down. I didn't have to go in there. It's like, yeah. Because I always worried about that stuff as well, like, when I had friends over. I remember having to, like, get on my friend's case being like, hey, like, I have a specific friend in mind this is going to. It's like one individual. And it was kind of one of those things where you're like, hey, look, man. I've asked you to be quiet, like, I've asked you to, like, bring it down a little bit. Here's the deal. I got neighbors. You need to bring it down, or I'm gonna have to stop inviting you over. And I don't want to stop inviting you over, but if I can't get you to work with me on this, I can't get myself in trouble and lose where I live. Nowadays, you live in a house, 2-acre property that's super quiet. Yeah. I'm fortunate right now where I live. It's very burbs. And so, like, the worst we get is every once in a while I have one neighbor who will be blasting their music super duper loud that goes down the street. But even then, when you're inside and they have their car closed up and everything else, like, you hear them thumping going by. But they're just driving by, so it's not that big a deal. And they pull in their driveway and they shut it off, so it's not, like, it doesn't pick up on here. It's not a whole thing that I'm, like, gonna lose sleep or get woken up by it or anything like that. It is a little annoying, but not worth making a stink over. Like, it's not really impacting me enough to be worth the, worth that kind of effort. It almost feels like the stone axes got even worse. Like, durability specifically. Okay, so a quick tour of the bodies. It'd be nice when I could carve the branches into stuff. Because those broken branches you can carve into a handle, even if you're just going to chuck it in the garbage. Oh yeah, you're living in an area that's got like really snowy hills? Yeah. Let's see, I'm so used to 4.1 weapons and how do you make weapons in 4.2? Mostly the same. There are some recipes that have changed. Like the spear recipe as now only accepts saplings and long branches and that, or sorry, not long branches, long sticks and stuff like that. So spears specifically got a pretty hard nerf. Just in that it's much harder to get materials that you can use it. So instead of getting like 12 spears out of a big tree, you get one. Just one, only one. So spears got a pretty hard nerf just by the fact that you can't just... Oh, spears got heavier and slower? The slower I think I'd heard about. I hadn't noticed that they had gotten heavier. I know in late build 41 they got penalized a while back, but that's been a good while that nerf happened. And even then they were still arguably the meta. It's just you deal with that. Your character's getting hurt every time you hit a zombie. Why is that? Are you stomping on a zombie without shoes? Because if it's anything that isn't that, then it's going to be a mod or something really wild out there. Wind Spears 2 right now? Yeah, I could be wrong. I thought that was what it was at the end of 4.1. I could be entirely wrong because I did not like spears. Muscle strain is possible? Muscle strain doesn't hurt you. Oh, when you're saying hurt, are you saying pain or actual injury? Pain, it's, yeah, your muscle strain. So if you pull up your character's information and go to the health tab, it'll say, like, muscle strain, as you see down on mine. But yeah, the only way you lose health fighting zombies without mods, and not like just, you know, getting chomped or whatever, is stomping on a zombie with, I mean, stomping on a zombie actually will do a hit point of damage from time to time. Yeah, I'm talking about pain? Yeah, that's muscle strain. New mechanic for build 42. Basically, as your character swings around a weapon, they get muscle strain. So you see this here on my character. That's what's causing you pain. It has kind of the same inputs as exertion did, where you like lose endurance and all that. But it causes pain. The things to mitigate it are generally the lighter a weapon is, the less muscle strain it will cause. But your weapon skill is the primary way to reduce it, so as you get more weapon skill, your character causes themselves less muscle strain in the first place. As well as strength also helps with muscle strain. But yeah, early game, your character's just going to be living pain. Have they given a time frame of when build 42 will be stable? Have you heard of the heat death of the universe? The alignment of the stars and the suns? Trickle-down economics actually working? Basically no time soon. Honestly, as much as we're memeing, it is entirely possible that GTA 6 will drop before this goes stable. I imagine this will have multiplayer before GTA 6 drops stable. Or sorry, it'll have multiplayer before GTA 6 drops. But yeah, it's gonna be a while. Considering they're still adding in a lot of the crafting stuff and all that. It took like, what, 3 years to big bulk 42? Hopefully not that long. I mean, I don't think it was 3 years. Was it not 2? That we had between build 41 and this? Because I know build 41 came out after I started streaming. By a good little bit. And I certainly have not been streaming, like, super duper long. Oh, I have no idea how many developers they have. Google says December 2021. Was that the I will back up my save build or going stable? I guess is the question I have. And also, is that the Google AI, or is that, like, actually looking something up on Google? Because the Google AI is a hot dumpster fire you shouldn't trust. Oh, probably stable from the wiki? Gotcha. I mean, that the wiki would probably be right on. Oh, is that a hunting knife? Be a hunting knife. Stupid fillet knife. It looks almost like the hunting knife. Google AI bad? I mean, it's the generative AI where they try and scrape a bunch of different sources and kind of put together. My favorite one is some of the ones that I've seen for, like, they've started adding it for, like, local restaurants and that kind of stuff. And I have seen some pretty cursed things come across that. That you have to, like, double take and be like, it said what now? Like, what is this restaurant supposedly doing? I guess I'm making the axes. I don't really want to make the axes. I want to level up my carving skill so that we can move on to stuff like the knives and all that kind of stuff. the axes I can kill way more zombies with than stakes. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that's like, yes, it can help, but then you have to double check it because it gets it wrong so much. And I know people argue, it's like, well, it'll get better someday. It's like, well, right. But hear me out. I don't care about what it can do someday. I'm trying to get the answer to a question. And if it's not answering my question, then what purpose does it serve? Let's see, I tried telling you the local gas station in Texas Roadhouse, the best Italian restaurants. Oh, man. I've definitely had it sit there and give me, it's like, I'm looking for whatever cuisine. And it'll be like, okay, cool, you can... What was it? I think I was looking for ramen? And it was giving me like a bunch of like Chinese takeout places and all that. I'm like, they don't do ramen. I can assure you. Yeah, no, Bing is also doing it. Like, all the search engines are going hard on the AI, and it's just the whole tech word investor thing. The new buzzword, everyone has to do it. If you're not doing it, your investors skip past you and then demand you do it. So you're gonna do it because investor money makes you money. And the investors don't know at all what they're talking about for the most part. There's exceptions to that. But for the most part, the investors aren't there because they're, you know, super duper technologically understanding. They're there because they have money and they want their money to make money. That is kind of the point of an investment. Yeah, no, but it does become its own pressure that if enough people jump on the bandwagon, that it becomes a detractor for you if you're not on it, even if it makes no freaking sense. Because if people ask you questions, you'll be like, oh, you're not doing that? Oh, man. They're laggards. They're so far behind. The good news is we are starting to see some companies that are getting more mixed bag with their investment. Like some of the companies that were starting to invest pretty heavily into AI, like while they still have stuff moving that way, they're also starting to hedge their bets a lot more. Oh, I think we're gonna have a lot of systems that are AI driven that will be good. I don't think it's universally like this is the future or anything like that. My bigger issue is just like the generative AI crap. So, for example, the Google search thing at the top where it tries to scrape a bunch of data from a bunch of different pages and then try and guess what's right, and does a piss poor job of it. But as far as, like, AI as in doing kind of the vaguely between AI and machine learning and that, yeah, there's a future there. The problem is the AI as a term has completely just been conflated to a whole bunch of technologies. I don't agree with you, Broodsu, on that one. It's okay if you feel that way. I will respectfully disagree. As someone who has worked in AI implementations in the past, not the generative stuff we have now, but that's kind of the thing, is AI as a term has been now conflated to be basically every system. Like, are you doing machine learning? AI. Are you doing, like, an LLM? Sorry, like, you know what I'm trying to say. AI. But a lot of them are literally just algorithms. So it's kind of a conflated term that umbrellas into everything. Said AI is like perfectly average. Is about actually being smarter, saying, yeah, no, the AIs don't understand context. And I do think that's a barrier that they'll never truly manage to get past. They will certainly hit a point that to, you know, the average layman, they will be perceived as doing it. Kind of like the thing about like having actual having an artificial intelligence that has actual sentience and sapience and all that. You will have stuff that will reach a point it would pass like a test that you as a person could not tell if it was sentient or sapient, while also not being those things. At the end of the day, they'll be reacting to some kind of input via prompt or sensors. Yeah, and they'll just run through like its algorithm or whatever. Algorithms, plural. You'll have your functionality. It'll be like machine learning where it does what's just glorified pattern recognition under the hood, but has a lot of smarts on top of it so that that pattern recognition isn't, you know, dumb as a box of rocks. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely a place for it. I don't think AI is just going away tomorrow. I do think certain things like the generative AI that we've got now, a lot of that's going to not be nearly as common spread because running it is extremely cost prohibitive to a point that it's only continuing to operate because investor money. Whereas once it has to make money on its own, I think we're going to see 90+% of all that just fold overnight. There'll be some that survive, but I think it's going to be the stuff that was the generative stuff that they can do it on an extreme budget. The quality just isn't as high as it could be, but it's cheap. So when you need to spit out a picture of a car being driven by a dog, you can do that, but it's totally clear that it's not real. Whereas for the stuff that you see where they're making, you know, movie quality stuff and all that, you'll probably see a lot of that dry up. Just because the cost is just so ridiculously high. Make sure I'm in the clear. Okay. I figured the field was still empty, but I hadn't looked in like half a day, and I wanted to find out I'm backing up into another rally group. Alright, I need you to finally fall down. That muscle strain's a problem. So the problem is we're getting to be high exertion. We don't want to push that far. One thing I am noticing about this trowel is it takes like no stamina to use. Its damage is pretty awful. But whatever it weighs, it's got to be pretty trivial for me to be able to stab and walk into a circle. Oh, come on. Alright, we're stopping there. I pushed too far, we went to high exertion. Actually, I bet you can ditch them real quick by just forcing them over the fence. Then they'll get caught up in all this, they'll work really slowly. Cut around here again. Pick up another one, which is not what we needed right now. But checks out. Oh good, it climbed over the fence. That'll give me more leeway. I just want to sit down enough that we aren't in high exertion because we are slowly draining our endurance by walking. So I'd really like to get us at least out of the high endurance, or high exertion. Let's see. Regulated to be horrifying people as a commercial. Let's see. Also, the amount of data needed to make it learn, but that the learning methods aren't perfect and supervised, and even reinforcing capable of everything. Yeah, and it's also one of those things that, from what I've been reading from a lot of the individuals who are working in it, there are very heavy diminishing returns on that data. So, like, if I go and I feed it a handful of data, and it gets, you know, figures out a couple of things, relatively okay. I feed it that much more, like that much more data, the gains I get out of that extra data isn't as strong as the previous data. And then I add a little bit more data, and again, the gains aren't as strong as the previous data. And it's not like it ever truly flatlines, it's just the amount of data you have to throw out to get, like, even the incremental improvement becomes more and more unsustainable until it's just like, alright, realistically it doesn't get better. From a pragmatic standpoint. I would like you to fall down, because our character needs a proper break. Alright, there's clearly a zombie heard me from behind. They just smashed that window out. Yeah, things aren't magic or AI. Or any new wonder that people really crave isn't magic. Yeah, no, it's the classic. It's being applied to be used for, like, absolutely everything right now. And I do think what will end up happening is we'll certainly still see some of it around. I'm not saying we won't. And the non-generative AI, I do think we will see more stuff like that with, like... Because that, like I said, the whole conflated, is it machine learning, is it AI... Those terms are now kind of empty terms, that it all just falls under the umbrella. But you'll have the things like the medical things like Watson, where it goes and it's able to take a whole bunch of information and be like, hey, you know, based on this information, we've seen this as a possibility, and that it can end up being better than actual doctors on that broad of coming down to the possibility simply because it has way more information to pull from than the doctor does. You'll still want the doctor sitting there. That way when the AI is like, yo, it's this, and the doctor's like, no, you're just wrong. But you can still at least there going, okay, you've got this mystery ailment. And you can sit there and go, okay, well, here's a possibility that the doctor may not have thought of because it was like this really, really wild out there thing. So it still gives useful information for a doctor to base off of. But you wouldn't want the AI unsupervised to be like, yep, yeah, go ahead and cut out their kidneys and replace those. Clearly that's it. You'd want the doctor to be like, whoa, hey, hold up. Let's not jump into the deep end of the pool right away. Let's run a test or two and verify our facts and all that. Let's maybe skip to the far less invasive surgery and try that, see if we get results before we just start, you know, hacking this person apart because the computer said do it. Like I said, there's a place for those kind of systems. It's just one of those things that they are being applied to like everything right now, and a lot of those use cases are not good. Yeah, I agree, Brutsu, that more AI nowadays attached to generative AI and natural language. I would say that is true of people a little bit more knowledgeable on it. I would say for the people not knowledgeable on it, any type of like computer automation system is getting that label slapped onto it. Even though you can be like, that's objectively wrong. But that's the thing, like, the layman doesn't know the difference between machine learning and AI and an algorithm and a system. These are all interchangeable terms for the layman. And it isn't to be like, oh, people dumb or whatever. It's they've had no reason to learn any of these things. But yeah, within technical people, I would agree that AI is now being slapped mostly on generative AI and LLMs, not taking consideration like AI as in the artificial intelligence in games, or AI as in like the machine learning side of things. Yep, exactly. So when I'm talking AI on stream, I'm mostly talking the layman's term of it. And generative specifically, which is usually why I call that out specifically. I also think, again, like the investing side of it is part of why those terms have also gotten muddied up as well. Because that way when the investor is like, hey, what are you doing in AI? Being able to like just substitute machine learning, which you were probably already doing because that was a previous tech buzzword. You'd be like, oh yeah, we're doing this other thing in this AI. And unless they call out like a specific AI technology, like what are you doing in LLMs, then you're not lying or whatever. Plus, it means you don't have to implement something that makes no sense on your product. Like, what are you doing with ChatGPT in your application these days? Nothing. Why would I use ChatGPT in my application? Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious when the easy investor money dries up where a lot of these go. When they gotta stand up and be profitable on their own. Replace AI with internet. Said if you replace AI with internet, you're making a lot of the same arguments you heard in 1999 and why the online thing was just a fad. That's... I get what you're trying to say, but I mean, I was also there for that, and I was also dealing with a lot of that as well, and it is definitely not the same arguments going into it. The internet, as far as a ridiculous expense, was not a thing. It didn't require a completely ungodly amount of the infrastructure. It wasn't one of these things that was being seen as stealing intellectual property from individuals and then regurgitating it. Like, there were a lot of complaints that, yeah, new technology's scary, maybe it's something to prove or whatever. That part I would agree. But also, we want to go back to that same time frame. How many companies disappeared overnight as things settled in on the internet? And I don't mean like the companies that got out-competed, but the ones who were the internet companies, the .com bust, and all that. It was kind of that same thing that we had all sorts of... Oh, I think you mean the .com bust? Yeah. Because that's what happened, is we put .com on everything, internet on everything, and there's just a lot of things that it didn't make sense for. And later on, as things developed a lot more, there became reasons to do that. I still don't need my dishwasher to connect to my Wi-Fi, though. Which is a different issue. That's the Internet of Things issue. I wouldn't say Twitch being profitably bad for Amazon. I wouldn't agree with that. I would say it doesn't necessarily hurt Amazon that it's not technically... it's not technically, it not being profitable isn't necessarily bad for Amazon, the way it would imply. Let's see. What if you had cameras in your fridge that could tell you how much milk... Let's see. Let me dismiss that. How much milk you had when you're at the store? There's been things that have tried to do that where you'd barcode scan your stuff going in there and it'd get the expiration date. The only way that ever happens, though, and works is if we get standards around that. And then without, like, a federal government or some higher authority being like, you will follow this standard, it's going to be nearly impossible to do that. Because if they were to set up a standard, you'd have, like, the Samsung standard, and then you'd have, the LG standard, and then you'd have the let's be honest, Kenmore wouldn't bother. The Whirlpool standard. And that means you have so many different standards that I couldn't imagine doing that. Or if not that, you'd have to do lots of manual data entry. If you could somehow rally people behind it to get a standard put in place, like if a third party was the one who pushed it, then I could potentially see that becoming a thing. It'd be cool. I also know a lot of people be paranoid as hell about any type of thing, having that knowledge, that intimate knowledge about what's going inside my fridge and all that. How's our weight? Weight is fine. Yeah, and that's the thing that holds a lot of that kind of stuff back, because we've had fridges that in theory should do that they did the proof of concept of, but you suddenly got to get, like, every manufacturer of every good that's going to be going inside that fridge, they're going to have to play ball with whatever you are setting up to do that. Which means like, bumping up the cost of milk to get this whole thing set up, to put, like, your QR code on the milk or whatever RFID or whatever they use as their means of communicating. Because the camera doesn't do anything. Because if I have a solid carton you can't see into, that doesn't help you. And I mean, sure, you could have, like, an obligated, like, this is the milk spot in your fridge, so you put the milk and then it weighs the milk. And then because it knows, like, the density of milk, it's able to guess that. But then that means you need to configure your fridge to a precise amount of most things. There's certainly middle grounds you could also do. But yeah, that's a thing that's been promised and tested, and they'll show stuff at, like, CES. It's like, look, your fridge could do this someday. But there's a barrier to entry they gotta get past. Most of the ones that they have done that kind of thing, it's more there's a digital thing on the front that as you add your stuff to the fridge, it can, read the label well enough to go, that's milk. And then it tells you to enter the expiration date and all that. And it can't really tell you the volume, but it can tell you, like, hey, by the way, that milk's gonna start getting dodgy. You need to use it or lose it, buddy. Let's see. Also, if you had to scan in every item you have to put in the fridge, that's less convenient than putting the item in quickly. The convenience of your fridge is knowing whether or not I'm out of milk, not worth the inconvenience of having to scan every item. Yeah. Or you could look at the milk before you run out. That's kind of the thing. The automated process has to be just vaguely more efficient all around than doing that from the human labor side of it. And so, like, if you gotta scan or type everything in, you lost it. That's, I used to have a mobile app on the Microsoft, like the Windows Phone back in the day, that it, at one point, was the highest rated sporting app, which was for keeping track of score for stuff like disc golf and all that. And that was one of the reasons I did well despite not being the first app of its kind on the platform, nor, like, particularly had a lot of features and all that. And that's because one of the things that I felt a lot of my competitors failed to do that I made a priority on it was I didn't worry about competing with all of the features the other applications had. The only thing I cared is Was breaking out your phone and putting the score in your phone easier than taking out a piece of paper and writing down the score? If I could take out the piece of paper and write down the score faster, my app served no purpose. And sure, I could do all sorts of bells and whistles and calculate your average and see if you were improving. And, you know, one of the competing apps was like tying every throw when you're doing like disc golf to GPS so you could get like the actual location to see how you had done compared to the like they had all sorts of cool stuff that was more interesting and novelty. But at the end of the day, if you're out there just to, you know, throw around a golf or whatever, you're just gonna go out there. If it takes me, you know, 30 seconds for the app to come up because it's got to warm up the GPS and everything first to get all that data pulled and connect to its different services and pull in all those math libraries for doing all those calculations and all that, the app serves no purpose. Your fridge uses AI to figure out if you need to reorder items. It thinks milk is beer all the time. Yep. Yeah, it's also going to be a problem. Right, if you have, like, especially if you're living in with roommates, for example. So you have, like, I have this coffee versus that coffee. This is the my coffee. This is the their coffee. We don't like each other's coffee. And also, you know, don't take your roommate's stuff unless they're cool with it. And those types of things aren't going to work in those situations at all. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that you run into. But there, like, literally that app was like #1 on the Windows Phone until the ESPN app showed up. I honestly do not feel bad about being dethroned by a multi-billion-dollar corporation's like one of their main products. Losing to that seems reasonable. And even then, like at the end of Windows Phone, it was still somewhere in like the top 20 apps or whatever. And considering it was still covering a fairly niche thing, I was really proud of that. No, I won't say the name of the app and all that kind of thing. Let's see, have you guys been to the gas stations where you just throw all your stuff down on a mat and it calculates everything without barcode scanning or anything? Yeah, usually they have RFID. You hope that has a big spot in your CV? It used to. I used to keep it on the CV. Like, I still have it in there, but that was something I did privately on my own. That wasn't for a company. That was, you know, I saw the Windows Phone as a new thing. Aren't you starving? No, we're okay. We're hungry, but that hungry is still not even that bad. So all the products at the gas stations have RFID. Usually when you're talking about those things, because they have like the Amazon store where you don't have to scan stuff, you just put them in your basket and go. Usually that's how they do it, is they have RFID or an equivalent. It can be a different technology, but they usually have some type of thing on it that you will pass through a certain point, and it will scan that. They'll have a way of detecting it. So it's just, instead of a barcode, you've got RFID, or again, some equivalent to RFID. I'm not going to swear they all use RFID, because I don't honestly know. But trust me, they are counting it, and it's not just using cameras. Because it was depending on cameras, you could walk up to a shelf, obscure the camera with your body, and then it would have no way of knowing you took it. But with an RFID, which you'd still be able to absolutely steal from it, you just need a way to mask the RFID kind of thing. But that's at least a little bit more difficult, because like a small item, if you're trying to hide RFID, you can just put it in a metal box or whatever. You get the idea. That'd be a little not discreet, but there would be ways you could do that. Whereas for like a larger item with an RFID thing on it, you'd have to, like, either the item itself would have to obstruct or whatever. Man, there's been a lot of cool stuff done with that. And I do think there is place for, you know, retail stores that use that type of tech. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There also is, I don't think that's the case where you've got someone watching you as you're in the Amazon store and like people are calculating it. I mean, if it is, that would be hilarious. But there are those kind of things that do happen, like with CES demos and all that, where they will demonstrate something as doing this amazing feat, and it is, you know, the man behind the curtain just feeding the data into the machine. We've had a few of those scandals over the years. Where it's like, look at this incredibly impressive thing that I figured out. It was all computed well before the event. It's kind of like we've had times where, like, supposedly something was being demoed live, only to figure out it was just a recording. I'm not too worried, we just had the helicopter. Which is why we're in cleanup mode. I do really enjoy when those things happen and the group doing it gets caught. That always amuses me so much. Yeah, the Wizard of Oz approach. Yep. Let's see, the minimap to the, in true north orientation. Making me skin crawl, you absolute madman. I don't want the minimap to be 3D. It's a map. Maps are flat. And for those who have missed why I'm just fighting zombies, like, in the field next to my house, we've been taking a different strategy. So, the migration got a change in Build 42. There is a new migration system that will have zombies, like, kind of gradually move out to areas with less population and all that. That they can do that, I guess is the better word for it. And as such, just living out in the middle of nowhere, like, the zombies will overtake it. So with dealing with 16 times pop, the problem you run in with that is suddenly you have thousands of zombies spilling out of a very high density area to a lower density area to, you know, facilitate that. And we did try living really close to Irvington, which I didn't know it at the time, is like the second highest population city on the map now. And needless to say, 70,000 plus zombies gradually spilling out of the area when I was living just barely out of it eventually became unsustainable for us to stay alive. So, what we ended up doing is this time around, we have switched up the strategy to, I'm in a far less dense area, and I'm trying to use the helicopters and all that to my advantage to draw the zombies in from the few dense areas nearby to effectively a killing field. That I just have a field, we draw the zombies there from the helicopter, because I have it set to repeat the helicopter event again and again. And then what we do from there is we just kill whatever shows up. And once it's dead, we start clearing to the next area. And so those are things. Let's see. Alright, can we get an image if you change the orientation of minmap? Also spun the game screen? Spun the game screen. Oh! Like you want it so Project Zomboid, they haven't got it so where you can like rotate the screen in any way. Like north is always up here, south is always down there. Oh, you don't want it? Yeah, no, I would. I understand the desire of why people want that functionality. But I would not want it. No, there's games that have done that. But yeah, I just wouldn't want to deal with it, because then that becomes an excuse to not fix stuff like the line of sight behind buildings and all that, because you can just rotate it. And there's definitely advantages to it, don't get me wrong, I recognize that. I would rather not have that, and that, like, they can make this more intelligent. So, like, for example, looking behind this building. Oh, that's interesting. So if I put... Oh, I didn't even know that one. So if I put my targeting reticle behind the building, I could just look behind it. I didn't know that was a thing. But, like, if it detected there was a threat behind the building, or, like, something I should care about as I was driving, that it should like just immediately cut away, like if there's zombies behind it or something like that. There'd be a lot of trial and error, because it'd be definitely one of those things that there's a sweet spot, and then you've cut away too early. You found out the hard way that dumpsters obstruct vision? Yeah, dumpsters obstruct vision, as do the really big rocks, for those who don't know. So not like the small rocks you can use as a surface, but the really, really big ones. Those do obstruct vision. So where you go to like be all clever and get a zombie stuck on the big rock when you're trying to split up a group, that can just straight up get you killed because there can be a zombie just waiting on the other side. I actually didn't know you could craft in the hay bales. I haven't had a need to, but it is good knowledge to have. For when you're like out in the middle of nowhere and be like, man, I need to make a couple of weapons, but there's no surfaces I can get to really easily. Alright. We're probably getting pretty close to getting our level in Shortblade. He's been using a lot of Shortblade weapons recently. Okay. Let's see, someone said the cabin below the cultist compound. Is that the place too close to Irvington? Oh no, like I did that in a previous run. So I've revealed the map so I could show stuff off here. So here's Irvington. And so like the really high density area ends right around here. Is like where like you get to the point where they start dropping below 5,000 zombies per cell in our population. I was in that house. Which is like just over a cell away. So I was right there. Here, actually, for those who missed, because a lot of people were watching on this the other day, let me quickly grab... Oh, I can do it this way. Let me quickly grab... I took some screenshots of what the world looked like after, after we got there. Let's see. Okay. But give me a second to get this pulled up. Yeah, so for the not this run, but the last character, I went ahead and put the game in debug after we died, and just got some screenshots because we wanted to see what's going on with the zombies. So here is the main base we were on after that character died. And so we had taken the helicopter way to the southwest. So if you look here, this whole area is overrun. The character, like this is where I'm like invisible mode looking, and this has got over 1,500 zombies in the area. So had we stayed there, we would have been overrun and killed. So I do stand by the getting out of Dodge was the correct decision. Now, that said, if we look at the population map, this is where we went and died, was this cell down here where there's about 2,000 zombies. Because the plan had been to, like, here's where the house was, we were going to cut down through here and go around. And that's where we died. That ended up not working well for us. But if we go to this screenshot, this is showing you the population distribution after about 5 months. So this is Irvington proper, is these 3 cells down here. That's where all the zombies came from. So if you look at that, you've got about 20,000, 10,000, about 2,400 is what this is supposed to start with. And you get the idea that you look at all these ones, all of these are in the thousands. All of these are, like, these are all in the thousands. This isn't even supposed to have zombies. As a reminder, this was all dense forest up here, so we really couldn't cut through here. And this is where the house was, just to be clear. You can see on the mini-map I'm right next to the house, and it's right here. So you see the idea here is, the safest route would have been to cut straight east. I would have only dealt with about half as many zombies, and we would have been fine. But we didn't have that information at the time I was playing. The next safest one would have been to go up this way, because again, dense trees, that's suicide. Dense trees, it would have been 3 tiles straight of 1,000. This one, when I looked at it, was like 2,000, 3,000 here, which is where we died. But once I got down here, it was down to a couple hundred, and then when you went farther, it was just not a problem. So the way we went was like the third best option. This would have been the best, that would have been second, but we didn't have that information. You went into Irvington? I skirted the edge of Irvington, yes. Is the way we tried to escape. And the reason we went that route is because, keep in mind, I had been fighting this way, so we had been clearing the zombies along this path. Yeah, no, this is where we've been dropping the helicopters earlier. So the plan was punch through the spot we had already been clearing, just get that little area, because down here ended up being very quiet. But yeah, you can see how much more the spread is, that these are cells that are not supposed to have zombies at all, really. And just, even because we never took a helicopter up here. We took one over there, we took one down here, and we took some kind of down here-ish. But we never took one over here. And so you get the idea. Even without taking any helicopters up there, the zombies spreading out from this area got all the way up there to about 1,500. So that's the reason why we changed up our tactic. Do I have the random toughness? No, I turned off all the random zombie stuff. I don't mind them having variance. I think the variance is a good thing. But it is one of those things that the variance is too big. It's too wide of a range between, like, def and pinpoint and tough and weak and all those. I think it should be kind of anchored that's like, okay, you chose tough. And the zombies will have a variance of like 10 to 20% weaker and stronger than tough. Or like if you chose def, you'd have, I mean, def, if you had like minus 20%, that really wouldn't change anything because it's def. But on the other end, you know, plus 20%. You have a couple zombies just a little bit more attentive than the main group. But yeah, so I got rid of that until something changes with it, because I don't actually think it's good for the game, the breadth of the range right now. And I think the devs also probably agree. It's just, I think they're probably going to come up with a better solution than that plus minus thing I mentioned, but we'll see. Because there's definitely been times we've had something that's like, hey, this is a pain point in the game. Here's what I'm thinking would be better. And, you know, my answer would have been better than the problem they were existing with. But then the devs get the time to sit down and properly figure stuff out, and they come up with a much better solution than my solution. Which is good, because, you know, that's where their focus is. Yeah, so we'll see what they do with it. Oh, fanny pack. I want a fanny pack. That's okay. I mean, I already had one on the front. We want to go ahead and take that one, put this one on the back. We don't need the alcohol wipes. I will eat the gum now, thank you. And we can go in here and put the pencil in one of these. I'll put the whetstone in one of these. We'll take one of the screwdrivers and put it in there. The water bottle won't fit. Okay, cool. And then, actually, we could go ahead and put the fillet knife in there as well. So basically, putting all the tools I want to keep. Let's see, at what point of the tool roll what do you think the point of the tool roll is? I don't know what you mean by the tool roll. You'll have to explain what you're talking about, tool roll. Let's see. Oh, it's not apocalypse 16 times? It's 16 times. Oh, are you like complaining that's not random? Yeah, that's fine, whatever. Maybe it's a mod? Oh! The tool roll, yeah, that was, I think the tool roll was when it was deciding, or sorry, not tool roll, like, there was like loot re-roll or something like that. Is that what we're talking about? Because I think that's just where the game, when it goes, what's going in this box, instead of just determining it, it rolls it 2 or 3 times at different options, and I think it takes the best option or something like that. I don't know exactly how that works out, but get the idea. But yeah, you can't physically have Apocalypse 16 times, because 16 times literally requires custom sandbox. Nah, it's a leather roll, capacity 5. I have no idea. Oh, good. Another whole wave. There's a new bag item. Oh, hey, carving pork. I'll take you. You're a tolerable weapon. But yeah, no, I would like to have some randomness, yes. I just need something that's not quite to the extreme. And I know they did introduce random without pinpoint, which is better. My biggest gripe is honestly the slow shamblers. Just because of the other stuff and slow shamblers. Yeah, no, the random toughness where it takes like some zombies just take like 10 hits to kill, you're just like, alright, come on, man. That to me just ends up being obnoxious. I understand with very low pops it's probably not that big a deal, but yeah. Well, no, I would actually argue a lot of times the slow ones create problems. So, like, for example, when you go to pull a group of zombies, like this is probably more than I should be pulling, but you go to pull a group of zombies, and you get, like, the two in the back, aggro, and they're slow ones, and you're like, okay, if I go in to fight those zombies, I'm just going to aggro a whole lot more. So, I don't want to do that right now. We're not in a situation to do that. But, if I wait for them, the stupid things take, like, 4 in-game hours to finally work their way out to where I can attack them and not draw more. So it's kind of one of those things that, yes, individually they're easier, but they do create a lot of situations that managing the zombies is a bit of a pain. You just hit F4? Right, but that's always a whole big danger thing of just fast forwarding. Which I did do that a bunch, but it's kind of one of those things I'm like, is this a good experience? Am I having fun? Is this something that... No, go in there. You like the random? I do like random. I just feel like the range needs to be narrower. Like, I wanna get rid of the slow zombies. I would rather we have, like, fast zombies and then fast-ish zombies, where, again, you know, maybe it's 20% slower or whatever, that kind of thing. Just so they don't cluster up quite as neatly as these ones are. You know, to add that whole thing. Hey, maintenance, I didn't see what recipes we got. Like, I do want to make it so it's harder to ball the zombies up like this. I think that's good. I think it's good for the game. I just think death is too short of a range. Pinpoint hearing is too long a range. Because, like, for example, if you're someone who wants to stealth play, you can't do it on APOC. It's just not a thing. With the pinpoint hearing zombies, it's just not a thing you can do. Not reasonably, at least. Not unless you go to an area that has, like, no zombies, so the one zombie. But they're balancing it. It's unstable. They'll figure out. They'll get it sorted. But yeah, no, I've started seeing, honestly, the vast majority of a lot of us who've been playing, like, really high pop stuff. Almost all of us have been turning off the random. It's just kind of one of those things. The other big problem you have with random is it very much limits the variety of gameplay. Because, like, if you want to do, for example, stealth gameplay, you can't do it right now with the pinpoint. Try again. If you want to do anything like trying to draw the zombies around to clear up areas like the Pied Pipering of the zombies, that kind of thing, with the deaf zombies and the slow-moving zombies, you can't do it. It's not really an option anymore. if you want to, like, do any type of management of the zombies like I'm doing here, can't do it. Not an option anymore. And so it kind of really pigeonholes you into treating every engagement of, I'm going to pull like 2 or 3, kill them, see what zombies shake out, you know, back off, kill those zombies, go back in. And for me, it just felt like I was just kind of ping-ponging back and forth and killing 2, 3, 4, 5 zombies again and again. And we did do a number of runs with that, and I was just like, you know what, this isn't fun. It wasn't harder, it was just really kind of monotonous. There's just way too much waiting for the slow zombies. There was like no strategy in the pulls other than poke one zombie, see what shakes out. Yeah, no, it's very tedious. And 16 times can be slow enough as is. Now, if you like that randomness, don't let me like yuck your yum or anything. But for me, it's just like, this is very limiting of my gameplay. I'm gonna burn down this really fast because every engagement is the exact same. Like I can't randomly be like, you know what? I'm gonna Pied Piper this one. I'm gonna go do this other strategy. I'm gonna sneak past this one. Those just aren't on the table. And I do know that's something they want to fix. Because, like, Build 42, a big part of it was they wanted to enable stealth, because stealth has always been kind of a meme in Product Zomboid. I shouldn't have kept looting and I should have just sat down. It's fine. I do see you got the aggro one. I'm gonna move. Oh, right, the meta event. Okay, let's try and dispatch this one before we can aggro others, and we need to sit down and rest. That's as afraid of. We keep aggroing, and this potentially is a very dangerous situation. And the reason is that we're already at high exertion, which means we're on borrowed time, that we're going to keep losing endurance just from walking around. And our damage is going to be horrifically low. So the hope here is we kill the 1 or 2 zombies that we've already got aggro on, and we can at least sit down before this gets too far out of hand. Okay, this would be alright. Yeah, not just short plates. No, I'm glad you're enjoying Zidian doing the random. Like, I do think it's something that should be left as an option. Like, I do think it's good that it exists as an option. How are the skills right now? You're sad you can no longer use them indefinitely? Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, even in Build 41, you couldn't use the hunting knives indefinitely. You could go a really long time, though. But you would eventually get to the point that it would start to burn you down. But yeah, but that's why we got options, so, like, where people weren't enjoying the, Yeah, no, so the thing was early day, you could just go for them. But if you were doing like a full day of fighting, then you would run into the problem that you would start to burn down. So yeah, you disagree that it's less options. You think it's far more options on how to play, just different play styles. Do you mean playing with the random on? Because I definitely mean, like, having the option of playing with the random, like, the full random. Like, having that as an option is more... I definitely found, when playing with random on, like, the number of strategies I could choose from, like, half of the existing strategies were just gone. You think random on provides more options? Yeah, that wasn't my experience at all. It felt like I was really tunneled into being very conservative in how I pulled anything and have to, like, stay back and see what shakes out and doing all that stuff. But I'm also dealing with, you know, I mean, you're dealing with 16 times as well. But like I couldn't sit there and work around like a lot of stuff as, you know, things. Yeah, but Zidian's also playing 16 times. Because that was I found like Pied Pipering was gone. Oh yeah, no, after you clear out all the pinpoint ones, you're good. But that's just it. It just means every new area, I always have to pull the pinpoints first. Which, you know, that's just walk up, poke one, see what comes after you. And that's what I was talking about with like every engagement same. Yeah, once you kill like the ones that can hear you really far away, then yeah, you can. The deaf ones you can practically walk up and execute and just ignore. Which is one of the other things I didn't like, because I found the helicopter event really easy, even on 16 times pop with a random. Like, the fast ones were still the threat, but those slow ones, you could practically run into them, and you'd just be fine, just walked around them. So having like a third of the zombies be real slow is just like, okay, total no big deal. Now, I'm sure if I went downtown Louisville or something like that, I'd just die anyways, but... Yeah. No, like, that's the thing. Don't take it as me being like, hey, this shouldn't exist. I think it should exist as a full random. But for me, it felt like I was forced into playing the game in certain ways, and I didn't care for it. But yeah, no, you're not wrong that once the pinpoints are gone, because at that point you're effectively fighting with random minus pinpoints. But yeah, no, it felt weird to go up everything and have like a staged approach where I kill the pinpoint ones, I back off, and then I can start fighting the others however. I just got tired of waiting for the slow-moving ones with pinpoint. That was really the one thing I couldn't get past. Like, genuinely, the slow-moving zombies, I don't think I ever want those in my games. I don't mind them not bunching up as well, that's fine. Yeah, that doesn't bother you. No, that's all good. For me, it was just like... So these are fast-moving shamblers. So like that one back there, it would literally be like 4 in-game hours for that one to get out of the trees and be like, oh my god, please just get over here. But it was one of those things that was when you're dealing with the density area that you really couldn't afford to pull more. But that's genuinely a problem, mostly when you're just dealing with full rally group sizes and, you know, high pop areas and challenging stuff like that. I think for Apocalypse, it's not as big a deal. But I do know a lot of people are getting annoyed by it, even that. Because, like, for me, the whole thing about that they kind of overhauled stealth. That stealth is supposed to be way better because, you know, you've got fog, you've got rain, it suppresses the ability for the zombies to see and hear as far. They're supposed to be able, like, you know, actually sneak through as long as you don't get spotted. And then you've got these zombies with pinpoint hearing and eagle eye just homing in on you from like half a block away. And you're like, this is the stealth update, alright? That's definitely a miss. They'll get there. Alright. So good news, we are starting to thin out the area where we weren't even able to walk outside our house for a while. We are getting these groups knocked down. And I'm glad it exists as an option. Just kind of like I'm glad sprinters exist as an option. I think they are great options to have in the game. But they're definitely not for me. I also personally don't necessarily feel like pinpoint zombies should be base Apocalypse in any capacity. They're pretty silly on how far they can hear. And I've done runs where we did pinpoint the whole time, and it can be a lot of fun. A pinpoint is pretty brutal. I could see them having a separate difficulty that does have all the zombies randomized. So like where we have the really CDDA challenge as like a challenge map. I could definitely see them doing the same, but with like the random zombies that they could go to like some pretty big extremes or whatever. It's not just hearing, oh yeah, no, it's hearing, sight, memory, the whole shebang. The only thing they don't do is they don't give any of the zombies the ability to open doors and windows. They don't give that from a random option. Alright. We should be pretty good for this fight. We're using junk weapons, but as far as endurance and all that goes, we're in pretty good shape. Or we're right in the edge of muscle fatigue. Oh well. They'll still probably be fine. It's not as big a group as we've been dealing with. Like, for the record, I like the new migration, even if it is totally sketch and how ridiculously out of hand it can get. But I think it's a good kind of like, oh, this is a real pressure that you can't just build up one block over from the city and roll in and just kind of beat your head against the wall until they all fall down. Like, they will come out and they will eventually overwhelm you unless you can somehow manage to keep them all knocked down enough just to stave it off. Which I imagine for some of the really small towns you probably could do. Like Lake Wallace you probably could just set up near town and just chip away at it. Or Echo Creek you could probably sit around just outside of town and chip away at it. That's another setting I know a lot of people don't like. There's been a number of people who actually like running high pop settings and like living out in the middle of nowhere and just have it be a thing that occasionally they would, oh come on, they would work their way into town kind of thing. And the new migration makes it a little bit harder to make as an actual thing because they can't go back home and be safe. Like, it's fine short term, but it does get it does get worse. I'm not sure honestly if they can turn that one off either. They probably can. But I actually didn't think to look for those settings to see if you could adjust the rate that they do the new migration or not. It's probably just like under migration itself and not a separate thing. Because to a certain extent, it serves kind of the same function. It's going to be interesting to see the strategy of migration. I think that's mostly only going to apply to people who play really high pop settings. Like, we're talking at least 8+ times pop. Who are going to really kind of feel it. Even though it will apply to everyone. The lower ones, it'll probably just feel like respawn or whatever. Be more manageable. Let's see, how do you pull the zombies out of the basement? You yelled into the basement, whistled in the basement, downstairs, got jumped by a zombie, you lived. If you're playing on apocalypse settings or like the random ones, the deaf ones, it's not that they cannot hear at all, but you've got to basically be like right on top of them to a point that you're most likely going to bump into them. Whereas, like, if you're playing without random... Yeah, no, I'm surprised they didn't hear you, because I've been able to draw the zombies out of the basements before. Sometimes they do just not hear you. Like, I haven't tested, but it definitely seems like there's a sound dampening thing going on with, like, whether you're down in the basement or not. It may just be that you just have to deal with them down in the basement, like, go down there, aggro them, drag them out. Because that's what I've been doing for the most part. Because they'll go kind of, like, peek very slowly, treat it like a very dangerous location. Because it is. And then just do what we gotta do. Right, so I need more sticks if I want more weapons. We are getting to that point. Oh, let's also go up here and see if there's yeah, no, it could just be that they don't hear you at all well down there, which would make sense. But still, I'm suspecting it's kind of like when you make noise outside a house versus inside a house. The noise, like, if you're inside, things outside you don't hear as well, and vice versa. How close from Hero are we from 0? We're nowhere near Hero. We're at 4 maintenance, and it looks like we're at about 3.5 on axes, short blunt, and long blunt. We're at 2 short blade. We're pretty close to 2 electrical, 1 cooking, about a bit over halfway to carving 1, almost to napping 1. Animal care 3. Strength is about to hit 4, and we're getting about a little over 2/3 away to fitness 3. Nimble is 2 and about a third, and then foraging is right about to hit level 5. If you don't like the idea of respawning zombie in the area you cleared for your base, being able to turn. Let's see, makes it easy to turn. Did I put that in my bag? I think it did. Check it on body. Is there a way to block noise through shattered windows? You could board up the window. Or you could replace the window. You can actually replace windows if you have a crowbar. You just gotta go find a window and pull it out. You do have a pretty good chance of breaking it trying to do that. Oh, I don't have it in my hand. Yeah, there's actually a lot of things you can pick up with the crowbar. There's a lot of floor tiles you can actually pick up and move, so if you want to decorate your base, you can put down your wood floors and then put, like, ceramic tiles on top of them. Okay, and for our hunger, I'm gonna slam another stick of butter. Because we're below 80, so I figure what the heck. All right. What else we got? So we've got the cleaver. All right, so this is becoming a very real problem for us. The weapon situation. I am just going to need more tree branches, and that's a log. That doesn't do me any good yet. We'll be able to do stuff with logs later, but not yet. Not worthwhile. And I am trying to avoid, I can just get branches and stuff and slap zombies with broken branches and all that. And that's not the worst. Hey, Milk Toast, Claire, thank you so much for the raid. What did we just see? It's just Thirsty, right? Just Thirsty? Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Playing some Product Zomboid earlier. I know, because I saw. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream. How is your run going? Hopefully you have not commit die, because that is what we did the other day. And we are now working on our new run, which in a lot of ways is going better. We're starting to get pretty scarce on our weapon supply, which is not my favorite. But I'll get you a proper shout out here and all that. For those who don't know, Milk Toast Claire, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing a lot of Product Zomboid and all that good stuff. Definitely good times over there. And so all that, you should definitely check that out and all that good stuff. Definitely someone I highly recommend checking out. Absolutely fantastic. Welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you enjoyed the stream over there. Yeah, drop the follow over there. That's what... Those are words. My brain is frazzled. Don't mind me. But yeah, so we definitely did die on our last character to eventually the new migration system where they go between the cells getting to be just too much. There we go, close the door. We were living relatively close to Irvington, like one cell higher, like one cell north of it. And there was almost no cells around the entire area that didn't have at least 1,000 zombies in it, other than like the little pocket we had cleared that we were living in. And so I eventually went to punch out and didn't make it. Let's see, do new books mods spawn within the same chance of all books? New book mods. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Any additional items you add to a loot pool will dilute the items in that loot pool. So if you have a mod that adds more items of a type, so like more magazines or books, you by proxy will have less of all of the the less chance of getting all of those books simply by the course of like they'll be more widely spread. But yeah, so far as mods going, I don't really know the answer on that regard unless they've compensated for it. But like, say you add 100 new books to the game, and let's pretend there's 100 books. I actually have no idea what the actual amount is. You will cut the chance of getting any specific book in half of what it was before, assuming equal distribution. That's why so many of the magazines and books are hard to find right now. Is they did add a ton more flyers and a ton more different items you can find. And what that has caused is because there's just so many more of all of them, that even though we'd have a net increase on places you can find books, it doesn't make up for the fact that there is just more books that can be found. For everyone popping in, though, to introduce myself, I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. Right now, we're playing some Product Zomboid, the game I'm most known for, as I used to hold a world record in it, for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life. That run was on sweaty tryhard settings with no mods or changes to itemization or vehicles and all that good stuff. But with that said, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games, and that record has been beaten. But at the moment, we are playing on 16 times population. We started with 0 stats whatsoever, and we are just trying to make it work. This character is not particularly super old because, unfortunately, I did take a death a couple days ago, like 3-4 days ago. Just learning how the migration system has changed, having to adjust our strategies a little bit because of it. Normally, I would set up like just at the edge of town and then fight my way in. And learning that that is not really as good of a strategy as it used to be. The town now very much comes out to say hi on a level it has not in the past. But to that degree, we're doing pretty well. I've got some cows that we're getting milk from. We are now in the very, very, very south part of the map where the lake was because I haven't been here before. And people were like, hey, it's a lower zombie pop area. So it's like, cool. we will start there, we will build up, and then we will move on to targets, which the plan is actually to make the military base the second target, because why would I make good decisions? But the idea for right now is we are just trying to clear the area out. I am taking the strategy of, instead of in the past, I was kind of using the stuff to move the zombies around and all that. Are you playing with all zombies pinpoint hearing? No, I'm not. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I've done that before in the past and 16 times, and it's very spicy and very interesting. But it is one of those things you kind of just sit in an area and let the zombies come to you and keep killing and killing and killing until it stops. And then you move forward. So where people accuse me of this being very grindy when we're doing the 16 times, that kind of takes it a step farther. It's definitely harder. Like, to be clear, it is definitely a much harder setting. But yeah. Alright, so we got ourselves some cabbage, that's nice. They're also trying to steer up our food. You believe that's called the 2025 technique? Oh, like the pinpoint? It's exhausting. Pinpointing is brutal and never-ending onslaught. Oh yeah. No, it's very much you gotta go out into the middle of absolutely nowhere. And just any noise you make is like, alright, well it's time to kill 50 zombies. Okay. Well, I backed off and I'm finally away from the 50 zombies. Oh no, that made a noise. I guess I'll kill 100 more zombies. Let me just try and crawl back into my home before I die of exhaustion. Cool. Let's do it again. Yeah, no, that's that was a big thing. It was fun. That was so it wasn't actual pinpoint hearing. If you remember the bug we had back in Build 41's Unstable branch, where they accidentally created a worse than pinpoint hearing bug, whether like if you didn't have pinpoint hearing, you still got pinpoint hearing effectively. I had a very long run in Louisville for that, and that was a rough time. We were playing at 1 or 2 frames per second for entire streams dealing with that garbage. It was just sitting in that military checkpoint and dealing with managed to get in there, ever so slightly managing to claw out enough that I could get my character enough back to sleep in their trailer to do it again. And we did that garbage for like 3 or 4 in-game months. It was over 20,000 kills in that inside the military checkpoint after I had previously cleared it. It was fun. I had a blast. I'd never want to do it again. There's a couple of clips, you know, floating around that. You went to UCF, fellow Central Florida person. Oh yeah, well it's good to meet you, poor David Blue. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. Because I'm gonna hit a button here. Don't worry about it. Plus also following for cool Zomboid tips and all that. Yep. Go Knights, and they'll always be Golden Knights in my heart. They can't take that away from me. I don't care if they change the name. It's always gonna be Golden Knights in my heart. That was a debacle when it happened. That they rebranded the UCF Golden Knights to just Knights. It's like, but we're not the Knights. The Knights is a boring name by comparison. It's fine, it doesn't matter. No, they're over here harassing the cows. And also I didn't see what that was. The cows deserve better. Every other time I come back, there's zombies over here harassing the cows. Even though we kill every zombie we see in the area. We're not in the range the helicopter can show up again, so I'm not going to worry about it. If we get surprised with a tropical storm, that is what it is. Yeah, and our desperate weapon situation is getting slightly more desperate. I was trying to push to get my carving up enough that we'd be able to make the stone knives and all that. Versus, you know, going and just going all in on the axes. And unfortunately, that strategy has not panned out, as we're only a little over halfway to carving 1. And we're basically spent on weapons. And I've got plenty of flint. I need tree branches. And we did cut down some trees. But right now, where the trees I can cut down are, we've got a lot of zombies in that area. It's what I'm going to end up having to do. Okay, so all 3 cows right here. This is perfect. Hey, man. Leave the cows alone. Alright, that's fine. Okay. I will need the carving 1. Because I don't need carving 2, I need carving 1. We're at like carving half. That's what I figured. No, don't go outside. Come on. Where are you going? I don't have a rope on me to fix this. I need to just leave a rope here, is what I need to do. Because every other time a zombie comes here, they always run way outside the other side of the perimeter. Let's try going down here. Actually, let's... So are you going to come to me now? Or are you scared? Yeah, so that one I think was scared. It just happened to choose to run inside the perimeter. Does cow dung despawn? I don't believe so. You know what? I might have a solution to this problem. There, you're still in the zone. Okay. So the idea there is by having that still in the zone, when it gets thirsty, it should come the whole way around to go get itself something to eat or drink. Oh yeah, no, you can, if you're ever desperate for food, you can eat berries that are poisonous. Just eat one, wait for the queasy to go away before you eat another. Alright. So we're making more butter because it's been a little while since we've done that. They're getting a little low. It's also an excuse, one, to check on the cows, and then also as an excuse to forage my way over here in the hopes of getting tree branches and or food. We did get some food that we could snack on that doesn't gain weight, but we did not get the other thing. Oh good, finally it's giving me both. I kept running into this weird thing where it said I'd have 5 liters, but it wouldn't let me actually churn the butter, which I assume is because we had like 4.98 liters or some nonsense. But that one, it's finally let me get through that. Alright. And we've been away from here for like a good in-game week or so. So it does seem like they can hold a lot more milk than we can grab in one go, which is good. Because that means I don't have to, like, babysit them and, like, milk the cows every day and all that garbage. Yeah, I believe you can do the, I believe you can do the berries on weak stomach, but again, one berry, just one. Wait to see, like, wait until you're well past the risk of it getting you sick. If you do get sick, wait until you basically fully recover before you do it again. You got a little bit of leeway, it's not that sensitive, but it is one of those things to just play it safe. How much milk? How much milk do you need? Okay, so you're done. So I'll pet the other cow. I am seeing one problem with that strategy of making this whole area the zone. Is now they're just chilling out here. I'm assuming they will sort that out themselves when they get hungry. This is the sound of T-1000 walking through the jail gate and like wet dog food coming out of a can. Yeah, it's very squelchy. You are not wrong. Milking the cow is very squelchy. Oh, I think there's actually bigger containers. Honestly, what I should check is the watering pails. I'm willing to better prey find. Another thing you could also do to help with this is once we get our other buckets, I've got like 8 buckets now. Once we get one of our other buckets here that is empty, I'll be able to just walk up with 2 buckets and then just milk one of the cows all the way to completion with one go. And yeah, we'll be super overburdened, but are you done or did you bail on me early? All right, you're done. That's fine. Gotta get the full volume. Oh, by the way, there's 2 generators in this building we found. We walked in here, it's like, oh cool, a generator. Opened the other side, it's like, oh, another generator. Neat. Yes, it honestly looks like these cows are carrying something like 15 or so liters of milk each if you leave them alone long enough. They could even be able to get higher than that. Was not a fan of the phrase milking to completion. It is... Oh, I see what you're saying. It is what it is. They're cows. Okay, we can keep eating our cabbage to deal with our hunger while we let our endurance recover. The cows believed in redundant power supplies. I mean, they should. Redundant power supplies are pretty good. I strongly recommend redundant power supplies. Have ourselves a sip of water. Okay. So the good news is all the cows are back at the perimeter. Having that extra part of the zone here should help out with when the occasional random zombie manages to wander in and scare one of them off. Like that zombie right there. It means when they go to walk to the other side of the perimeter, they should just come back. And then between being out there, they should come back anyways to eat the food, to get the water and all that I left outside as well. Alright. So let's try and get back to our house. I'm really hoping we find some tree branches along the way. I've been watching on the ground. We picked up a couple earlier. We are getting low. I think this is like literally my last weapon I have handy. And I have not been super impressed with the scrap cleaver in the past runs. And we did see something. And I really don't want to resort to grabbing a bunch of rocks and slapping zombies with rocks. I know they're relatively okay weapons. They were really good for a while, but now they're just relatively okay. And I can use them. I'd rather use an actual weapon that gives me stats. Okay, what do you got here? Can't you just chop a tree? That's what I'm probably going to need to do. I have deliberately saved one axe just for that purpose. The big issue I have is where we're at once I start chopping the tree. I just end up drawing all the zombies out of the woods, and then I have to manage to fight them down. And then the trees are a bit dense, and it is a little bit on the dodgy side. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright. You think they nerfed the rock this update? I don't know about this update, but they did nerf the rock in 4.2.1. The rock got nerfed pretty hard in 4.2.1. They lowered its durability, they increased the strain, they lowered the attack speed, I think they lowered the damage. It's still totally usable as a weapon, but it was the rock right when 42 dropped was better than most of the other better than the other short blunt weapons. They also made it so that the rock no longer benefits from the short blunt skill nor contributes to the short blunt skill, if I'm not mistaken. Chopping trees, I dare you to. Thank you for the Gigantipie, Randall. We'll probably need to chop down the trees. I've kind of accepted this. We're just working our way back over here. Trying to grab ourselves... Alright. A badminton racket is a pretty awful weapon, too. But it is something I can hit a zombie with, which means it's better than not having a thing I can hit a zombie with. It doesn't matter how big the tree is. So the bigger the tree is, the more logs you will get. In our particular case, I probably don't want a big tree. I probably want something kind of in between. That way I can get branches and saplings. Because then I can use the saplings to gain carving. And I can use the branches to make axes. So there's the axe. Go ahead and carve the long stick. I can take the long stick, and yes, I know I can make a spear. I don't like spears. I'm choosing to deliberately go out of my way to avoid them, even though stakes are also like super terrible. Because plus, I can get an extra round of carving out of that to get myself to making handles faster. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Drop all you off. And you off. Alright. So let's rest for a minute before we start messing around with chopping any trees down. Because I'm expecting to get like a couple whacks on the tree. And then have to fight. Let's deal with this one in the yard, because I'm almost certainly going to aggro him chopping down a tree. They'll also draw on any zombies that are like right in the tree line too. Oh, I didn't drop out the stones. We want to do that. You'll drop off the stones real fast? Yeah, so there was a zombie right where I was going to plan on chopping down the trees. I figured there probably will be. See what shakes loose. Let's see. You don't think it was necessarily true that it was better than other short blunts? It was worse than the wrench? Yeah. Well, the thing, though, is you just picked it up, and they were everywhere. Okay. Yeah, so we got zombies closing in. Let's drop off these stones. And bear with me, chat. We just hit an ad break, so I'm going to take just a minute here. I've got food sitting in front of me, and I am really hungry. So I'm going to go ahead and take a quick, like, 1-2 minute break or whatever while we're on the ad break, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. All right. Of course. Of course. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... We're going to take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. All right, and I am back. Okay, so we just need to make weapons happen. We don't have a... Oh, we'll go ahead and take a sip of water out of the buckets in here. Okay. We can take this and drop that off. Okay, so I did see that the zombies straight up just homed into the area. We literally just killed one zombie there, and zombies from like half across the other area just closed in. So I'll need to clear those out. I just need to get myself like a window of no zombies big enough that we can potentially cut down a tree singular. Just so I can make an axe singular. So I can clear out more so I can cut down our tree to at least get weapons rolling. The sad thing is, while I am getting maintenance doing that, I really am not getting the carving or napping or any of these other things that are like the gateway to way more weapon options. We've got a lot of what we need to start pushing for the blacksmithy, but this isn't where we're looking at living long term. Alright. That exertion and fatigue is getting to be problematic. And then we'll just have to go inside and rest for a minute. Okay, so rest for a minute to recover. And I don't see any more zombies near the tree line. We'll probably go for one of those two trees, probably this orange one on the bottom, facing up. Because that way my back is faced away from the direction I have the zombies expected to go, just so we don't have a zombie step through the tree and grab me where I have no chance to defend myself. Oh, we can go ahead and dismantle you while we're sitting here. Our weight is fine for right now. We'll keep needing to find stuff like cabbage and all that kind of things. I do think, where I talked about earlier, changing our strategy a little bit so far as I was going to go south and around the entire lake, I do think we're going to aim to go straight east first. And the reason I'm going to do that is I think that's where the gas station is. And don't spoil it if I'm wrong. Let me figure it out. Like, I know there's a gas station here, but I don't know where. And I would like to try and go with that. Alright, so cut down trees. But if we can manage that, and we can secure the gas station, I've got the generators. We don't know how to use it yet, but we're right about to hit electrical 2, which should go a long way. I didn't wait for my muscle fatigue to be gone. That is an actual mistake. Let's see if we can get out of here before we aggro too much more. Just the 2 or 3? I could probably get in here before any of them see me. And then we can make an axe, wait for this muscle fatigue to go away. Did we get away with it? I think so. Yeah, she's still going towards the tree. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. We can make ourselves a new axe. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we can go here. Alright. And we keep one axe inside here. That's our... We don't mess up and accidentally get rid of all our axes axe. So we can always chop down more trees. Let's pop over here. See if there's anything I can craft on this side. We can crush some lime. So let's do that. And I'll probably also craft a bunch of twine while we're here as well. Now I'm doing something productive while we're waiting for the muscle strain to go away. Okay, is there anything else we can do? Dismantle radio, don't want to deal with that. Sharpen anything we care about. Sharpen that. But they want to get in Project Zomboid, you don't have a clue what to do in it. Is there a certain YouTube video that you'd recommend? Ooh, that is an excellent question. I don't... So, like, I know videos that teach you things like... I know Retinaru has a lot of videos that cover materials. I don't think that's a good, like, introductory point, though. You could check to see if Radamant has a good video. Because I know Radamant has done stuff in Project Zomboid, and his stuff is always good. As far as tutorials, I didn't use tutorial. Maybe Ambiguous Amphibian. Does Ambiguous Amphibian has anything tutorial-wise? He tends to do story stuff, though. He might not have tutorials, though. There are a lot of content creators who make stuff for YouTube for Project Zomboid. I just don't know anyone who has, like, tutorial videos is the catch. If you're looking for goals, Mr. Atomic Duck. Yes, Mr. Atomic Duck does do tutorials. That is, thank you for reminding. That's actually a very good reference. Cheese does? Gotcha, so Royale with Cheese? I know Mr. Atomic Duck does a lot of tutorial videos. If Royale with Cheese does as well, then that's another person to check, and both of them will have those on YouTube. Both of them also stream on Twitch as well. Otherwise, you know, generally speaking, just about any content creator on Project Zomboid category, for the most part, we'll be happy to answer questions for you. Like, see, Private Lime did a Survive Week 1 series. That might help too. You don't know if that's very helpful. You didn't watch it. Yeah, no idea. I know Private Lime is absolutely another fantastic content creator. I've played on a multiplayer server with Private Lime for a while, way back. The Mr. Lamprey UK, well, it was Mr. Lamprey UK, but Mr. Lamprey, no UK on it now. Was like hosting a server that was like a permadeath sprinters, sweaty, try-hard, everything is awful server. There's even a clip that comes up from time to time that was me and Private Lime on that server. But yeah, no, if you watch anyone in the category, a lot of people answer questions for you. You'll learn a lot just by, you know, seeing what we're doing, how we tackle different problems, that kind of thing. There's a lot to be gleaned from that without having to, like, really go through a whole bunch. You know, Lyman Nurse? I haven't had the opportunity to do anything with Nurse that I can think of. I'm familiar with Nurse. It's just not someone I've had the opportunity to do anything with. Good content. Does, like, lots of really good shorts and all that as well. Alright, we do have Anax to deal with them. Okay. Alright, there's electrical too. I think for now I'm going to stop taking apart the watches, since I no longer have a book to boost our XP. And that'll get kind of tedious to deal with. Alright, so there's another set of zombies over here. So the axe I have I can use as a weapon. I do have a spare in the house still. So we're gonna try and clear these zombies out nearby. Enough that we can try and chop down a tree to make another axe. Alright. Let's go back in the house, rest for a minute. We're right about the point that the radio will be needed. Yeah, it's fun to see different playstyles. Yeah, because a lot of us, even the people who do like the same type of thing, like the 16 times pop, we all have different approaches to a lot of stuff. We have some people like lean into one weapon category that they prefer, or that kind of thing. Yeah, definitely if you're learning the game, try to stick to people who are modding very lightly, or not at all. Right now, a lot of people in Build 42 are going to be modding very lightly who are streaming. Not everyone. You'll have some who go pretty heavy on the modding. But for the most part, it's probably pretty light. But, so like I know... I mean, there's a whole bunch. They've got like Milquetoast, Mr. Lamprey, myself, Ultrasaurus. Bloody Drongo was a fairly new player. Well, I mean, I'd say intermediate at least. Is like an intermediate player who is doing that. You got Snoot TV. You've got when Retinaru would be a player. That's one who will go and test stuff out and walk through it, all that. Let's see who else do we have. You do have Rual with Cheese as well. Rual with Cheese pops in and out of Project Zomboid these days, but still, if you catch him playing. Let's see, who else we've got? Twist on Fire. Twist on Fire is German, though, so keep in mind that, if you're watching there, it will be in German. Twist on Fire does speak English as well, but they stream in German. But is a solid content creator, definitely one to consider as well. Warren. Warren is another good one. Yeah, Warren33, that's another really good one. Let's see, what's the mod that shows the stats in the top left? Just made a stupid mistake because you wasn't paying attention to the stats. It died from the copter. If you do !mods, it'll give you the exact name. Yeah, Curly has also started playing a game, so if you're looking for someone who's fairly new to the game and you want to kind of ride along and see the types of mistakes they make, there's that one. Woe Jess has also been playing recently and is fairly new to the game as well. So you got a lot of good options. And any and all of those will be really good choices. Sui's been playing as well. Sui doesn't get to be on as much, but another person worth tuning into. That if you catch Sui playing, she'll be more than happy to explain stuff as she knows. She's definitely like in that intermediate knowledgeable range as well. Like she's just started doing 16 times pop, but she knows. Oh, I was using the scrap metal cleaver to cut down the tree? Well, that's not what I wanted. That was a strong badminton racket. Okay, so drop you off. Okay. Oh yeah, Ve Victus. You got Wick Hammer as well. Those are also two excellent ones.
But the best person to watch and learn stuff from is at Rual Storge. He is always explaining things.
Yep, you can certainly watch here. Like I said, always happy to answer questions. Like a lot of times I'll explain why I'm doing certain things. Did we turn this radio off, by the way? Yeah, we did. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Go and grab the kitchen knife and the paring knife. Those are both not great weapons, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, and we are solidly in the beggars category right now. Alright, so we probably weigh a little bit too much to go slamming another stick of butter right away. Yep. No, I said Mr. Lamprey earlier, but yes. There's a lot of Product Zomboid creators who are all excellent. Brildane plays a decent amount of Product Zomboid here and there. Another one worth checking out. Okay. Waiting on the muscle strain. I mean, it's not an untrue statement. For the most comprehensive technical knowledge combined with the least likely to be running any mods challenge. Actually, yeah. Well, I appreciate what's like. You should watch the current streamer. I do appreciate that. All right, so we're about out of water in that bucket there. Yeah, so catch 22 is I managed to make one axe. I'm trying to get cleared to make the second. Learned a lot from me? Well, thank you. That is one thing I have found from playing on these ridiculous, like, 16-time pop nonsense. It does force you to adapt how you're playing. Yeah, so anytime you put a water container in your main bag, your character will automatically drink from it if they're thirsty. But you found out about the game from Mr. McTunkduck. He's been doing a series surviving the first week in Product Zomboid. Very helpful. Yeah, no, we brought up Atomic Duck. Atomic Duck's excellent. I was really bummed that I missed the charity event. I was supposed to be doing the charity event for special effect. Unfortunately, I had a death in the family at the time that I had to travel for, so that was not great. But I'm glad the event went really well, way above expectations so far as that. It meant a lot. Special Effects is a very good charity. Alright, so with this, we can get 2 more axes. Let's see, you don't know if you had the chance to test the large stone axe on actual trees, but you try it works really well. Oh yeah, no, we did that in our last character. The large stone axe basically knocks down a tree in like 2-3 hits. Okay. So get ourselves 2 more axes. Yeah, no, that's Lamprey and like our schedules have moved a little bit. It used to almost perfectly line up. Not as a deliberate decision. It's just when we stream. It's drifted a little bit, so there's like a 1 hour gap, I believe, if I end at my scheduled time before Lamprey starts at theirs. I'm at his. But yeah, generally speaking, if you're looking for Product Zomboid, you can pretty much get 24/7. But I also do feel like there's a certain amount of value in both watching people who've got lots of experience in Product Zomboid, as well as finding people who are brand new to the game. Like, you can get information on how the game works from the veterans and all that, whereas the people who are brand new to the game are perfect for when you're like, okay, I just want to watch this person and kind of learn from, you know, they're going to make the same mistakes you're going to make. And it can save you some deaths by just being like, oh, be really careful eating burnt food, because while the game's like, oh yeah, eating burnt food is dangerous, it really doesn't sell it to you how dangerous it really is. Like Product Zomboid, burnt food is just straight up poison. Alright, you're getting a little bit too far into my yard. At least now I got a couple of axes I can fight with. Alright. If you like 70s music, eat, losing, coughing, zombie murder, lamprey, yep. Also plays 80s and sometimes 90s. Let's see, watching new people show you what not to do. Pro show you what to do, good mix. Well, yeah, no, it's like, it's also good to watch new players because sometimes they will try things that, you know, the people who've been around for Product Zomboid a long time, you know, we've got our ways that we do things. And we don't think to test things that didn't previously work in a certain way or whatever. They're just, you just don't go back and retry it because it didn't used to work. And sometimes you'll learn an entirely new thing. Is there any way to zombie-proof your hideout or home? No, but yes, but no, but yes. Generally speaking, you're not supposed to be able to make your home zombie-proof. That's not an intended thing you're supposed to be able to do. You can do certain things like sledgehammering out the stairs to make it so the zombies can't get up to you, and that you can then use a rope ladder to go up and down to sort of zombie-proof it. But then at the same time, the zombies can tear down the rope ladder, which could make you a situation where now you can't get back into your own base. But in the same way, there's also the ability to put down tons of rope ladders, so the odds of them breaking all of them are very low. The glitch where the batteries are draining has been fixed. And no, TVs are not indestructible anymore. The devs are pretty good about once someone figures out something can be made to be indestructible or that the zombies won't path at it or whatever. The devs usually do a pretty good job of making that short-lived. Because very much the idea of this game is you are not going to be building a wall of traps to keep the zombies out. You're not going to be making yourself an indestructible fortress. You're not going to be doing those kind of things. You're not going to be doing like daily quests. You're not going to be building your buzzsaw corridor. That would be the game 7 Days to Die. It's an excellent game, but that's that game. The idea with this game is you are expected to be fighting the zombies one-on-one, I mean, or play multiplayer, but you're expected to fight the zombies directly. You can use guns, you can use melee weapons. You can do stuff like use fire in cars, but usually there's lots of side effects and lots of negatives to doing so. Like cars in this game, you can kill zombies with them. Your car will not last long. You will be destroying the car. I mean, I personally don't enjoy 7 Days to Die, and I don't like a lot of things the devs have done. But it is a game that is like an enjoyable game for people into that style. But yeah, no, it's one that I'm not interested in either. You know, I've owned it from like way back. I've played it on and off a couple of times. It just never grabbed me. Not in the same way that Project Zomboid has. There is like no Horde Night or something where the zombies just roll in and try and destroy yourself, the base. The closest you have is what's called the helicopter event. But that's not exactly the same thing. Oh, cars got fixed on the Mac? Good to hear. A lot of people are saying 7 Days to Die has changed. I don't know. Like, I played way back and it just didn't get my attention. Let's see. That reminds you, we're checking out some distance buildings the other day and found a house that very distinctly is either modeled after the 7 Days to Die, or that the 7 Days was modeled after that. It's very amusing when you realize it. It also could be that both those houses were modded or made out of a famous house. It hasn't changed much mechanically. Let's see, why so many zombies by your base? Migration? Helicopter. We had a helicopter a couple of in-game days ago. So we're doing cleanup. And part of it is I'm starting to get weapon starved, so instead of knocking out 50-60 zombies easily every day, we're struggling a little bit to keep those counts up just because I'm having to spend part of the day getting new weapons. If I can get myself, like, carving 1 and napping 2, then the weapon situation gets way better. Because I can get some weapons that got a bit more durability. I mean, heck, even just continuing to do this, we will eventually get to the point that my maintenance starts making a difference, too. They're taking the helis at our base? Not at our base. We're taking them to the field to the northeast. So the idea is it's relatively close to the base, so I can go over there after the helicopter and just start slaughtering everything there to try and knock down the numbers. But, not so close that they're, like, smashing everything down. So with all of the stuff that requires recipes but has a skill attached to it, if you get 1 level higher of the skill attached to it, you learn the recipe. So the knives require maintenance 1. The blade for the knives requires napping 1. And then the carving the handles requires carving 1. The carving 1, you get that without a recipe book. Whereas the blade you do not get without a recipe book. So I need to get napping 1 to be eligible, like, if I had the magazine, but since we don't, it'll take 2 to get it. Alright, I'm not super thrilled about this tree cut down. Do you know if they fixed soda not feeling thirst? I have no idea. I haven't needed any soda, so I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. Please fall down, tree. I did pick, like, the biggest tree here. Seriously, fall down, tree. Okay, so we want the sapling for carving. 5 branches. Alright, so it's definitely worth doing. Big tree, big win. Because that's 5 axes and then a bunch of garbage I don't care about. Okay, we did draw 1 zombie over here to the west, surprisingly, of all the directions. Southwest, I mean. I was expecting it from the east or the south. But you can't learn fishing without the recipe. There's no natural way to learn it. Correct. Because fishing doesn't have a actual skill tied to it. Technically, if you get the magazine, you can make the fishing pole immediately if you got the materials. If they gave it like carving 1 or 2 or maintenance 1 or 2 or something, then there'd be a path to do it. Okay, so while we're dealing with this, we can go to carving. Or not carving, we can go to our axes, make 5. So get ourselves a nice little stack of axes. Pretty soon I get to break away and start hunting for some stuff to eat. Which is just foraging. We're not at the point of starving yet, but we're gonna get there in not too long. Okay, so there's the axes. How do you start out napping? You just go and pick up flint nodules and get a hammer. Of any kind. And then once you have that, you have everything to be able to nap. We're going to carve that into a large stick. We're going to carve the large stick into a stake. Get two opportunities to carve. Alright. So we need food. Unless we got stuff kicking in our door, we're gonna go up here along these farms and see if we can't find something to eat. All right. Yeah, so we're just going out of this field and seeing what we can find. I mean, in a pinch, I got a giant drawer of bugs, but generally speaking, you only do that when things are really desperate. And even then, it is pretty inefficient. Oh yeah, no, for the fishing, I believe the only ways to get it is I think if you get like, oh good, a level in foraging. I do wish there was an easy way to look back at that list of everything it unlocked. Because what crafting things require foraging? Yeah, maintenance. Maintenance. Electrical. It might be that we can find the herbs now. Strength. Electrical maintenance. That's all locked behind carving and welding and napping. I was looking at the wiki. If you catch the day 1 life and living fishing show, it'll teach you the fishing rod. That's cool. I mean, that might actually be worth going out of your way to do then. Normally I tell people it's like watching the TV show is just really not that big a deal. But in that particular case, that would be an exception. Because it used to be the big thing you'd do with the television show. It just got you a couple levels and stuff. It was never really that big of a deal. I have a feeling that whatever we got with the... Yeah, the foraging doesn't say anything. That's important enough to start a new run? Oh, no, not for me. That's fine. We've already got our high weight sorted. We eat butter. Whole stick, all at once, in the mouth. Alright, we got ourselves some broccoli. And the true tapestry is we've got broccoli, can't put butter on it. It's not possible. Oh yeah, no, we've got butter for days. I got 10 sticks on me. We got ourselves some cows. We just visit every couple of days or so and get ourselves a little bit more butter to eat. Ah, okay. So went back at the VOD list, grind up herb X. Gotcha. So we got all those recipes where you get like the various herbs and then you can make policies out of them. Which is one of those mechanics that would be fun if it meant something someday, but like right now, it's just like the chances of getting the thing, then making the polis. Unless they made like the policies like really strong, like, you know, if you took ginseng and you ground it up, like if suddenly it went from getting your one endurance recovery and it shot up to like 5 or 10 or something like that. That'd probably be too strong. But you get the idea. Poultices don't deteriorate? No, they don't. And I'm pretty sure they don't. Which is kind of one of the advantages, but the problem is actually a lot of the herbs don't even do that. Like, for example, ginseng also doesn't deteriorate. Some of them do, like the black sage does. The painkiller one does. Okay, we don't have more aggro, that's good. Alright. I'm gonna rest for a minute. Tosses on the body so I don't keep seeing them. That's annoying. So I've noticed the prescription glass is not disappearing as fast as I'd want them to. It's fine. It's just that they show up on foraging. I just don't want to deal with it. Didn't one of you have... No, it's you who had the duffel bag. So you got a backpack, you got a duffel bag. Let's kill them, because they might just straight up have like a candy bar or something for me. Follow me. There you go. Backpack is empty. Let's see. Any tips for... Let's see. One moment. Eyes being a pain. Any tips for gaining fitness? Fitness out of just play? Yeah, fight. If you look right here, we go to skills. We have fitness. I'm at 4,750. And if we go and pull a zombie over here, you'll be my contestant. So again, remember, 4,750. And you walk up to the zombie, and I go, get out of here. Bang. 4,751. Bang. 4,752. Every single melee attack is 1 XP in your fitness stat. Bang. 4,753. And then with that, strength is more complicated. So that's 8,457.11. So we walk up to this one. You go bang. 8,459.21. So strength is weird in that it does actually have a thing where you get a little extra strength or a little less strength depending on depending on protein or whatever. You seen that pulling cows is a good way to gain strength? I actually haven't tried that one. Or if you're at point, I think it's like 60% or something. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. There's some threshold that if you are carrying more than a certain amount of your maximum carry weight, you will passively gain strength as you walk around. It's not a lot at once. It is a like a trickle feed of strength. But because it is passive and happening kind of all the time, it's just a thing. And for me, I'm pretty much always going to be overburdened. Or not overburdened, don't do that, that's bad. I'm pretty much always going to be dealing with a little bit of a... Like, I'm going to be over that threshold. That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to be over 60% of my carry weight. Pretty close to always. Yeah, I don't think you gain fitness walking around. I believe you gain fitness if you run, if you jog. But it's a real trickle feed on that one. And that can create its own problems just in the sense that, oh good, berries. All I had to do was not give up. And unknown berry, probably poisonous, goes right in the mouth. Alright, let's get inside our house. Drop this all off. Yeah, so if we start to get a little bit sick soon, we know they're poisonous berries, and then I take my time eating them. If we don't get sick, then we're fine. We can not worry about as much. Okay, so the bucket is empty. We'll want to bring that the next time we go to deal with the cows. Pop down over here. Drop all those off. Drop the seeds off. We got 4 axes left, and that's not even counting my spare. I'm gonna take this apart. I can't, it's too dark. It's fine. Yeah, if you do the exercises, like, if I'm trying to get fitness, I will do, sit-ups. I personally find those are good because the only consequence is you get clumsy, and that just means in a situation where you could possibly trip, you have a higher chance of tripping. But I haven't really been worrying about the exercise or anything like that one. They are good, but it's just another thing to add on top of muscle fatigue for problems for me, so I've been choosing to just not do them. But yeah, generally in the past, the only time I would do exercises is if I reached the end of the day, and so you saw how I kind of fast-forwarded there because I wanted my character to wake up when it was bright enough outside for me to not be wandering around in the dark. During that time frame that I was waiting for it to be late enough, I would knock out a thing of exercises if I needed to. Because once you get like the regularity up to a decent amount, it's not too bad. Yeah, no, and you also only want to be doing exercises when you're someplace you feel relatively safe. You know, about as safe as you can feel in Project Zomboid. Alright. So we're doing a good job of cleaning up the area. We are managing to slowly get the zombies out of the trees so I can cut down the trees to get weapons a little bit easier. Which is all good news. I'm trying to avoid doing another lap all the way over to the cows, because I don't really need milk at all right now. I've got a lot of butter right now. That's what you want to see. Wifey. Okay. I love you too. You sleep well. Never. You're like, yep. So we'll eat the questionable berry. Then we'll eat the leek. And I believe those berries were not poisonous. I didn't see ourselves get sick, but admittedly I was not paying that close attention. Okay, weirdly for a moment I had it where I was trying to go sideways and the mouse went up, so I was worried about, like, you know, a little hair getting on the sensor or something like that. Alright, so just slamming out a bunch of leek real fast. That must have been a pretty honkin' big leek. Getting like 4 meals out of it. Okay. Am I seeing over there glasses, I'm guessing? Yep. And this is why I put the glasses on the bodies. Just for those cases where I'm like trying to forage and I keep finding glasses again and again and again. Sometimes I'll take to do it. Sometimes I'll take the time to do it, sometimes it won't. Really just depends on where I am. Am I gonna be foraging there? Not a lot. How much of an annoyance they've become to me. Alright, we got a lot of zombies moving through here. Don't love that. Hold on, zombies. I gotta watch my program. No. You just look, man. I gotta do a thing. Look, it's just, you know, some people start their day with coffee. Some people start their day with, like, checking their email. And we start our day with the weather. Seems reasonable enough. People actually do that. Okay, nothing eventful, no storms going in. We're not in the range that the helicopter can happen again. We're getting close, though. Actually, we're probably not that close. Okay, so turn off her radio, get her axe back out, stage the next thing we can stab a zombie with, put you away. Hey zombies, I'm gonna need you to chill for just a minute. Okay. So your mom starts, ends, and everything in between her day with weather. She's not taking care of her goats, chickens, or dogs. It's a weather site. Yeah, no, I mean, weather's at least something that really does make sense to pay attention to. Like, especially if you're in an area that weather can be very temperamental. That said, you can definitely get to the point where it's an obsession. Alright, so let's get back inside. Let's rest up for a minute. And how are we doing on our axe supply? Yes, we're still doing good on our axe supply so far. Drop the flint node in there. Go craft. Make that into a sharpened flint piece. Flake, whatever. Drop it in there. And go rest for a minute. Okay, do we have more to eat that isn't butter? How's our weight? Weight's still fine. Let's not start hitting the butter again yet. Okay. So yeah, so pretty content that we're actually really chopping away at the zombies we brought in with the helicopter. It took us a little bit of doing. But I am suspecting that if we keep doing these laps like I've been doing, we will gradually see less and less zombies getting over here. Gotcha. Yeah, no, if it's a place where it's like the weather's not that big deal, honestly, if it's not hurting, I think it doesn't matter. Like, we all have our morning rituals. They don't have to make sense. They could certainly be worse. There's always hopping on social media. I know I'm guilty for that one, where once in a while when I'm not quite ready to get out of bed, pop out the phone, take a little peek and go, you know, get into the doom scrolling, and very much you can think goes like, this really a good idea on how to start my day. Just start it off in as wrong a foot as possible. You appreciate the phrase hitting the butter. Hey man, sometimes just hit the old butter. It's the Paula Deen method of eating. I know she was, I'm gonna get the show wrong, like Master Chef, Top Chef, whatever it is. I know she was one of the people who was, I think, a judge on that. She was the one who was like, brown is tasty or something like. Is that the right one? Because remember there was the one who said that, and there was also one who was like more fat, more butter to like everything, and he was a French chef. It was like brown is delicious or something like that. How long have you been playing? Like, today or like total hours ever? Because total hour ever, I'm pretty close to 4,000 hours. All you know, she uses lots of butter. I mean, if you're aiming for brown, butter is one way to get there. And for those who don't know why there's the phrase that was like, brown is delicious or whatever, she was just trying to get people who are like too scared to overcook their food. And it was kind of her way. It's like, no, it's okay for the food to be brown. Like, food should be brown. Cooked food is often brown. Brown is a good color. Don't worry about overcooking as much as undercooking. What release did you start playing Build 41 or Project Zomboid? I started playing in Build 41 when it was called the I Will Back Up My Save build. So when it was still like the unstable branch of Build 41, way before multiplayer showed up. Yeah. When brown starts becoming black, stop. Counter argument, sometimes black is good too. There definitely are certain foods that you're like, how burnt should this be? Not quite annihilated, but not quite not annihilated. A proper burning. But yeah, no, typically brown is about where we stop. Was that before Cars? No, that wasn't before Cars. You gotta try the week 1 mod. Oh yeah, no, 100% with you on Ken Hawk saying marshmallows. You gotta burn those suckers. Absolutely. I am entirely team, because we're about to hit an ad break. I am entirely team. Grab the marshmallow, insert into fire, take out of fire, look at slightly burning marshmallow, give it a good couple seconds, blow it out. Perfection. And I understand it is not the way a lot of people like their marshmallows. You can spend your half an hour trying to get a good, 10 minutes getting a good golden brown marshmallow. You know what I'm doing? I'm getting my marshmallows right through there. In, fire, out, blow, eat. Or, chocolate, graham cracker, eat. I haven't done that in forever. Your dad only likes the toast after it's been properly carbonized. Honestly, I do like I don't want like a burnt piece of toast, but a little burnt, I'm in. I'm down. Same with an everything bagel. Let me get an everything bagel. Let me just burn it just a little bit. Just a little bit of black, burn around the edges. Let's see, your body's a machine that turns marshmallows into pieces of charcoal smushed between chocolate and cracker. Yup. Absolutely fantastic. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to try and finish my dinner here real fast. I'm going to go ahead, and while we're in the ad break, I'm going to go ahead and let you set the clip reel. I'm going to finish my food. That way I'm not sitting here being hungry while streaming. All right, be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And all right. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wool. What? Thank you for being quiet, Demon Dog. You're really messing with my mindset. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Alright. Hey, Train, could you not? Hey, Train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, Train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. So prisoner. Oh, right, and we are back. Alright, sorry about that, but food is done and consumed and eaten and is gone. And I much appreciate everyone's patience with that. Just the timing of stream. Can't rule. I mean, there are days when Tomb is home, like not working, that I do eat dinner before stream. But I do stream for like 9 hours a night, and so quite often, some food. Was it good? It's pretty good. It's just frozen pizza. You know, good, tastes good. Is it amazing? Not really, but it's still delicious. So, you know, ignore quality. Tastes like numb. Yeah, it's exactly. It's what was once like. It's like Taco Bell. You get Taco Bell, and you go, "Is this good food?" And you're like, "All right, we can't call it good food. You just can't. It's Taco Bell. Does it taste good? Yes, but is it actually good? No, that would definitely not be an accurate thing to say." Cold pizza's good? Cold pizza can be good. There's definitely, it depends. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's definitely some cold pizza that goes hard, and then there's definitely some cold pizza you're like, was not as good as the first time. Really depends on your topping choice. Well, let's also be real. The entire point of Taco Bell food is to act as a medium to get their sauce into your mouth. Like, the only thing in the actual food that is really carrying any weight is the cheese. The rest is just filler to carry the sauce to your mouth. Started dying after "Is this food?" Let's see. That clip, this afternoon, a log truck carrying an extra long logs had an extension bar and the logs still way out beyond back. Got their back wheels in a ditch by her sister's workplace. And it was loaded inches from the parking lot. Got to see a video because her sister is IT and was watching it from her phone when she got home. I think the most extreme thing I've seen working IT was the gas station across from us caught fire. That was pretty wild. So yeah, when they say please do not throw flammable fluids in the dumpster, they say that with a really big reason. There's a really big reason you don't throw those flammable fluids in the dumpsters. Luckily, it didn't get worse than it could have, because, like, you know, the truck caught fire and was, like, right by the gas pumps, and luckily the people were smart enough that they just drove the truck, like, really quickly off the side and bailed out of it. Yeah, no, you're not supposed to put flammable fluid in dumpsters. It's because a lot of the things they use to lift the dumpster up for, like, emptying, it's got two forks that goes into the front and then lifts like this, you know, to the area in the back where it actually has the storage. And the problem is if it's too overfilled with liquids, some of it can splash down as it tips up. And if they happen to be flammable and they're now dumping on the cabin of the truck, you can figure that one out. You just buy the sauce in the store, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so it's just a matter of how they empty out. But it is a thing where it has to be, the truck has to have like a certain amount of liquid in the dumpster and all that, and then, you know, at least enough that it goes there. But I saw that the one time, and luckily, you know, it didn't get to the pumps or anything like that where it could be a real big danger. But it was definitely a tenuous bit there where the truck is on fire and everyone just kind of standing back just like, is this thing about to explode? Like, what's about to happen here? Because this is a gas station. But I was at the place across the street. But it was definitely something that became, like, the talking point of being like, do not go outside. Don't go over there. Like, stay away from it. Let it do what it's doing. Stay safe. It is a literal fire. Ooh, what are you? What are you? Okay. All right. Cultures of Prehistoria. So we are going to be able to get some stuff that's napped. That's not going to give me the thing I wanted, but that will give me the all, which will still help. Because then when we get to the point I could do that, it will let me level up the napping faster at the expense of a bunch of flint. But flint, honestly, is not that hard to come by anymore. You do find a lot of it foraging, and you can, like, targetedly mine it as well. Which actually, I've got, along the road to the southwest, I've got a bunch of triangles all over the road. That's where I've marked where I saw flint nodes that I can go pull with a pickaxe. And I actually have a pickaxe, we just haven't been down there because that's not what I'm short on. I'm short on tree branches. Yep, killed a zombie. The net is closing. Ooh, I'm not sure. I think that's a meat cleaver in your back, buddy. It's not my favorite weapon in this build, but you know, it is something I can stick a zombie with, which means it's perfect. Okay. Alright, Randall Thor, you have a good one. Hope you have a good day at work. Thank you for tuning in. Well, could, like, any of you not break? The stake's gonna last for like 2 hits. 3, 4, 5. 5 hits. I was wrong. Looks like I got 3 left. That worked out well. Okay. So, one of the zombies over there on the right does have a meat cleaver in that field. We're gonna drop by the house again, rest for a minute, get this muscle fatigue and regular exertion off of us. And all that sorted. Alright. So that takes care of that. Go here, grab a bucket for a sip. How's our weight? Still at 80. I'm gonna wait till it hits 79 before I'm willing to take another hit stuff. Or eat more butter. Oh wait, I want that. This carving fork I could still hit zombies with. Alright, put that on a body to get rid of it. Well, you're not supposed to be down there. Because I think it was down here somewhere. I don't remember exactly where he dropped that, or the zombie with the meat cleaver. I want to say it was down in that noise. Or, you know what? It may have been down here, because we did jump over that fence, didn't we? Okay, whatever. We'll back up. Start clearing these out. Okay. Alright, looks like only 3 more. That's fine, we can do that. 4 more. There's one standing still just in the bottom of the screen. Let's see, near the one with 2 white arms pointing up. Alright, I'll have to check that after we get rid of these. Okay. So grab the axe, we'll rest again, just in case we pull more. The one with the 2 white arms pointing up, do you mean that one? And then those, well, no, that's not right, because there's skeletons there. Instead of trying to tell me what the zombie looks like, can you give me an idea of, like, how close it appears to be near some, like, landmark, like the one tree we've got down there, or the opening in the gate? So I know the rough area I'm looking in. Because I thought it was just south of the tree, kind of thing. Near the one with the 2 white arms pointing up. Two bushes. Ah, over here. Gotcha, gotcha. So you're saying near this one, so probably that bunch there. Fairways southeast. So maybe that track down here. There we go, we found it. Thank you, we got there eventually. Okay, we are getting pretty close to the point that I am going to have to make a couple more axes. Which is fine. So what we'll do is we'll walk back over here to that corner I was working at and knock down more. The real interesting thing is once I get enough carving to turn the logs into Oh, I was gonna say, it's like, do we have aggro? I thought I heard one. Hey, thank you for the... Oh, you're not dead. Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, why is there no loops? We got a point in strength, good to see. That'll help. That'll help mitigate some of this. Alright. I hear a zombie. And I don't see it. I don't like it. No branches. Let's back off for a minute. Make sure we're fully recouped. And then we'll go for the next one. Let's go for this big one right here. Okay, not seeing anyone right there. Because that should give me enough room that if we get a zombie back here, I can dodge it. If it comes from there, I can dodge it. There shouldn't be any up here, but I can still dodge it. And the odds of the zombie coming straight through this way are very low. Because the last one of the size that I cut like this gave us 4 branches. And there's 5 branches. And a sapling. And a zombie. You just found a magazine, legalize it, which teaches hemp growing. Nice. Cool. So with that, I should be able to make a bunch more axes. Pretty soon I'm going to have to start ripping clothes again. Okay. Let's get a bunch of weapons queued up so we can keep fighting tomorrow. And then from here we can make the stick out of that. And the stake out of this. And how are we doing our supplies? So we've got 9 flint. Oh, I got a bunch. So it's still just sticks. Cool, cool. So we're doing well. We're just still low on sticks. So I'll rest for a minute. Take another sip of our water. It's gonna be a real shame when I have to actually put some real effort into our water again. If they don't have a source, I can pull stuff up easy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna try wandering up here real fast, see if we can't manage to score ourselves a little bit of food and all that. And the good news is this is where we took the helicopter, like right north of us. And we're getting the area pretty clear. So we should get being relatively close to having everything properly clear. Because considering we're killing somewhere in the area of like 70, 80, 90 zombies a day, we did drag a bunch of zombies in with that last helicopter. But I wouldn't say it was in the thousands. So if we consider, if we're killing somewhere in the 80s and 90s a day, even if we did draw in a full 1,000 zombies with that helicopter, it means we'd have knocked off all but the tiniest little bit of leftovers. You know what, I'm down to kill one more group. Let's see, are the scrap electronics I hold on to currently debating dumping out of the van for more space? I wouldn't worry about saving them. The thing you will use them for is repairing your generators, but they're also very, very, very readily available that you kind of don't need to save them. Like, if you were to run into a situation where you were genuinely running out of electronic scrap, I would be very surprised. Looks like there's 3 more. Oh, you got way darker, way faster than I expected you to. I felt really good about this, and then I don't feel so good about this. Okay, you are aggroed. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. It's way too dark for this. Yeah, who turned off the sun? I still think my favorite one is we do have a clip where I was fighting relatively... Oh, no, we got aggro on at least one more. That I was fighting relatively late in the... Oh, that's a lot more than one more. How are we doing? Just muscle strain? I think that's fine. And close to exerted, but we're not there yet. Okay, so you're still aggroed. But I was fighting in the winter in the snow, and even though it's like super late, because the snow is so bright, there was like a nice contrast. And it was just one of those things that like the snow all up and vanished at the same time. And so when it did that, it was just like, just pause the game going, what the hell am I supposed to do? I could see nothing. Okay. So I can drop the cricket off. A new axe on our back. But yeah, like to give you an idea, realistically, barring some like extreme situation, you're probably only using maybe like 10 electrical scrap on a generator in the course of like 2-3 months. Like, it is really not a big amount. Okay. So we're not quite to the point of wanting... you know what? We can slam a stick of butter. Because we're probably right about to hit 79. We are really hungry. And that does resolve that temporarily. So we get the 2 up arrows instantly. The big thing is I don't need to worry that we're not going to go too heavy with it. But yeah, and like I said, it's not hard to get electrical scrap. Like if you go, oh, I'm running low, you can kill zombies, take apart their watches and headsets and radios and all that. I mean, go into houses, like tear apart some, you know, televisions and radios or whatever. The scrap is pretty easy to come by. In theory, you could eventually run to a situation where you're just not finding enough electrical scrap to keep stuff running. But you would be talking, you know, 50, 60 years in-game before you start depleting to that amount. Same old, same old. We do the lap. Make sure we're good. Kill the other zombies. But yeah, so we should be depleting the zombies there. And like I said, we'll have another helicopter. It's going to bring more in. I'm kind of hoping at the rate we're pulling them in and getting rid of them, that we're going to start seeing not very many zombies come from very far. We'll just have killed all the local zombies. How many game years was Lamprey's run? Oh man, that is a good question. Was he on year 3, I think? Like I don't know that one off the top of my head. My guess would be would have been in year 3 somewhere. Just for how long it takes. Like early to mid year 3. But there's so many things that could impact how long it was. So basically, we're not running out of scrap. No. What's your longest run? I think we have the... So, Venus Orozco is one of my characters who's still alive, build 41. I want to say she's in, like, year 1, month 8 or something like that would be my guess. Somewhere about around there. I can be off by a couple of months. And the setting is mostly like, it's apocalypse with some of the randomness turned off, but the population turned up to its absolute max and respawn turned off. We've also made it so the helicopter keeps coming back again and again and again. Exposure survival? I'm actually wondering if there's a bunch of different magazines that could teach you the things. Because you mentioned exposure survival. I know the angler can also teach you the book, the recipe. I vaguely recall that we got like a survival, it was like, you know, Wilderness Survivor magazine or something like that we got that was like the herbalist and all that. You think the exposure survival is a VHS? Gotcha. Yeah, so I think they've actually got a couple sources for them. Back up just a little, so we're not aggroing more when we kill these. Alright. Nah, I tried to, like, go the whole way. I'll catch up with 10 just a minute when I'm not in the middle of fighting some zombies. really wish you would just die already. So that way, I could rest, so I'm in better shape for fighting. So take this, get the axe ready. Do a quick peek, make sure I have nothing worthwhile on them. Alright. Let me quickly see. Let's see. I think someone was saying that fishing VHSs should teach it to you. At least one does? Yeah. It says, this might be a silly question, but respawn's off. Does it mean eventually there'll be no zombies left? Technically, in theory, you could potentially sooner or later maybe actually be able to kill them all. But it's kind of like the idea that you could go to the beach, and if you picked up 1 grain of sand at a time, eventually you could pick up the entire beach. Technically, you could, but in the reality, no, you can't. To give you an idea, the populations you're talking is like 2 million something zombies and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's a finite number. Yes, there is a finite number of zombies if you turn off respawns. It's just, the finite number is big enough, it might as well not be finite. The big thing turning off the respawns does is it means you can clear out an area, and that area, barring, you know, helicopters, meta events, you drawing them in from noise, migration, all that kind of stuff, could stay clear. In reality, between all those systems I just mentioned, it will repopulate, it just might take a while. And when I say repopulate, don't mean like back to where it started, but, you know, an area will never truly stay completely clear unless you do stuff to make it so zombies can't path there, such as like fully walling it off. Alright. Nothing exciting on the radio. We'll get our endurance back up, take a sip of our water. And how are we doing on our current weapon supply? Still 4? That's fine. Let's see, you play a low pop trying to learn so you can set up a sandbox tailored to experience you like? Yeah. I will say if you set your population very low, that might be a place you might not want to turn off respawns, just because you can just clear out an area very, very quickly. But if you start playing at like 2, 3, 4 times pop and all that, that's about the point where it's like, yeah, no, really, it's worth turning it off. Basically, the lower the pop, the faster you're going to deplete the zombies in the area, and the sooner you're going to have to travel if you want to keep fighting. So if you have a very, very low pop, you end up needing to travel to find more zombies very quickly. But the moment you start getting to like higher pops and all that, then all that changes. Okay, so I do see the one group up there, and now we just got a couple of stragglers, so I think we're about to finish clearing this area out. The zombie delivery service is a good thing in your opinion? I agree. I think it's good that over time the zombies will move back in the area, even with respawns turned off. Now there is a limit on how far they will go. Like it's not a hard limit like, oh, you physically cannot get zombies from Louisville all the way into Rosewood. It's not so much that's not technically possible. It's just with how far they'd have to travel. Even if they would deliver over there, it just takes so long. It wouldn't be a thing to worry about. Because in theory, given enough time, the zombies could travel the entire map. And they don't home in on you or anything like that. They would just move around between the cells using the logic they've got. And if your cell you had been clearing out, it would be trying to backfill the hole you've punched in the area of zombies. That's the reasons why you'll have people when they're playing at high pops, they'll be like, no, this has to be bug, respawn has to be on, there's no way. It is because when you look at the cell you're in, it's like, let's just pull up the map real fast and find a good... I've been liking using March Ridge for my example, since it's a nice, perfect little grid. So, like, let's say you're in here, and you kill this cell. All the zombies are gone. And you'll keep turning around, and you'll keep finding zombies in here, despite wiping them out. And it is because you will have made this pocket of no zombies that's supposed to have a lot of zombies near an area with a lot of zombies, so the game will literally go, oh, I was supposed to have 1,000 zombies there. Well, I got 1,000 here and there's none there. Yeah, let's go ahead and bump a bunch over to try and get that more balanced out. And then also, like, if you're inside of a cell and you clear out an area and there's a bunch of other zombies in that cell, when it triggers redistribution, it will shuffle the zombies around to try and fill in those holes. So it's not that they home into the player. The player just happens to be in the place that they killed all the zombies. And so they're homing into the place that there's zombies missing to fill in those holes. Because that was one that I had people like, oh yeah, no, like, the zombies are designed to migrate straight at you. It's like, actually they're not. It's just you created the conditions that the zombies want to migrate towards. And you happen to be standing in that place you created the conditions. So while not technically homing into you, it kinda has that result. Zomboid thermodynamics. It's more instead of thermodynamics, it's Zomboid, what is it? Fluid dynamics, where if there's like a pressure difference, it will try and fill in the low pressure from the high pressure kind of thing. Well, neighboring, but it will gradually move the high to the low until it balances. That is a lot to be fighting with an axe already at half exertion. So let's just back up a little farther so it splits it up a little bit more so I can try and do this in like 2 waves. And it's not a thing where it like tries to perfectly evenly split or anything quite to that extreme. There is stuff where it takes into consideration like how many zombies was the cell supposed to have versus what it does. Mod setting, exclamation mark mods are basically running pretty much vanilla with some like UI mod kind of things. And then settings is we're basically start with Apocalypse, remove the random, turn it up to 16 times population. For those who don't know, Apocalypse starts at 0.65 times population, and then gets up to, I believe it's 0.75? Or sorry, no, that's a lie. 0.975 is, I believe, what it eventually works up to. So I'm at 16. We also have the helicopter set up to keep coming back again and again and again and again and again. Let's see. You thought zombies didn't cross cell lines unless attracted sight or sound? No, they will. There's multiple mechanics. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So, with redistribution, that moves zombies around in the same cell. Then you've got migration. Migration normally will try to balance out the number of zombies that are supposed to be in the cell to be similar to those, like, as I gave the example, this cell has 1,000, this cell's supposed to have 1,000 but has 0. It will try to balance this out where it takes a bunch of these zombies over time and get them both to like around 500, which both of those will be half of the population. There is that, but then there is a new form of migration in build 42 that ignores the how many zombies are supposed to be into a cell. And so you'll have very high density areas will gradually move into lower density areas. So you will actually have zombies move out into cells that otherwise would normally have no zombies to kind of fill them in. And it, like I said, it doesn't try to evenly balance. It's not like that. There's a lot of fuzziness around how it works. We are learning a lot of that still. because it is a new update and they're probably going to be making lots of adjustments as they see how it works. But yeah, if you do something that draws a zombie across the cell line, then yes, that zombie will now be considered part of that new cell. And then, you know, it'll rally group with other zombies in that cell and all the other stuff that zombies do when they're within a cell. But yeah, so zombies do move between cells. It's just, like, migration happens fairly regularly. Or sorry, not migration. Redistribution within a cell happens fairly regularly, where migration is less frequent. Let's see, so the zombie population setting is 4. That's a lot. No, it's... So, okay. To clarify, you have your base population, you have your peak population, and you have your starting population. So your base population multiplies the other two. So starting population is how many I start with. So if I start with 4 times pop and a base times pop 4, I'm starting at 16 times. And just the same, if I have a base time 4 and a peak time 4, I will work up to 16 times. So if I did a base pop 1 and a starting pop 4, then I'm at 4 times pop. And your peak pop cannot be lower than your starting pop, because the game won't delete zombies out of existence. Like, it might be a thing that if you kill off the zombies, it won't replenish them, but I don't believe that's a thing. I believe the way the game works is it will stick to whatever, like, the highest it gets to. It's just at the start, you know, it'll start low and work its way up, but it'll never work its way back down. I believe that is the case. It's possible that's changed. In practice, like I said, it doesn't just up and delete zombies because there's too many or anything like that. So it would just weirdly impact respawns if you have them on. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread your thing. I'm sorry, Misha. Yes, all things are set to 4. My apologies, I missed the all. The whole thing about playing Project Zomboid and streaming, where you try and read real fast to stay safe. So if all 3 are set to 4, it's 64? No, it's 16. Because while base time pop applies to peak and starting pop and peak pop do not apply to each other. So think of it as like, starting pop is one number, peak pop is another number, and then the base pop applies to both as an additional multiplier. And this is what you start with, this is what you work your way up to. Was it after you said that you realized your own 16 times pop run, you set the base start pop to 4, but not the peak? Oh yeah, no, you'll still be at 16 times pop. Because like I said, if you set the starting to 4 times, then you're starting the game at 16 times pop. But, like, it won't change that. Let's see, in multiplayer server, does actually delete zombies when it thinks are... Yeah, so it's not, I don't believe it deletes it if it thinks there's too many. I believe if you are having performance issues in an area, it will start culling zombies to get the server to run right. And it, like, when it culls, it deletes mass quantities. So that's where you have, like, the weird thing where you've drug zombies past a cell wall or whatever, or cell line or whatever, and then just suddenly the whole group disappears behind you. But yeah, so it will delete them in multiplayer, but that's more of a performance thing than peak, starting, or base. That's basically if your server's starting to choke, it'll try to take corrective action. Because the alternative is your server crashes. So 16 times is like 2 million total. It's like 2 something million. Someone else has done the numbers. I think Lamprey had the total numbers of what, like, when he did the whole thing where he started a server at 16 times and in debug mode teleported from cell to cell to get the numbers. Yeah, 2.5 sounds right. I was gonna guess 2.3, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. Lamprey had 2.536 547. Yeah, so yep, 2.5. Which there is a little bit of a wiggle room. That number Lamprey got, there is variation in the spawn. So like if you did the same test, you'd probably also land at about 2.5, but you could be off by at least a couple thousand. Can you ask why your character is starving? We're fine. So how about single player? As you saw a slider for it, and the default... Oh, if you're talking about that, that's, it doesn't delete the zombies from existence. If you've ever seen when someone has too many zombies on the screen, it stops rendering textures on some of the zombies, like the zombies are just like a silhouette. That's what that one is. The other zombies still exist. They're still there. It's just the zombies that are farther back, not quite as in line of sight. It will make them either not have their textures or straight up not load in. And that's another thing to, again, keep the game from crashing. It's one of the things that lets them have absolutely obscene number of zombies and your computer not just, like, catch fire. And that said, even that has its limitations. But yeah, as far as our character not having enough food, I've got plenty of butter I can eat if I need to manage the hunger. But we're getting a little... We're not overweight, but we're... If I do keep eating it, I will get overweight. It's I need to stop and forage. Literally, you don't care on this. Like, it's got inconveniences to your carry weight, but it's genuinely not actually threatening to your character until you get to the point that says starving to death. Let's see, any other special things you have, like multi-hit, extended date? No, we're 1 hour days, no multi-hit, nothing like that. Like, we haven't changed the muscle strain, we haven't changed the buildup of exertion, we haven't sped up the rate you read or craft or anything else like that. It's basically Apocalypse, more zombies, multiple helicopters, and the zombie random is turned off. And that's just because I got real tired of slow shamblers. If you die, that'd be great. Take the handle. I thought one of you had a weapon on you. Oh no, it wasn't a weapon. One of you had a bag. I probably don't actually care about that bag as much. That's fine. I actually don't care about a bag. It's probably that one, actually. It would be a good idea to go milk the cows and drink that for hunger without boosting weight too much, or does milk not hit the hunger in game? I honestly have no idea where the milk stands so far as hunger management and all that. The slow shamblers equals waiting for the chicken to cross the road. They are so slow. Yeah, that was my big thing. Is very specifically the slow shamblers that had pinpoint, because it aggro from so far away, and you couldn't run up and just deal with them because you just aggro more than you could handle. So you just stare at it, being like, "Get over here! I got things I want to get done today." Yeah, so we turned off the randomness. Like I said, my hope of what will happen is that we will get, like, the default option that I kind of want it to be, where when it comes to, like, fast shamblers, instead of every one of the zombies being consistent, that they're just, like, plus or minus, you know, 10% speed or whatever, so they're just a little bit different from each other. So it'll be enough that you can't corral them as super easy as you can now, because I think that's what they're trying to stop, is that you can really Pied Piper zombies if you know what you're doing. Not that you wouldn't be able to do it at all, but like it'd be a little bit less reliable. And so I do think that would accommodate that goal. But at the same time, also not having it where they're just so incredibly slow. And I think they should do that for hearing, sight. I honestly don't care what they do with toughness, as long as it's not too over the top. Because I do find the very tough zombies to be very obnoxious. Not so much harder as just like, okay, I'm just make it do more durability damage to my weapon. Because that's the end of the result. Just make it do more durability damage to my weapon, take a little bit extra endurance, but save me hitting the same zombie for like the 30th time. That's an exaggeration. It's like 8 hits. Do you feel like random hearing and sight with no random speed and toughness be way better? Oh yeah, no, if they got rid of the, like, very genuinely, they kept the random hearing and sight, but got rid of the random speed, it would definitely be better. I still feel like pinpoint hearing at all on regular old Apocalypse is probably something they shouldn't do. Like, that's just too much. Because it's one of those things, as a player, it's not intuitive, the idea that it would smack a zombie here, and then meanwhile, you know, I'm here, and then meanwhile a zombie over there aggroes from it, because that's what pinpoint hearing does. Like, being over here and them hearing, it's like, okay, you know, sure. That's reasonable. A little more random pathfinding would make it... Yeah, no, I agree. And they actually have some randomization. If you ever noticed, if you pull a group of zombies, you'll have the bulk of them will come straight at the player, but you'll have some of them that kind of walk somewhat off to the side to then come in. And I think that was the idea. I think that was the first attempt to get us to corral them less effectively. But once they get close enough, they do kind of home directly in on the player, because otherwise they just won't reach the player. And so that's the reason why you'll see, like, when I'm pulling a group of zombies, I'll do, like, this little wave back and forth in front of them. I'm trying to keep enough of them close that they don't separate out like that. So I think that was their first attempt, but we were still able to do it. And so this is another attempt to try and, again, I don't think they're trying to stop the behavior. I think they want it to be either harder or more involved or less reliable, that kind of thing. Because I think that was the goal with the reducing the hearing and having it higher. So some zombies would pull away, you know, come after you easier. Some zombies would almost not react. Which, to be fair, those death zombies make going indoors real scary. Because they will just chill out in that building as you kill everything outside, and then you pop open the door, and it just grabs at you the moment you go in there, because now it sees you, which makes it aggro. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, for those who don't know how ridiculous pinpoint hearing is, Lamprey did a test, and I'm probably going to get the details wrong. I want to say... Oh, man. I think it was Lamprey had set off a house alarm in Rosewood, I don't remember exactly where, and it did go out to the point that there were zombies reacting to the house alarm as far out as, like, the zombies in Muldrow did hear it and were reacting to it. Like, pinpoint hearing is wild in how big a range boost it is. It's like over 3 times the normal hearing range. But you spent days clearing areas that some zombies still chill in a random closet. And to be fair, even before all that, with just like the regular hearing, it was a whole thing that the character I still have alive in Build 41, the one that's like 170, 180,000 kills, she has a pet zombie in a porta potty, because zombies apparently, like, at least in Build 41, couldn't break porta potty doors if they'd never been opened before. I don't know why. It's just a thing. So the zombie was actually inside the porta potty. We lived in that area, building an entire base right next to that porta potty with a generator right there as well, for a full year before we heard that zombie bang on the door for the first time. Because it just didn't hear anything, didn't aggro. And that was, again, building, like literally it was like, here's the trailer with the, like, here's the trailer. The porta-johns were like here and here. And I built rain barrels across the entire top of it for like every single sink in there. There's like 8 rain barrels on top of it. Didn't react at all. You thought a single zombie couldn't break a door regardless? Was there a setting for that, or did that change? Because I thought they could, it just took for abso-freaking-lutely ever. Because I definitely know I've left one zombie banging on a door until it eventually got through. Not like watched, like wandered away. But there's a lot of funny stuff that happens when you're not near the zombies. And it also could be another zombie showed up. And also, I wish this zombie wasn't just booking away. But either way, the point was the zombie didn't even react to us being there the whole time until like a year later. And I think I had taken like a helicopter at the base because we had just cleared out the area so much I just didn't care anymore. Like there's just no zombies to come along. And I was walking around like, I'm hearing a zombie banging on something. And I was trying for the life of me to figure out where it was. And eventually, you know, we did figure out it was the Porta-John. But I was like losing my mind for a minute there because I just heard the zombie banging on something. And I thought, you know, some zombie had snuck in.
1911 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Conquer1911, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that sub, and I do hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, honestly, that run had so many wild things happen in it. Because that was a run we were using the Pillows Random Spawn mod, and spawned in Louisville. You know, got out to the fringes, and that character never left Louisville in her entire life. Spent the entire, like the closest we got is we went out to the military checkpoint and along the inside of that bordering fence kind of thing. And so that character's always been in Louisville, straight from the beginning. Was there when there was the bug that... Oh yeah, no, I definitely take being the second screen streamer as a compliment. You know, we had like the bug where everyone was dealing with pinpoint hearing if you're on the unstable branch. It was actually slightly worse than pinpoint hearing. I think Lamprey and Retinaru did tests around that. But like, I was in Louisville for that, and that was terrible. Huh, that was really terrible. And we had cleared about a third of Louisville on 16 times pop like that. And that was, like I said, 174, 180-ish thousand kills. And when I say a third, I'm talking physical location, not cumulative. I think cumulative was something like 600,000 or something zombies in Louisville on those settings. Like upper 5, lower 600,000. So yeah, this is where we actually took the helicopter, and there is Bumpkus here now. So it does look like the strategy of bring the helicopter here, and over the next like in-game week, wipe everything out that shows up. Has been going pretty well. I do have what looks like 2 rally groups there. That's fine. We are getting to the point I am going to need to go out of my way to forage farther to try and get what we're looking for food-wise. Or we're gonna have to shove another stick of butter in our mouth. But yeah, no, very genuinely, the whole, like, this is the stream I fall asleep through, this is my second screen, you know, second stream, whatever, this is my background noise, those are compliments. Because very much, Twitch is like 70-80% lurkers. And that's just what it's there for. I also deliberately make my content having in mind that, you know, a lot of people just tune it in for background noise while they play, or while they're working, or while they're trying to like wind down after a stressful day doing whatever their day job is, or the stressful day dealing with like the kiddos, or whatever you got going on. And so it is one of the reasons why we don't do like the jump scare sounds, we don't do any of that kind of stuff. That is a deliberate and conscious decision. So we're all happy, it's like, oh yeah, we should be able to jump scare you. I've done some stuff like that just for Halloween. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But like even that was fairly tame. I wonder if it's even still working. Does anyone remember what was the command? Was it Monica? Or was like Doki or something like that? Or Scare or something like that? Do I have that command run? I'm pretty sure it's turned off right now. I'm just curious if it's still there. I think it was Scare. Oh, it was Scary, that's right. Ah, Scary is disabled. I'm willing to bet Scary's broken right now from the cloud storage thing too. Yeah, no, it's disabled. Yeah, no, I did turn it off after like it had been like months afterwards. Yeah, no, I gotta fix it. It's disabled and I'd have to fix it. But it's for a Halloween like stream, we did Doki Doki Literature Club, which is definitely not a psychological horror disguised as a like cutesy little dating sim. For those not catching that dripping sarcasm, it is 100% a psychological horror that's got like 6 warning labels on it, and you should take every one of those warning labels as seriously as you possibly can. Leaving the big knife? Did I miss a big knife? I may have been autopiloting there. There's a can opener. Oh, could a can opener go on the belt yet? Because that's the only reason I wasn't taking that. Nope, can't go on the belt, so not happening. There's a pen. You are correct, there is a large knife. That was not a deliberate decision. I was just autopiloting. But yeah, so all it would do is, like, it wouldn't be like this big jump scare scream or anything like that. It would just play, like, the little Doki Doki giggle sound. And then you'd have, like, you know, Natsuki would, like, pop in on the screen, or, like, Monica would slide in from this, I think it's, like, would slide in from behind, like, something or whatever. And it was just a little thing that, if you're familiar with what Doki Doki Literature Club, you'd be like, oh man, that's from that game. So it's like a jump scare, but not, you know, screaming violin or anything like that. But it was also still very tame. I think the worst one was Natsuki, which I just had like kind of go like from bottom to top to like pop up at the screen. But even then, it just go like, and you know, it had a cooldown, so people couldn't just blast it again and again and again. Because, pro tip, if you're new to streaming, always have a cooldown. Always have a cooldown. If it exists, have a cooldown. Whether the cooldown's on the individual, or like either a cooldown or a limit, or something like some way of keeping things from getting, hunting knife, like actually a respectable weapon. Do you have a chance on command to list your mods? Yep, exclamation mark mods. You list all the mods I'm currently running. The mods, for the most part, are almost exclusively, like, not cosmetic, UI. So they don't change gameplay. The only one that's an exception is Pillow's random spawn mod. It just dropped me in Rosewood, so that, like, the specific building I got dropped in wasn't a normal building, but the only advantage that gave me is I scored a pretty early game nightstick. I don't even think we got a backpack out of that. We just got ourselves like a really early game nightstick, a couple of donuts. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, not pillows, not pillows. Sorry. Same idea as Pillow's random spawn mod, just different one. Spawn everywhere and Pillow's random spawn mod do basically the same thing. Alright, so I'm accepting I should, 1, back off because it's starting to get late in-game. And 2, I am going to have to make a conscious effort to get our character some food. Yeah, spawn everywhere here has a little bit more functionality behind it. Found a frog foraging, category frog. So there is a friend of the channel, Allison Adventures, who's absolutely another fantastic content creator in the product Zomboid space. That is, Allison has a very frog-heavy theme with adorable frogs. And that is one of the sought after items in Allison's run, is to get frogs. Yeah, for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely recommend. Also plays Project Zomboid. Very, very chill vibes over there. Okay, so let's take a sip of water. Drop off some of the crap in our bag. Be able to make ourselves another axe tomorrow. Ah, so let's remember to sharpen that knife. The knife is not at adequate levels of sharpness. All right, replacement axe. And I'm going to try and walk kind of near the farm here. Why is the competition for the world's most frogs collected? Because unfortunately, I think the frogs have a fresh tag on them, and that gets really sad. It gets really sad. Also, the frogs are surprisingly rare. Sir, do you have snacks in your bag? Hand over the snacks. You do not have snacks in your bag, sir. I'm gonna need to ask you to go back to being undead and go get me snacks. Alright, let's turn back around. Like I said, if we do start to get too hungry that we start starving to death, I can just eat a stick of butter in a pinch. It's fine. I think I might also have like 1 or 2 things I was saving in the fridge. The frog does not have the fresh tag, but is not usable in any way. That's fair. Cool. That's far less tragic. Yeah, I can't see a thing anyways. Alright, so there's likely we'll start starving to death soon. It's probably okay. I wouldn't stress about it too much. Like I said, in a pinch, I eat the butter. I mean, we can actually eat a stick of butter right now. The big thing is I don't want to go over 85. Frogs are unperishable, but you can butcher them, at least in build 41. You break Allison's heart. Don't do that. Froggo friends. You would do a monstrous thing, of course. Yeah, I gotcha. Because Froggo friends, we need Froggos. It's kind of like that thing where they say you can have rats or snakes where you live. Choose one. You can also have both, but choose one. You can have bugs or Froggos or both. You never found a frog? That said, I've definitely found frogs, not very often. I want to say there's only certain, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say there's only certain areas you can find it. Like I want to say it's Oh, I can't remember if it's like deep forest or vegetation, that there's only one of them they show up. I think they have a higher rate of showing up if it's raining as well. Alright, so real fast, let's go ahead and sharpen the hunting knife before we end up using it in a fight. Because it's a very dull hunting knife. You think they show up at like level 7? Yeah, that probably also makes sense. That would explain as well. Okay. So we're gonna do one lap around here really fast. And just see if we get lucky foraging. Otherwise, I am gonna go turn towards the cows and forage on the way there just because we haven't been along that route in a little while. So it gives me a little bit more of an opportunity of probably finding some goodies on the ground to snack on. You know, some spicy poisonous berries, that kind of thing. That chick guys, you recently got 7? Yeah, that would make sense. It's locked behind 7. Because there are a bunch of things that are locked behind different levels of foraging. Okay. So with that, what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and work our way up towards where the cows are, because I want to drop off this bucket. I'm not really worried about doing any milking or buttering or anything today. I mean, I guess if we milk the cows in advance, because I do believe the cows won't stay able to give us butter forever. Eventually they'll have their offspring, and as they grow up, they'll stop producing milk. You can find guns foraging. You can find almost everything in the game foraging. There's only a few exceptions. Because there was a lot of items you could only find foraging that really weren't meant to be found. The one that always stands out to me was the pickaxe handle with nails in it. That you could find the pickaxe handle as a weapon in build 41. It was terrible. You don't want to use it. But you could only get it through foraging. You can find the photo of Kate. You once found a biochemical mask? I haven't heard of a biochemical mask. That at least I can remember. I know there was a gas mask, but I hadn't seen the biochemical mask. Oh, build 42. Gotcha. Build 42. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so we're working our way towards the, where we've got the cows. Oh, I'm actually going way farther north than I want to go for that. Bro, you're hungry and depressed? It's fine. What's a little depression among friends? A little starvation among friends. Okay. Take that. Stage the next weapon. Oh, I wasn't expecting more aggro, which I should be expecting by now. Okay, let's stop going north. Rest for a minute to recoup before we start getting sleepy from our fatigue. Alright. We can enjoy listening to our radio, get our morning weather forecast. Okay. Only a 2-pass? Yeah, 2-pass helicopter's not too bad. Alright, nothing eventful for weather today. And no helicopter. When was last? Oh, did I mark the helicopter when it happened? No, I didn't, did I? Does anyone remember what day we had the second helicopter? I forgot to mark it. Or sorry, third helicopter. It was sometime in the last like 5, 6, 7 days or something like that. It was this... I have to look through the pod. Yeah, no, I totally... Normally I mark it, I totally blanked on it. On my settings, it's 10 days in between is the fastest they can be. Yeah, no, the helicopter came like right at 9 a.m. It was this stream, yes. Yeah, it was this stream. It came right in at 9 a.m. And it would have been at least a couple of days ago. If anyone has a time frame... Because remember there's someone who hopped into chat is like, oh, I came at the perfect time when the helicopter got announced. If you can say how many hours ago that was, that would really help for anyone trying to figure that out. Because if we figure out when that was, I can put it on the map so we can get an idea of when the next one can happen. And plus, I just like having the records because it's kind of cool to look way later and be like, okay, here's when they happened, here's how much time there was in between. You know, you can kind of get the path of like where I went to deal with what. But yeah, no, it was this stream. It would have been a couple of hours ago now. I'd guess like 3-4 hours ago or something like that. Maybe longer. Found radish and carrot in the same spot. 8:13, thank you. You got that fast. So 8:13. Okay, so it's been 7 days. And I took it basically in the same spot. Went out of my way to do that. 08-13-93. Yeah, no, definitely. You happen to click when it's blasting the shotgun. That is excellent. Yeah, no, that was some real fast turnaround. Are you... Okay, you're not harassing my cows again. You're just in the neighborhood of my cows. Which is already an irredeemable crime. So says Officer Gene. Also, Officer Sheen should not be in charge of these things. Because trespass should definitely not be met with lethal force of running up and hitting you with a stone axe. Or I guess, it wouldn't even be that, it'd be loitering. Regardless, death would be a highly inappropriate response to that. Especially since we have disputed whether Officer Jean is actually an officer. We just happened to start inside the Rosewood Police Department in civvy clothes, and then, you know, requisitioned some police equipment, and are now either an actual police officer or cosplaying as one. And it really is left to your own interpretation which of these is the truth. Okay, and I'm not going to bother with the milking right now. I don't want to do it right now. What I am going to do, I'm going to drop that bucket next to the other bucket. That way, the next time I go to milk the cows, I can just grab both buckets and fill them up entirely and just be done with it. Per cow. Is he really excited to get back to your run when you wake up spawned right next to the West Point gamer, hot wired a van in front, loaded the whole place with a key to the police station to raid the armory, fully stocked on food, guns, and ammo? Yeah, no, that's a good start. Oh, finally. Oh, that's not. I thought I was getting berries. I got absolutely played for a fool. Yeah, we're having like weirdly bad luck with our foraging and getting stuff to eat. Like it's not bad enough that I'm like, oh man, something changes. Sometimes you get some bad luck spells. Oh yeah, no, when you get that much luck all at the beginning, it 100% feels like you just cashed in. Like you got your 10 luck points per run, and you went into debt. And the problem is the only way to pay off your debt is death. Keep accidentally zooming way in. That's been a meme within like a lot of the content creators when it comes to Product Zomboid. When you have those runs where you just get a lot of really good stuff right at the beginning, you're like, oh man, this character's already dead. Like there's just no hope. This much good stuff happening to us this fast, just instantly in danger. Hey, like just one zombie chilling right here, okay. Alright. Let's go around the south side of the field since we came through the north side of the field on the way over. So, the good news is, I dropped it off and I got a little bit of things to snack on. The bad news is, it was really not enough. We got a couple of carrots and a radish. And unfortunately, when it comes to like the vegetables in this game, radishes and carrots are pretty... Ah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. That's the real good stuff. Not really. The real good stuff is acorns. Acorns are surprisingly filling in this game. But unknown spicy berry that's probably poisonous? Right in the mouth. No questions asked. And now all we do is we wait and see if we get sick. If we get sick, we'll keep eating them. But you know, we'll do so slowly. Alright, so we can pop into the house long enough to rest off our exertion. We'll check that last little bit of area, because there was like, what, 2 rally groups where we did the helicopter. And then we should be able to get, I think... To be frank, there's never just one acorn. Yeah, that's the other thing, is you get the acorns as well, and they'll end up being anywhere from, like, 6 to 14 hunger each. And then you end up getting a stack of, like, 6 or 8 of them, and you're just like, heck yeah. Set for a day or two. So, it looks like... these might be safe. I remember when you used to be able to use lemongrass as a topping. This is all before the shutoff. I found something like 8 or 9 buckets, a watering can, and a whole bunch of stuff. Like 4 or 5 saucepans. And so before the water got turned off, I just loaded them all up. So we actually have not boiled a single liter of water. That said, we are slowly depleting. Those buckets carry 10 liters, though. And 10 liters is the better part of a full day's worth of water in Product Zomboid. It is such a shame that we do not have the magazine to know which mushrooms are safe. Yeah, the lake is nearby. I wouldn't call it convenient, but it is nearby. You had lemongrass to stir fry? Maybe that's what I was thinking. There was definitely something we could add lemongrass to, because I remember doing that in build 41. Oh, good. Rose hips. Yeah, those should cover us for like a day and a half worth of food. Cool. We'll pull those ones away. Yeah, so we definitely still have more zombies around where the helicopter was done. Just in time to maybe have another helicopter put them all back in the area. But we're getting a lot more skills. We're able to kill zombies already a decent amount faster than we were when we last took the helicopter. I think since the last helicopter, I believe we got a point in strength, a point in axes, a point in short... I think maybe 1 or 2 points in short blade. That's not enough. A point in nimble. Oh, also, dude, you can have this holster. I don't need any more. I'll get myself a new one later. So back off farther. But the thing I am hoping with doing all this, we're getting all of these here, is I suspect, with taking the helicopters here, we are drawing all the zombies out of this area, is what I'm assuming we're doing. We're probably all drawing them out of here, too. This area was mostly already cleared and all that. So we should sit there and slowly knock down their numbers until we stop having much show up. But my hope had been, like, as we go here, I think we're going to cut east to that main building I was mentioning before, the one I think has the gas pumps, which, again, don't spoil if it does or doesn't. Let me get there expecting things and being let down and or confirming. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and how was it? You still alive and kicking at the log house by the cultist camp? Still doing that whole bit? We unfortunately did the commit die the other day. The new zombie migration, let me just put it this way. Be real careful if you set up near a main city. You started playing classic hardcore WoW. Gotcha, no problem. For those who don't know, Alex, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Definitely someone to check out. Been playing some hardcore World of Warcraft apparently, but also been playing some Project Zomboid and like 16 times pop and all that. Yeah, the 16 time migration is insane. Oh yeah. But yeah, definitely drop in and check them out and all that. If you want to see what our character went through that caused our death, I actually took a couple of screenshots after we died. I went to debug mode to be like, what was going on in our map. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna pull that up. If you got a raid and dash, like, don't let me keep you. But otherwise, it's just 3 screenshots that we had killed. Where is? There you are. Yeah, absolutely fantastic content creator. So let me go ahead and pull this up. So we had killed over 10,000 zombies in the area, but I had to do like a Hail Mary try to save my character that we did die. We went back to our main base, which we took the helicopter nowhere near here. And this is like, cause like I'm in invisible mode. This is just what's on one side of our base after we left the same day that had been fully cleared. We had over 1,500 zombies go into the area around my base. So if I had stayed, we would have just straight up died. And I pulled the population of the surrounding area. So if you look at this is supposed to be 64 zombies. It has 1,570 zombies. We never took a helicopter up here, like, or anywhere up past that. That is just the zombies migrating up there over time. So you look down here at how many zombies are in there. Every single one of these tiles has higher population than it's supposed to, except for the 2 main tiles in Irvington. Like the amount there, I'm sorry, it was 1,300, well 1,400 zombies on that tile. I said 15. And this is all deep forest. So yeah, it was a whole thing that those zombies just caused grief. I think the only reason this one isn't worse is there was a bunch of really tall fences here I think kept the zombies out. But yeah, so it was one of those things that we were just trying to hang in there and just keep things going. And I got to the point where like, I'm surrounded. They're everywhere. I could either try and take the helicopter right here and then feel that net just close in, or I gotta punch through to the other side and get somewhere. And tried, didn't make it. But that character had like 30 plus times they got away that they probably shouldn't have. So we just ran out of luck. We cashed it all in. But thank you again so much for that raid and all that. And again, check out Italics, absolutely fantastic. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for this game, Project Zomboid, even though like until build 42 I had to take like a little while away from it. Because I used to hold a world record in this game. I had the highest kill count run ever streamed for a good while at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life. I had no mods that changed itemization or vehicles, and I was playing on try-hard sweaty challenge type settings. Not as sweaty as they could get, but pretty sweaty. We were playing max pop, that kind of stuff. That said, as you probably noticed the past tense on that record has long since been beaten. That was a couple years back. But nevertheless, I do tend to play on sweaty stuff, so we are doing 16 times pop. This is a character that's new as a couple of days ago, because as you caught from the context, we did commit die, which I have a dozen clips now of just all sorts of BS shenanigans of narrowly getting away. And nobody else will ever beat it. Yeah, no, Lamprey's new 950-something thousand kills, you know, setting the record there. But do you think you dodged the huge forest from the heli and got lucky with the timing? Yeah, that's really good. That cottage you're at is actually a really good spot as well, because you've got the creek to the north and to the east of you. That really, really does button down the directions you can get hit from. You still got to worry about Echo Creek spilling over and coming from the south, and the probably even more so the Animal Sanctuary, like that spilling over and hitting you from the west. But the good news is, I think that's only a couple thousand. Only a couple thousand. Don't worry about it. Just a nice casual couple thousand. I'm saying this with lots of sarcasm because a couple thousand's a big number. Versus me setting up right on Irvington was a mistake. That was like 70,000 zombies just spreading out of that place at me. Your basic let's see, you're basically Falcon, and Lapri was Captain America on your left. Ah. Yeah, I know you're talking Marvel. I haven't seen a lot of Marvel in a long time, so I'm way behind. I mean, there's no way to know me, especially that. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I went into the whole thing blind. It's like, man, there's a lot of zombies. Come to find Irvington's like the second biggest population city on the map now. I think it was second, either second or third. Like Louisville is very, very heavily locked in #1. But West Point is actually lower population than it used to be. It's actually, honestly, not that bad of a city now compared to what it used to be population-wise. Which is impressive, because it's got a lot of goodies in it. And that used to be the thing that you viewed West Point as high risk, high reward. And now you're like, alright, hear me out. There's not that many zombies in there anymore. And it still has all those same buildings there with all their same rewards. Well, I mean, somewhat different rewards, but you know, generally speaking, having like a gun store. Ooh, the ice axe. We were looking for that. We saw you during the helicopter. A real weapon. It's been so long. You really don't like the West Point pop change? Yeah, no, I kind of agree. Because it used to not be as programmatic the way they set it up. Like, so far as the buildings and all that. And so it really did feel it was fairly balanced on the risk-reward side of things. Versus now it definitely feels like there's a lot of goodies to get in West Point. And it's still a dangerous place. Like, don't make it sound like it being like, oh, you know, baby town West Point. It's still got a lot of zombies in there. But compared to what you're getting out of it, it is looking like a pretty good place. I definitely wouldn't want to do it on 16 times pop. Because those mansions to the west are not a safe place to go anymore. So it is a way trickier place to start than it used to be. Yeah, no, that was during the internal test. I was doing some stuff on Apocalypse, and that was my comments, as in, like, it was one of those things, it's like, I'm used to 16 times pop, first of all. And that was one of my comments, is like, it really does feel like some of these towns are kind of quiet. They made adjustments and all that. Did they change the walled mansions to the west? So the walled mansions themselves are the same. It's what's happened is with the redistribution of zombies, the zombies will be at points of interest and all that kind of stuff. And those mansions have kind of become a point of interest of sorts. So you don't go over there and find, your 5, 10, 12 zombies in the houses. Instead, you roll into town, and you've got, like, a small subdivision's worth of zombies all smooshed up in there. So they're a little bit heavy in the zombies. If you clear the zombies out, they're still really good location. It's just, you don't just roll in and get a free couple of buildings with, all of like 10 zombies to kill to get it. Yeah, and the mansions were never particularly good loot. You got a little peppering of decent loot, but they were never amazing. Oh, I don't think it was a deliberate decision that they were like, oh, these buildings in particular, screw these because people use them. they did make it so most buildings out there in the world, based on the type of building it was, they did put a certain amount of zombies near it. So there are like tons and tons and tons of buildings in the middle of nowhere that just have a bunch of zombies at it. And I know there's a lot of people with very mixed feelings about that, which, you know, fair enough. It was a massive change to the game. Oh, I don't mind it telling... Yeah, when I level up something, I don't mind it being like, hey, you got this. I just wish there was a place to reference it after the fact, so when I'm in the middle of the fight, focusing on the fight, and I gain a level in, like, maintenance or something, it's like, by the way, you got access to this new thing. I'm busy fighting. I'm not going to look and see what that is, and now afterwards I have to go into my crafting menu and figure it out. Now, granted, that's just something you'll learn in time. They're like, I've hit level 2, I just got access to quack. You know, I hit level 3, I just got access to quack. Got you, Bit. Yeah. That sucks. Cool. So we just got a big group there we've knocked down. Did I ever top off my water bottle? We took a sip. I usually save that for emergencies. Where is... Wait. It wouldn't fit in these because it's 2.1 weight. Go real slow. Well, my water bottle disappeared somewhere at some point. So somewhere I dropped stuff. Oh, stats? Yeah, so we're literally like 1 or 2 zombies away from hitting Axe 4. We're at about long blunt 3.5, short blunt 3.5, short blade 2. Maintenance just hit 4 recently. Actually, we're doing pretty good. We're like 4 and a third. Carving is at about 2/3. Cooking, no one cares about. Electrical 2. Napping is getting really close to hitting level 1, which will be really nice. Animal care is at 3 2/3. Fitness is going to not probably this in-game day, but like the next day or so we'll level up fitness to level 3. Strength 4, nimble 2, and foraging 5. And weight is doing fine for right now. Yeah, so at some point I accidentally tossed my water bottle into something. Which is surprising. That's usually not something you gotta worry about. Yeah, so as you can see, this little X is where I take my helicopters. I've been taking them in the same spot again and again. We are in a relatively low population density area. So what I am doing is deliberately taking the helicopter up here. Any zombies that show up, we spend the next however many days it takes us to kill them all. That way, like, you kind of reset it. And then, once I've killed them all, until I have the next helicopter, I will, you know, clear on to the next place to loot. We didn't get a whole lot of progress between the last helicopter and this one. But that's because we are starting to draw some zombies from a little farther away. But I think that'll be okay. Because what ultimately is going to happen with all that is we will eventually hit the point that we've kind of drawn all the zombies in from nearby. And then I shouldn't have to worry about it too much from there. And at that point, we'll likely either change where I'm taking the helicopters, or, you know, I'll take the helicopters there. There'll be a total snoozer for a while. Because we're by this lake, and there's really not a lot by the lake. But the hope is there's supposed to be a gas station around here somewhere, and don't spoil where it is. It's relatively low population. I have heard the gas station particularly is a busy part of this area, but otherwise relatively quiet. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think that's probably the last group I'm going to worry about before I consider ourselves having wiped out the previous helicopter. Which will be good, because we're almost due for a helicopter. I got like 2-ish more days until it can happen again. Okay. Oh, and I'm not specifically focusing on axes. I actually like the short blades more. It's just I don't have the magazine for the blades, so I need to get napping too to get the stone knives. And in the interim, I was dealing with just not having enough weapons. So it's kind of one of those things that I could try and hold out for it, but that just realistically wasn't happening. Oh, that's way more than I was expecting to get respawned. Alright, let's back up a little bit. I do want to finish that group. Yep, and the kills per day go up. Yeah, so when we started stream, our average kills was around 51. I remember it was like 51 point something or other. And so during the stream it has gone up, which is also impressive considering we've lost like entire days of meaningful number of kills, like doing stuff like milking the cows, getting the butter, needing to forage just to get some food. So stuff that were like very low kill days. But as you can see, this is kill number 100 for today. And so you get the idea. And that will continue to escalate more and more and more. Eventually, when we start getting to like 7, 8, 9 in various stats, like, you know, 7 in a weapon, 6 or, you know, whatever in fitness, we will be able to go through a day and kill like a good 3, 4, 500 zombies in one day. Like that. Now we're slightly more of a menace. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It was 54 after the last helicopter? Yeah, it sounds about right. So we had gotten it up a couple of points. And that, to me... Ah, there's one group to spoil it. I was about to be like, that looks like a clear area that I don't need to worry about anymore. And then one giant full rally group on the bottom. Like, what's the max you could average? Like 800? It was between 500 and 700, give or take. Was the theoretical max you could kill per day sustained. The sustained being the keyword before everyone pops in and be like, but I killed 2,000 in a day. Yep, using a shotgun and like 500 shells. Sustained means you can't keep doing that. So you get the idea. But that's usually a thing that comes up when we talk about respawns on or off. That if you're over like 4, 5, 6 times pop, you turn off respawns because you're hitting that point where you stop being able to theoretically kill all the zombies. You know, the respawns start reaching a point that they will outrun what you can theoretically kill. At low pops, you can play with respawns, it's all fine. But high pops, you will very quickly hit limits. So you need 2,500 days to clear the map. I'm not going to do the math in my head, but I'm just going to assume you got it right. Yeah, no, because that's a sustained count. So yeah, the problem you'll run into with that, though, is as you get towards the end, your kill rates will really slow down because you'll be hunting for the zombies. So you won't spend as much time fighting so much as trying to find the zombies to kill. But that's another part of why the sustained is so hard. Like, when you're in the towns and they're fresh, finding zombies is easy. Versus as you get later and later in the run, you know, they thin out. You still find them, but instead of finding enough to, like, get through that 500 real fast, you end up maybe only getting 300 zombies. Because you spent a little bit more time looking for them. Okay, so take a sip of the water. We can drop all the bugs in the cabinet. Put the scrap electronics away. Put all the seeds away. Snack on a rose hip. See if we can't make ourselves some more axes before it's too dark. I think we'll only get one, maybe two made before we hit too dark and we stop crafting. Someone should add... Oh, I mean, there's already plenty of mods that let you detect zombies nearby and that kind of stuff. Grab a new water bottle too? That's what I want to check. Where did I leave that water bottle? It's going to be here somewhere. Okay, so it's not in this cabinet. There you are. That's the one, because I also took a sip out of it. So let's take that water bottle, put it in our main inventory, grab a bucket, main inventory, transfer liquids, source, bucket, fill up the bottle, transfer, cancel, put the bottle back here, drop the bucket. Thank you for the reminder, because I would have just gone about my day, and it'd probably have been fine, but you never know when something's going to happen, like, you take a helicopter, come to realize there was a much higher population area nearby you didn't account for, and so where suddenly you felt like everything was safe, fine, and dandy, and then you find out it was very not those things. So go ahead and add a little ginger root, and a little rose hips. And actually, we can eat that whole salad. And this isn't using our food as efficiently as possible, but one of the reasons I do always take the time to cook and add everything in there is it does increase our cooking skill. And cooking will let you get more hunger and nutrition out of the same food. So you do want to level it up. Like, you're not going to sit there and just grind it up. But it is a thing that anything I can shove into a bowl is going to go into a bowl, just so I can keep building up. Let's see, Lamprey was pushing pretty close to 800 per day average, but he was maxing everything nearly 3 years a game. Gotcha. I know he was one of the people who brought up that number, but that would be like the 500 to 700 sustained thing. So what I suspect would end up happening with that is you'd have all those days you hit those 800s, and then you'd have to stop to make a bunch of spears, and it'd lose a full day, which is what would drag that sustained down from the 800 to the 700. Because let's say it was every 8th day. I don't know what it was. Or he'd have to stop and fish, or he'd have to stop and, farm, forage, whatever he was doing for his food. I think he was probably farming. Like, toss a bunch of stuff down, walk away, come back for it. Or just juggle fish, you can do that too. Or the traps. You think he's using firearms at 800 plus? Oh yeah, no, firearms will let you get way over. Like, you can break 2,000 kills if you're running around with a shotgun and just a mountain of ammo, and you're in a high enough population density area. You can absolutely blow through over 2,000 in a single day. It's just as well as things you do one day, and then you run out of ammo, and you have to wait literal months to get enough ammo to even consider trying to pull it off again. Which, that's, like, not judging, it's just the math. Because, yeah, you get over 500 to 600, 700 in a day most of the days. It's just, then on the other side of it, you've got those maintenance days of making your replacement weapons, getting your replacement food, sometimes just commuting from one place to the next. You get to the point where the town starts thinning out, and you gotta hunt for targets a bit more. Alright, so let's just zip over here real fast. We'll kill that group of zombies we saw yesterday that we were like, nah, we're not in good shape for. And once we kill them, we're gonna go down the highway, or go down the road. Sorry, not go down the road. Go up the road towards where I said I was going to start pushing for that big building. Because I suspect all these zombies we're killing, these large numbers, I'm thinking they're coming from over there. And if they're coming from over there, that means they're not there anymore. Imagine the character's thought process in those big record personal best runs. I mean, I'm assuming that character is, at that point, psychologically completely and utterly destroyed. Because you'd have to be. Killing literally hundreds of thousands of anything. There isn't a way you'd come through on the other side and I'd be like, yep, no, I am perfectly psychologically sound in my immediate circumstances. You'd be going through a lot. And the only thing I can assume is your character is just angry at what the world has become and just taking it out on the thing that they blame. Ooh, tomatoes. Well, heck, let's make a slightly nicer salad. That's honestly getting to be practically a decent salad. It's, you know, it's got some cabbage, it's got some tomatoes. I honestly don't know much about the taste of rosehip. It's got salt, it's got pepper. It's a bit on the dry side. Let's be honest. It's a little bit of a dry salad. But, you know, all things considered, zombie apocalypse. It could certainly be worse.
Hey.
Yeah, no, the tomatoes wouldn't be that dry. No, I guess you're right. I was just thinking like the cabbage and salt and pepper and not having like any kind of dressing. Sadly, cannot put our butter on it. The game says butter is an absolute no-go for the salads. Cannot do, not possible. You speak madness. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not taking a typical salad in my day-to-day life and slapping a stick of butter on it. But you know. Zombie apocalypse. Standards change. Hold please, zombies. I gotta check the weather. Doesn't need my program. We may resume. Steak knife is garbage. Alright, let's back up a little. Because that, part of that was the group we were aiming for. Let's see, you're at the point you need to stick a raw butter. Slicing and putting a salad would be a great improvement. Oh, I don't disagree. Like, don't get me wrong, I like some of my food being pretty buttery. Ah, very thick fog and an imminent thunderstorm. That's fine. The downside is I think that's getting around the point that we can have the helicopter show back up. So I'm really getting that unfortunate feeling that Project Zomboid here is going to say, hey, you've had this wonderful weather for a good while. What if we suddenly made it bad and then gave you a helicopter? You'd be cool with that, right? Thunderstorm helicopter time? Yeah, that'd be Project Zomboid. It does like to do that to me. Of course, the helicopter will also arrive on that day at around 7 p.m. Oh, wait, we're still muscle strained. Yeah. What if it rained really, really hard? Alright. Yeah, because the ice axe definitely does work. It does also do work on your muscle strain. It's not terrible, but it is a little rough on the muscle strain side of things. I still like it. I think it's a good weapon. Honestly, for the weapons that do cause you a decent amount of muscle strain, it's probably one of the ones I like the most. Most of the other ones that cause a lot of muscle strain I'm very not into. Alright, got a pretty big response coming. Let's back off. You learned the hard way when to check the radio? Yeah. That's, Oh, there are zombies over there. Okay, so we need to check our backyard. There's zombies by the house that seem to have popped in. All right. Okay. Five more, it looks like. That's good. We'll be just a little bit into exerted, I think, by then. Oh, we got 2 lucky last hits that were probably crits, and it was just enough that we didn't go exerted. I think it'd be like 1 more 2-minute hits, we would have just barely gotten it out of breath. Now, I did see that there was a zombie moving around by our house over here. And you do always want to make sure, whatever your path out, retreat, whatever you want to call it, that is always clear. It's one of the reasons why, like, I'm a very heavy believer in the meticulously, slowly fight your way into an area. It's kind of the safest way in that you're putting all the time and all the risk on the front where you control it. That way, if things do go sideways, like, you know, you're in town and a meta event happens, you've at least got a direction that's probably safe. Or as safe as Project Zomboid can be. Is this the Zomboid soundtrack? No. No, I did end up turning off the Zomboid soundtrack. The Zomboid soundtrack is really, really good. It's just a problem of I'd be sitting there playing, and you go to pause the game, and the soundtrack stops. And you go to pull up options, and the soundtrack stops. And you pull up your map, and the soundtrack stops. And so it's kind of one of those things. It's the same thing you do with RimWorld, where one of the mods I always grab is Don't Stop the Music. But I didn't see an equivalent for that for Project Zomboid. There probably is one, or if there wasn't one when I checked, there might be one now. Oh, let's go ahead and top off our water while we're back here. Okay. But yeah, Zomboid has a really good soundtrack, and they did, oh wait. Don't do that. I don't know if those are safe. Time by the way? Yeah, no, it's been a really, really good night, so I'm gonna go a bit on the long side. We already are a bit long. Just one of those things you do as a content creator. But I do appreciate making sure that, like, I didn't just lose track of time and went super duper late and then pay for it in the morning or whatever. Because not like I haven't done that before. I certainly have with games like Factorio and Satisfactory, specifically looking at you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, both Satisfactory and Factorio were definitely games where it's like, I'm just going to get this one thing done. Oh, I need to fix this thing. Well, that means I need to fix this thing. Well, that means I need to fix this thing. Why is the sun up? Where did you come from, sun? Your consistent 10, 13-hour Factorio streams? Yeah. I was also starting to sweat at the end that, like, people were starting to be like, alright, I'm kind of ready for Factorio to be out of here. I was like, no, I want to finish this on stream. So it's definitely kind of pushing to like get it done, you know, before people start to like really burn out on it. It's a great game, but I also understand, especially those factory automation games are really rough in the sense that if you miss a stream or two, it can sometimes be like, I have no idea what's going on. Alright, we get to actually push forward. Scam letter? Yeah, I am hoping that, as they... Because I'm thinking those are being seeded for, like, when we get NPCs, that might end up having information that's interesting on it. You know, so you have, like, the scam letter, it'd be like, man, the guy who lived next to me on whatever lane really is doing a thing or whatever. You miss a few hours, you'll be lost. Oh yeah, depending on the hour. It very much goes wildly one way or the other. Like, if it's a major project that's really slow, you can miss a couple of hours and still be working on the same project and not have missed much. And just the same, you could come back, especially when you get to the point of having the Logibots, that you can miss a bunch of hours and be like, why does this factory look nothing like I remember? It's like, oh yeah, we tore this whole thing down and fully replaced it in the matter of like 2-3 hours. Just designed a thing, copied it, stamped it out, the bot just flew across the map and did the whole thing in like no time. Then you looked it up out of curiosity, but 5 liters of milk would produce about 3 sticks of butter. Each time you shove butter into your face, that's 3 sticks of butter worth. That is a lot of butter. Well, yeah, and that was, we used to get way more sticks of butter out of it, which we were getting way too much, both from a realism and from a balance perspective. They did nerf it by a factor of 10, but even with a factor of 10, my weight is just solved with those 2 cows. And, like, we're not even, like, milking them consistently. It's just like, oh, yeah, we've used a lot of butter. Let's go get some butter. And then just come back with 5-10 sticks of butter. 10's too much, like 5 to 8 sticks of butter. Okay. This is also very encouraging that we are just seeing traces of zombies here, just like 2-3 there, 2-3 here. That's a really promising sign that this area has been getting properly cleaned out with those helicopters. That's a pretty sizable group. So all those things I just said, you know, maybe ignore all those things I just said. Let's see, you get like 15 liters of milk per day or so from your sheep. Even at 5 liters per stick, there's so much butter still. Yeah, and that's the thing to think. That was cutting it down so we only got 10% as much butter still. But hey, GFoss, welcome in. Let me go ahead and do this. That is not what I'm trying to do. I am really bad at typing all of a sudden. There we go. Now for GFoss, because I'm going to do this. And I assume you've also been playing some Project Zomboid and all that kind of stuff recently. But yeah, so definitely check out all that stuff. Yeah, no problem. Always happy to share. I assume you've also been playing some Project Zomboid and all that good stuff. Always good to meet new people. Alright, so that should aggro a good chunk of them. So I can back off, drag them away, pick off whatever follows, and do all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Been playing on and off for years and came back with Build 4 2. Yeah, that's kind of how it was with me. Is I I did like the really, really heavy playing, leading, like even before they announced Build 41 was going to be like out, like not unstable with like multiplayer and all that. That's kind of when I like really, really got into Project Zomboid, which I still don't know where I first heard from one, but either way. I believe it's another content creator. I don't know if it's like Let's Game It Out or who. But we're just playing on the side, and kind of got myself a name in Project Zomboid around then. And then just Build 41 got announced, right place, right time, things just exploded. So let's back off again. Get rid of this muscle fatigue. Yeah, I've been pretty happy with this. What else do we need to be dealing with here? So weapon-wise, I've got 4 axes, I've got a hunting knife, I got a bunch of random junk in my pocket. Let's go ahead and eat the questionable berries. Right place, right time, skill enough to make it count. Yeah, I mean, well, in a lot of sense, that's skilled stuff. Oh, we got a stale ginger. Let's eat that right now before it rots. Can't let ourselves keep that happiness. Gotta get rid of that. Alright. Yeah, so my hope is once I get over here to this main building, that'll prove to be useful for us. But right now, I got this good weapon. We're able to actually carve a path through here relatively well. I did not even remotely let this fall off. I was just going back into the autopilot being like, yep, endurance is fine. Get back to the fight. Yep, muscle strain is still a thing now. Still have to worry about it. That said, we've definitely hit high enough on axes that I could 1 and 2 tap a lot of these zombies with the ice pick. I do wonder when you start getting to like 8, 9, 10, if some of these weapons that, you know, like you could still push to the muscle strain but kind of just ignore it. Like, I understand at the higher levels it'd probably be pretty hard to hit muscle strain in the first place. But until you reach the point of the attack speed penalty, with enough levels, you might be able to still get away with, like, 1 and 2 tapping. There's definitely weapons that can way overkill the amount of damage you need to kill a zombie. Alright. It's a shame I don't have any books for our character to read or anything else like that we can have them work on in the meantime. Just waiting on muscle strain. Any day now. Yeah, no, the short blades, those are all so light that I don't imagine at a high level you'll be able to like really push into muscle strain hardly at all. Not that I think it would be completely immune to it, it's just one of those things of trying to get in the situation where you can consistently fight enough to push yourself there is probably a big thing. Because it is a thing I've noticed that the rate you recover from your endurance and your muscle strain, that the endurance definitely feels like it's faster. It's like muscle strain is a little stickier. Okay, so that goes for a little bit. I'm also thinking this ice pick probably doesn't have much left in it. A pretty solid weapon, but it's not that durable. Hey, Zalik, how's it going? Going late? Yeah, I'm going late. We got a really good turnout tonight. Feeling pretty good. Gotta do them numbers. That hurts a bit. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it feels better. Stomach aches are never fun. Especially since it's like, what can I do about this? Wait. Maybe take something for like, you know, whatever type of stomach ache you think. But a lot of time, wait. Took medicine for it? Good. Well, I hope the medicine, I hope it does its job. I was trying to give myself enough time to get off the high muscle strain, but that's okay. Okay, his last two, and then we can sit down and rest for a minute. Yeah, Factor's still at red muscle strain and pain and everything, and still one-tapping a decent amount on this. The ice axe definitely, for the muscle strain it causes, does its job well. Where's your base at? So I don't actually have a base yet. I do have a place I'm planning on putting my base, which is down by this big lake. It's going to be by the gas station. Did you get a machete, or is that just a large knife? Oh, we got a large knife. Let's see, is there any other way to grind tailoring 0 than 1 than patching up and reinforce brutal even with book? I have not leveled tailoring yet this in build 42, so unfortunately, as much as I'd love to answer your question, I just don't know the answer. There could be other ways, I'm just not aware of them. Oh yeah, that's right. People mentioned you can it was something like, they had like a whole strategy of like where you'd shorten the shorts and you do something else, and you could like do 2-3 on a process or whatever. Like none of them, from my understanding, all of it was still a bit grindy. Alright. Yeah, it's really not bad, but just it feels like they're all kind of hovering around the road, which makes a certain amount of sense. So we, of course, need to scratch off our scratch-off ticket, because it gives me something to do while I wait for the muscle strain to go away. Oh, I already did it. And loser. That hurts my feels. You could have just said I didn't win. You didn't have to call me a loser. Ticket. Alright. Oop, I figured you're gonna be dead in that third one. So pretty soon we're probably going to need to fall back. It's gonna start getting dark. I totally forgot. I totally forgot I had a command for the record. Oh, make losing tickets make you sad and the winning tickets make you happy. I don't think that would work that way. Only because you'd have to acknowledge the fact that you're never getting that prize. So in some ways, that winning ticket would hurt even more. Because you'd be like, if things weren't the way they were, I would just, you know, I'd be rich or whatever. But, you know, the zombie apocalypse and all that. Hey, fitness! Love to see it. Alright, let's back up because it's getting ready to be like 9 p.m. That's probably later than I should be out. Like, don't get me wrong, when we start getting into the winter months, darkness will come early. But we still got a trek to get back home. It's not a long one. And I didn't see any flint nodule, like flint nodes or whatever you want to call them, on either side of the road here. We did see in the subdivision there's a good like 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, and a couple around the corner to the south too. So when I do get to the point that I'm like, oh, I need to make weapons, let's go get flint. I already got a place we can do that for at least a little while. I do suspect we will find a lot of flint down around this area in general. It'll just be a matter of figuring out where to go for it. Like avoiding the farm fields and finding just like the wild fields and all that. There'll probably be some in the trees too. Well, I knew that was gonna break soon. I didn't realize it would be right then. That's fine. We chose the right time to back out of that fight then. Because we are not good yet with the short handies. Get the next axe primed. Okay. Our character's getting plenty thirsty. We actually do have a full water bottle on us. I just don't want to deal with the water transfer or liquid transfer menu thing. I am really looking forward to when we have like the big water tank or whatever, or you know, getting the barrels hooked up or whatever. All right. There's a pretty big group there. If we rest up to get our endurance here, we'll probably go down and knock that group down pretty quickly. And that'll be like the last pull for the in-game day. Oh, hey. So even these ones that are worn, if I take those and I nap them into blades, they don't keep the worn tag. They basically become fresh. I'll probably accidentally use them for making axes, and that's fine too. It just means I'll have an axe that'll last like 2 hits. But it still gives me maintenance skills, so it's whatever. I'm a little bothered that that guy came from the west, because the west is my house. Well, this is what I get for being like, hey, I'll just take out this one little group here before we go to bed. It'll be no big deal. It'll not cascade into a whole big fight. Don't worry about it. That's not at all what's gonna happen. It's fine. I really would like you to die now, zombies. We are pretty muscle strained. Okay. Alright, I see 1, 2, maybe 4 following me? Come on. Stab it so I know I'm clear. Like the murder stab. Execute. Okay. I don't see anything else following. I also can't see very well at all. Alright, so let's go here real fast. We will top off our water. Cool. I'm gonna need to clean all that up. Eat the stale. Okay. So I've got that. Nothing else stale here. Drop off you. Got a bunch of random weapons here. We'll eat the probably dangerous berry. Drop the tree branch. Drop the flint. Got a couple axes still. Drop the small metal sheet and the dog bane. Drop the caterpillar. And get to sleep. Alright, well that wasn't the smoothest end of the night. It's fine. We got to kill like an extra 10 zombies I wouldn't otherwise have. But, you know, definitely spicier than we wanted to necessarily go with it. Because when you start getting into that dark, that's how you can easily have a zombie come up from behind you and all that. Maybe banishment moment, a lot of zombies coming left and right. Yeah, that's okay. I missed all that because I had to like really focus in on the zombies and all that. Just because, you know, you can never tell in the darkness. Alright, so we're just going to wait till it's at 1 a.m. to go to sleep. That way we make sure when we wake up, it'll still be, like, it'll be bright enough. That's good news. Pretty solid kill count, you know, stream so far. Even then, we still woke up in darkness. Like, our character literally slept for only, like, 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's just what happens. Let's see, do you assume dogbane is poisonous to dogs? Well, no, it's that dogs are weak to it, so if you hit the dog with a dogbane, you get critical damage because, you know, you're hitting their bane. I'm getting tired if you didn't catch. With all that said, as much as I have been going long, we're about an hour over what I normally would do. But with that said, I am going to start wrapping up here. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're over watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. That way you can find your way back here in the future. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we've had a lot of wonderful people raid tonight. Let's go ahead and